Okay, we're live, folks. Welcome to the Art of Criticism. Vincent Martin here to sort of go through all this. I don't want to go on too long. Everyone introduce themselves. Let's start with Parallax.
My name is Parrallax. People might previously know me as Doomer Media, the guy who made that Vosh video. And I'm going to be making some YouTube videos about movies and stuff.
Excellent. I'm Andrew Clark. I am a budding YouTuber about going over media criticism, and also I'm trying to branch out into criticizing the media directly as well.
I'm Jab Slant. I'm at the moment just kind of a stream orbiter. I haven't made any videos, but I have a few very long scripts in the making that hopefully will come out eventually at some point. That's about all I can say on that.
And if Patrick can make his way on, he will be in. He's sort of he's going to be sort of the baseline, not really a very critical critic guy. After all, he stands She-Hulk.
Oh no.
Yeah. So not very critical, but I think his perspective is very important with people who consider themselves critics. And basically, my sort of credits, I have a lot of college experience. Now, this is the part where we're going to talk about our experience before we get into it. Basically, into theater and writing as a high schooler. Of course, as a kid, played video games and watched movies, TV shows, cartoons, all that fun stuff. Got into college, didn't brainwash me like apparently college does, but it was a smaller school. Learned psychology. A lot of my basis is based off of a psychological perspective, like character criticism when it comes to that. Theater helps with that. And of course, college digital communications taught me how media production, taught me how to read media and all that fun stuff. But I'll probably be bringing that up. Parallax?
I guess my perspective on criticism is probably a bit odd. So it's mostly coming from screenwriting. I wrote 4 feature-length screenplays and actually wrote a book on screenwriting, just not to distribute, but for myself, because I wasn't, getting the results that I wanted. So I was like, all right, well, let's just take this a bit more seriously. And pretty much everything about me criticizing films comes from the perspective of like, what is working and how do I steal it? That's really the only thing that I care about. Like, what is the most effective? Why is it working? And how can you like try and generalize out lessons from why this worked or didn't work? Which is quite a bit different than I guess a lot of other people look at these things. But
yeah. So with me, I took acting in high school, but didn't really I was more of a general consumer up until a few years ago, where I found media criticism on YouTube and went headlong into that and really kind of developed my own ideas, where I would be agreeing and disagreeing with the different personalities. And so I kind of developed my own sense of values from that, somewhat similar to Parallax, but I have a more idealized version of what film can be.
Yeah. Okay. So he's more practical. You're more idealistic.
Mm-hmm. But I definitely see the appeal of being practical.
I guess that leaves me. Yeah, I just really like movie making. I like storytelling. My first exposure to YouTube was doing like stop motion Lego films that I made with my friends when I was like 7. And yes, they were terrible. Yeah, I've just kind of been into writing for the last maybe 4 to 5 years of my life. Got into it with a Stephen King book, and then
writing, by the way.
No, it was like a regular Stephen. I think it was I forgot the name of it, but it was a book I really liked from him. So then I kind of got more into writing, and yeah, I've just kind of been going ever since then. Got into filmmaking as well. Yeah, written a few short stories, written a few not full length scripts, but like kind of short film length scripts. So yeah, it's just something I like to do. I plan on going to school for it eventually, but I'm just out of high school in the last year or so.
Mhm.
So
Okay. Yeah, Stephen King has a book on writing. It has really practical advice. You can write and write.
yeah, very
That's
good
how you
book,
get
very good
practice.
autobiography
Okay.
as well.
I read it for a creative writing class, so I was wondering if you were talking about that.
I just
But
read my own
practical.
time.
So let's get into criticism. How should it be done here on YouTube? Personally, I like McLuhan's. I like a adaptation of McLuhan. I treat Marshall McLuhan sort of as a Freud of media analysis. Media is the message. Is his premise. Basically, you look at the medium, you look at the audience, you look at the author, and there's another cultural element. It's been a while since I've really strayed away from that, but I still stay to that roots of that. And I really think that media should be categorized. I have several videos for us to watch if you want to get into sort of the genre theory or the category of certain media. There's several different interesting perspectives, even one covering something about anime and the categorization. Supposedly a book. There's also there's also the adaptation argument, which is a possible avenue for us to go into, because a lot of media nowadays, superhero, a lot of adaptations from books is definitely something worth to consider. How should a book or comic book be adapted into a movie or TV show? I think that's a big component on that issue. Then there's just the more broader, which I don't know if you guys want to get into. I have one video I picked out, the subjective versus the objective argument, which
that one's from Evan, right? Evan Monroe.
yes, I
Nice
provided
one.
you all with that
Thanks, dude.
playlist. I added a few. I thought that was the best one on that, because he's not saying media, it's objective. He's saying art is not subjective, which I agree with. Rest of the videos make an argument. But yeah, that's where I'm planning to go with that. Everyone can give me their perspective on how criticism can be done. Parrallax again, if you want to start us off as the veteran.
So do we just mean like
Main man.
so I guess there's kind of two different ways I could approach the question. One is like from an impartial perspective, what actually is what people call criticism, and then there's the other question of like how should criticism be done. Those are kind of different. Which of those are you more interested in?
Definitionally or prescriptively?
You can go through both, whichever one you think is more important to start with. This is an open panel. We have videos we can cover.
Well, I mean, I think from descriptively, the purpose of there's basically two purposes of criticism on YouTube, what you would call criticism. Basically, one purpose is entertainment in and of itself. That like red letter media, that's a lot of the reason that people really like them. It's not that they have a deep insight into things necessarily, it's that they're really entertaining. That's like the reason that they succeed. I found that in certain cases they have some takes that are quite interesting. Some it's not like they're always wrong, but they have some takes that are a bit curious, right? But that doesn't really stop me from liking them at all, because I mean I'm not tuning into their channel to get deep insight into the mechanisms of filmmaking. It's more so just
Parrallax, they made that horrible movie. What do they know about? Sorry, had to just add that in.
I mean, well, the thing is, they know more about practical filmmaking than I do. I haven't made a shitty movie, but it's like they don't know as much as the people who actually make films. And the thing is, that standard isn't particularly reasonable, because
I know
you're not going to get somebody who's you're not going to get Quentin Tarantino spending a lot of his time to make detailed YouTube videos. It's just never going to happen. The best you really get is like, there's like a Charlie Kaufman masterclass thing, which is just like a discussion for like 2 hours. That's about the best you possibly get from the people who really know what they're talking about. So personally, I think the burden of someone being a genuine expert is kind of unreasonable, because no one on YouTube meets that standard. So from a practical perspective, entertainment is the main thing that criticism is concerned with. And the secondary thing it's concerned with is letting people know whether or not they are going to enjoy a thing. So trying to parse out what about the movie is going to make it enjoyable or not enjoyable to different people, and trying to give them an idea of whether or not they would want to engage with the thing. And like typically the way that this works is that critics give their own perspectives, and then people find critics that agree with them. You know, like
Yeah,
and knowing,
you'll gravitate towards people who have a like-minded opinion as you.
yeah.
And let me introduce Patrick real quick. This is Patrick, our common man.
Hey.
Okay. Did you want to continue, Parrallax?
Oh, well, I was going to say, like,
You guys
as an example,
Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, as an example, most of the critics that I would watch in any capacity, it's because I know they have a somewhat similar taste to me. And the only real exception to that is like Adam of YMS. And that's because I have a very good idea of the differences in our values with film. So like there are certain things he's going to like that I'm not going to like, and certain things that I like that he's not going to like, right? And I'm able to predict that quite well. He bounced out. But yeah, I mean, from a practical point of view, I think that's mostly what's going on. Critics are giving people an idea of whether or not they're going to enjoy a thing, and then they're trying to be entertaining on their own. And like the being entertaining on their own thing is really what's going to sink or swim your ability to do it as a career. I think like even if you have a lot of insight, that's not going to allow you to make a living talking about movies on YouTube. You know, being entertaining is probably the most important thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
before
what?
you start, Andrew.
Oh,
let me
yeah,
just
yeah,
bring up Pony Smasher. Well, sorry, Patrick. He might have just disconnected. He's having a weird issue. Let's hope he comes back up. Pony Smasher was a YouTuber who actually became a director, which I find interesting enough, where Parrallax was talking about it. But he, of course, not many people think of his one movie. What was it? 2 movies now with Shazam. But I just wanted to bring up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a YouTuber who went over to movie making. And Patrick again, having trouble with connection.
Yeah, the director of that film actually had some beef with CinemaSins, right?
Yeah, probably.
Because like they were both YouTubers, and CinemaSins made a video on Shazam, and he didn't like it.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. And then Chris Stuckman is another one that
from
comes to
Land
mind
Before Time.
for
So
okay, yeah, we might
trying
just get disconnected.
Wait, Chris Stuckman has directed a film?
Yeah.
He's done a few short films, and he's in the middle of making one right now.
Oh, really?
Like a feature-length one.
Well, I think he's
I'm not-
always aimed at that.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure how good it'll be, though, because no offense.
Yeah.
The one short film that I'm aware of that he made, it's not what you would call good, but
It's not
it's
the
a
worst
valiant
thing
effort.
ever.
I appreciate
It's
the
just-
attempt.
It's a little bit immature-ish.
But
I mean, that's to be expected.
yeah, exactly.
EFAP actually did a breakdown of his first short film, I think. So go check that out. It's a little plug.
What a lot of people don't realize is even the filmmakers that people would think of as natural geniuses that just sort of came out of the womb understanding the rules of cinema usually were struggling in the background for a full decade.
Oh yeah, Tarantino, like, didn't he like live out of his car or something, and like all of the money that he made from a job at a video store went towards like his first film?
Tarantino
right?
He began having success at the age of 27, like real genuine success to where people would know who he was. And he had been pursuing filmmaking in one capacity or another since he was 13. Like he had taken acting classes. He dropped out of high school to do acting. He was working odd jobs. Then he started writing. He was helping other people produce films. He made an entire film most people don't know about called My Best Friend's Birthday that like barely got completed and never got distributed. I mean, like, yeah, he was doing all sorts of shit for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Before he ever saw any success. And people will see him pop up and think, oh man, what a genius. Like, I can't believe this guy just, rocked out his first film and it's this good. And it's like, well, it's not, it's not really his first film. It's just his first film that you've seen. It's a very difficult thing. Yeah.
That's true of like really anyone in any field ever. Like, didn't the guys who created Google, didn't they start out of like a garage?
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, yeah, it's true of basically everyone. You don't get
everyone
success
started
overnight.
out of the like Steve Jobs and all that sort of stuff.
If you're taking if you're taking being an artist seriously in most areas, the reasonable time frame for the kind of success you probably want is like 10 years as a conservative number. Like
Mhm.
it'll probably take 10 years to start really doing the things that people aspire to do.
Yeah, and
What-
a lot
what
of
is
it is
it,
working bottom up. Unless you're
yeah.
Michael Waldron.
Something like, what is it, 10,000 hours to master
Master
a
art.
Be an
skill?
expert, yeah.
That's honestly, I think that's kind of low end.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
I wouldn't be surprised.
this is something I'll probably make a video on at some point on the second channel. But like a lot of people have no understanding of both how difficult creative industries are and how awesome stable jobs are. Like people think just having a job and making $20 an hour is like terrible. There's so many benefits to that you don't understand until you don't have it. Like it's like just simple things like getting health insurance in a creative industry can be quite complicated, and you have like massive incredible long-term job instability. Even people who are screenwriters in Hollywood who are relatively successful, people who have made something that you would have heard about and thought it was good, are very often have like second jobs, or they're just not particularly doing well. It's a very, very unstable thing. Pursuing any sort of
That's
creative
very true.
endeavor. Amusingly, probably the most stable one you can pursue is YouTube. YouTube
Probably,
is better,
yeah.
better financial prospects than going into Hollywood.
Yeah, writing actually is fairly simple. Also, I mean, there's a lot of indie authors who really got big. Like two of my favorite ones, Andy Weir and Dennis E. Taylor, started off basically just publishing, basically on the web, and they got. Andy Weir has the Martian movie. The book was okay. The movie was actually excellently done, in my personal opinion.
I'll be right back.
I haven't gone through a critical reading of it. And he's getting another with Barbie's old guy. Ryan Gosling is going to star in Project Hail Mary. But I'm more of a jack of all trades. So book criticism, like The Critical Drinker has a book, and I did a review on that. That was quite interesting of a book. Very Resident Evil-ish.
I didn't know Critical Drinker has a book. That's interesting.
No,
Yeah, he does a lot
he's
of
an
Jack
author.
Ryan like stuff, but he had one Resident Evil-ish one, thriller, zombie, more action than horror. Had a
No,
little
no,
bit of a
he-
horror element.
He's like oh gosh, Tom Clancy. He actually had a book tour in the United States recently where he was going around. He's got like a whole library of books.
Drake something.
Yeah.
Even has a short film. If you look at IMDb,
Yeah,
he
He's
has
coming out with his short film has been what was gosh,
All
how
right,
many
back.
millions of dollars did it raise? I forget, but
probably too much.
yeah.
I swear
What
these
is-
YouTubers have way too much of a leg up, like the Comicsgate guys who go on YouTube and get this funding. Other people, probably more talented people, Adam, probably have a harder time getting funding, even though their books are probably much better.
Well, that's the way of the world. I mean,
Yeah.
let's be real. If I have considerable success on YouTube, I'll probably use that to try and option screenplays. It's
There you
like
go.
why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
If I have success, I would
Use your
probably try to
resources
publish
to the
some
best
of my
your ability,
stories.
So if I could take the wheel a little bit, how I see criticism is that there are basically two. Oh well, okay. I see kind of like a Venn diagram, right, where you've got reviews and criticism in general that is geared toward like an uninformed audience, and then you've got criticism geared towards an informed audience. And you've got so like the uninformed audience can be either interested in the movie itself, so like your typical like old school style review where it's just a little blurb in the paper or a short little video on YouTube that's do you want to see this or do you not want to see this, and then it can also be something around like a technique, like an idea going on in the film or a filmmaking technique, so where an uninformed audience can be more informed on what's going on with the filmmaking, can be more engaged with the films that they watch. And then there's the informed audience, where you're going to be something more like Mahler's videos, where they are not necessarily intended for people who haven't seen the movie, but rather people who have seen the movie, and going over the movie as a whole, going over what's going on that maybe you didn't pay attention to, or maybe like articulating ideas that you already had. And then you have going over maybe like techniques for people who are informed. They know about filmmaking, but like it's informing on them on ideas. So like there, what I'm thinking about is like something like Studio Binder, where they're going over all these different techniques and ideas of filmmaking. For, I guess they're sort of uninformed, but they're mostly informed, is the point. So they go and they're trying to help out, make your craft better. And
Okay, yeah, for the professional, there's criticism for the professionals and criticism for the layman's, the audience, that sort of thing. So
Right.
two different audiences. A criticism directed towards two sort of audiences is
Yeah.
what you seem to be saying.
well, yeah, and depending on exactly how you're looking at it, there's all it's a big. There are many circles inside this Venn diagram, because like maybe you are a movie critic looking to learn more about film, or you're a movie critic learning to look more on criticism. Or maybe you're just a general audience member and you're looking to go see which movie should you go out to see this weekend, kind of thing. I mean, these are all like different ideas, so they all and they have okay. And so then you can also break it down to like the criticism can either be geared towards like from the audience perspective, which is what I see as something like EFAP does. EFAP kind of like takes the audience perspective, the audience lens, and looks at the movie in depth. And I think that's great, but like how I try and approach criticism is more like from the filmmaking, like from the how it was made, what is it trying to accomplish.
And how much is the genre really factor into your particular analysis, Andrew? Like, do you have genre standards? I mean, if you're going to make a horror movie or action movie, do you use some of the conventions of that?
Okay, yes and no. I think that it's much more important to look at what's going on in the film, or like I think that techniques are like kind of like a toolbox, right?
Yeah.
So like if you're doing like a match cut, is going to be different than, oh gosh, I can't think
It
of
serves
it.
the different purposes.
Yeah,
Angles, everything serves
exactly,
a purpose.
right. Everything, like like the when you're plucking the violin, right? That's going to build tension. You can't use that in a scene that is supposed to relax tension and expect the audience to respond that way. It plucking violin noise is going to increase the tension, so you have to be aware of the tools and what they kind of their impact on the audience, and build the film that way. Now so generally speaking, I don't like genre arguments. I think that they can't they can't be.
I think they have their place,
practical.
but they can be used to deflect from more serious matters. I will agree with that assessment. Anyone else have thoughts about genre arguments?
What do you mean by genre argument?
Be like, okay, it has this sort of convention.
I mean, here's the genre argument. So somebody has, like the MCU. Someone might say that any other superhero, or any other Avenger or whatnot showing up in Black Widow doesn't matter, because in the genre of comic book and comic book movies, solo movies are just about that one character. So it doesn't matter if like the script or the plot.
Okay, so a Bob level argument.
Yeah.
And on that
Yeah.
note, are
Yeah,
you with
it's-
us, Patrick?
And that's not even
Stable
factually
connection?
true, though, of a lot of superhero films.
Well, it doesn't mean that it's. But see here, that's the thing. Is like, does that excuse what's going on, or does that simply inform why the decision was made, and we can criticize it?
You would have to go into depth with each
Yeah, exactly.
example.
Yeah.
Patrick, you with us? Good connection this time around?
I think I'm here.
Okay,
I
you're
here?
here with us. Yeah,
hear
I
ya.
believe you're
I hear
here. Good to have you, Patrick. Patrick,
Yeah, I tried to.
do you
I
know
tried
the
to
rest of the
set
guys,
up,
Parrallax?
He probably doesn't know
I
me by
know-
this name.
No, what name would I know you by?
Do you know Doomer Media? If you
Yeah,
know
I
me, you
do.
probably know me by that name. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
now
not
I
as big of a-
recognize your voice. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
of course. Yeah, you're famous, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, what are
I
you
wish.
doing on a stream with scrubs like us, just trying to rise up? But
Yeah.
you're a
Yeah,
cool
just-
guy.
Have a good time.
All of us
Yeah, it's
plebs.
crazy.
Wow.
You're hoping to get a little
I
bit
didn't know
of the
Vincent
crumb
had
off
such
your
cool
bread.
friends.
I'm not really a friend. I just asked. It never hurts to ask. I also asked Southpaw, but supposedly he said yes, but
There's
He
a-
probably was a bit.
he's like, I have to
No,
work. I got
Doomer-
confused and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, work can
Alright.
come up. And
Doomer's
then
my
you gotta
favorite,
change
man.
plans.
Whenever-
That's happened to me.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so-
Whenever I see
Sorry,
you
what?
pop up on,
He
on
can give you some
Chat,
reliably
I think it's
inconsistent takes.
hysterical.
No offense, Doomer. I still love you.
Thank you. But yeah, this is actually kind of a piece of wisdom for people in the world. So many people have like talked to me on stream. They'll just like ask, "Do you want to come on?" It's like, sure, why not? And people are so dumbfounded. The thing in my life where I've experienced that is that on many occasions I've sent emails to like college professors that are the top in their field at a particular thing.
Mhm.
Not my experience is that if you send them a thoughtful question that is concise and shows that you actually know what you're talking about, my response rate's like 70%. Like you can get
Wow,
detailed answers from some of the top people in their field about their thing. You just ask. Like it's the
yeah,
likelihood of them
you,
responding is actually pretty high. The
Nice. That's awesome.
like with the Vosh video, for example, I sent emails to I think 4 professors of ethics and political philosophy and got 3 responses. And one of them was
Man.
like sending me essays and shit. Like, here are books you should read about that. Here's my position on that. Here's the arguments other people will be making about that. It's like, yeah, just ask. Like if you just ask people and you're not wasting their time, I mean,
I need
Yeah,
to
don't
be
ask
they're
those
not in
people,
bad
though.
faith.
I had that experience.
Yeah, Patrick had a bad experience with that. So he was dealing with the Phantom Initiative, Dane in particular, but let's
Oh,
not get
yeah.
into that.
Uh,
But
No, no.
Patrick,
Doomer, you have no idea who those guys are. You're so out of the loop, aren't you?
are the fandom people the people that are like trying to cancel Mahler for being transphobic or something?
yeah,
Probably.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm
if it was
vaguely.
specifically for that,
Yeah,
but
they're-
they were on
they're-
Stitch and Adam.
they're not really
They
what we're
debated
talking
them. It was
about.
very painful.
Yeah, I'm vaguely aware of them as being like these people are probably clowns, but I don't have the time to look into
They
it.
are. They're not. Yeah, they're not worth your time of day. Trust me.
Yeah, they're not serious people.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
they're
So-
the kind of people who make criticisms of people while doing exactly what they're doing, like what
Yeah.
they're criticizing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, a funny example of this was, well, I guess know how much you want to pivot into this, Martin.
Well,
if you're
I
okay
think we
with it.
should like just get back on track with the criticism.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
As
mean,
as that
yeah.
is.
So-
Yeah, I was gonna
Let's
say.
not-
So
I
I-
don't want to
story I could
direct
give.
into those.
So
guys.
I actually had a point really quick about what Andrew said before we move on. He was
Cool.
talking about criticism that's aimed at an informed versus uninformed audience.
Yeah.
This might be a hot take, but I don't think it's even possible to succeed on YouTube if what you're actually trying to do is basically target an informed audience. I don't think that's really what's going on. Like
I'll agree
for
with that.
I'll give you 2 examples. So one, there's a channel called Lessons from the Screenplay. I think they have like 2 or 3 million subs or something like that. I can tell you from knowing a lot about screenwriting, the number of people in their audience that actually understand anything that's going on is maybe 10,000 out of several million. There's
Yeah,
just because there's just not enough people
Mhm.
that,
Can you
that
cover
are.
that in a video? Mention that in one of your videos, I think.
I might have. I don't remember what the fuck I say in videos. But yeah, I mean, like I don't buy the idea at all that what they're doing is like making videos for screenwriters. They're making videos for people who don't know anything about screenwriting but have a vague interest. And
Mhm.
we,
Hobbyists.
we don't need to go into detail, but I would say that the more you know about screenwriting, the less interested you might be in some of the things that they have to say. But
Sure.
so, and Mahler's another good example. I was
I
introduced to
think it would
Mahler's
be that way
videos.
with most subjects, though. I mean,
Exactly. It is
if
that
you
way
watch
with
a
almost all
cooking show,
subjects.
you're not gonna
you-
need to know about emulsion.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
you can do things that are most interesting to people that are informed or that really understand like what you're doing. But in order to grow and on social media anywhere, you must be targeting primarily people who don't know and don't care about what you're talking about. To me, that's the sign of a great YouTube channel. Most of my favorite YouTube channels, like there's this guy Tantacruel. He makes videos about music composition software. That's 3 tiers deep into something I don't give a fuck
Yeah.
about. I don't know anything about music. I especially don't know anything about composition software. But his videos are very entertaining, right? And like I think that that's what you would have to target if your goal is to do it as a career and grow and
Mhm.
succeed. But Mahler is another good example there. I was introduced to Mahler through his TLJ video. And I've never seen TLJ. I guess I've kind of seen TLJ since I've seen his video. I know everything that happens in it, but I've never seen TLJ. And like I think
So
that
lucky.
I think that a lot of the appeal of his videos in particular is not necessarily like part of the appeal is of his format is that his videos work for someone who has not seen the thing, because he goes over things in such detail
Mhm.
that even though I haven't seen TLJ, I could probably have an argument about it because I know so much about it from having watched this fucking video. And like that's an
Sure.
advantage of the format. So like
Yeah.
I don't think it's I don't think it's a deep issue with what you said. It's more of a semantic thing.
Mhm.
But I would say it has to do with more like there are some forms of criticism that are much shorter and more concise and more surface level. Like when I was giving the non-spoiler review for Oppenheimer and Barbie, it's very, very surface level stuff, very, very, high level, whatever. But if I made a 2-hour video about these things, it would be way, way, way more in depth. I don't
Mhm.
necessarily think the difference there is the level of information your audience has. It's the level of information that you're going into and the sort of appeal that you're packing into it. Yeah.
Well,
Just figured
if
out
I
there
can
that
build
way.
off of what you said, I would say that having the uninformed audience in mind is definitely the way you grow. 100% agree with that. I would say that there is a difference between um,
But it has to be
like
an interest
my
in subject matter that would appeal to an uninformed audience still.
Right.
I
Well-
just wanted to put that caveat there.
Well, my point about like the uninformed informed audience is that if somebody is looking for a like should I go see this movie?
Yep.
Is going to be a different audience than like I have seen this movie, or maybe I'm not even going to see this movie, but like I want all of the information on it. Those two are two different audiences.
That would be
Yeah,
like
it's
Stuckman.
Chris
if you
Stuckman
just
versus
wanna see a
Mahler.
movie.
Yeah.
Yep. Or
Yeah.
there's other people who are in between, like you, Parallax, who does a spoiler free. Then you tell people to shoo away. I don't care about my analytics. Now let me get into the details. Did you get any shit for any of your Barbie or Oppenheimer takes? Because supposedly I've seen some people like Oppenheimer's the greatest movie ever, and you sort of contradicted that.
I mean, not yet, but no one's seen the fucking video, so I don't know.
To be honest,
I
though,
mean,
it's
like-
a Christopher Nolan movie, so I doubt it would be the best movie
Yeah.
ever.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
I have no
it-
fucking interest in that movie.
I've seen after I made so I basically went and watched the double feature, came home and made the video and went to sleep. And like when I woke up, I read a bunch of the reviews. I don't know. I feel like we didn't watch the same movie, man. People are talking about that movie like it's the best thing that's ever been made. Like, I don't know, man. It's like a slightly better than average biopic. Like, and
That-
biopics are like a genre that are typically
Titanic
pretty bad. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Okay,
Um,
wild take from me is a lot of criticism, even on YouTube. I think a lot of it is marketing. Critics, for the most part, as the popularity goes, are salesmen. Okay, the way I look at it, you have a product, a medium, a movie, a piece of art, anything. You have the audience, then you have the critics, and probably the influencers who talk about it, who are like the salespeople. There's some salespeople who will be more honest and talk a lot of stuff to get more people into it and maybe even gaslight people into believing it's good. And you have more honest critics who will talk about the actual features and be like, okay, this is the product, this is the features. If you want it, buy it. That's my personal opinion on that.
Going off of what Parallax was saying about Oppenheimer and Nolan, I had the same kind of experience with The Prestige. Is that I saw that movie once in the theater and was like, well, it's average to above average, and then like Mahler and such were saying like, oh, it's the greatest film ever, almost like it's a 9 out of 10, and I'm like, that is overselling it. So then I watched it again, and
Good thing
not
Scott
only is
Paul
the
isn't here.
ending a little, not only is the ending have problems, but the inciting incident, which is the most important, well, one of the most important scenes in a film, or concept in a film, is totally just messed up. It's got 2 or 3 serious flaws in it, and the movie, you could add scenes later to actually, well, lampshade or cover up those flaws, but the film doesn't do either. It has those flaws, and then it also doesn't address those flaws.
So
And
what
so,
movie
like,
are we talking about right now?
The Prestige.
Prestige.
Oh, Prestige.
Like, have you ever? I mean, what are your thoughts on The Prestige?
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I really like it.
I always say it's Nolan's best film by a good margin, although I'm pretty critical of Nolan, so I don't know if that's damning with faint praise. I remember quite liking
Yeah.
it, but like I think it's Mahler's outright favorite movie of all time or something like that.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
nowhere.
well,
It's
he
not.
says
It's not
it's
to
like-
that level. It's not to that level for me.
Okay, so
But I recall liking it. I haven't seen it in a while.
So real quick, the problem with the inciting
What was
incident.
Nolan's like big film though? What put him on the map?
The Dark Knight, probably.
Yeah, probably The
You
Dark
think
Knight.
so?
Yeah.
Or was
Is
it
it
Batman
really The Dark
Begins? Because
Knight?
Batman Begins
That's
did
like the
pretty well,
worst.
right?
Yeah,
Who
no.
did Memento? I'm trying to think.
That's Christopher. That's Christopher Nolan's, I think, second
Yeah.
film after Following.
Yeah,
Um,
I liked
so
Memento. Okay, I think that's
Memento
really what put him
probably-
on the map. I thought that was
No.
Nolan. I like.
Well, it
Yeah.
depends what you mean by if by on the map you mean a person who is like respected as a director, then yeah, it would be Memento. But The
Yeah.
Dark Knight made him like one of the biggest directors in the fucking world, a person
Yeah.
whose name every single
well,
person knows. Like,
Yeah.
100% right there.
Yeah,
And
the
then he made
average
The Dark
person
Knight
and
Rises
people who
and
Yeah,
like-
that's what I kind of mean.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ryzen.
And
So-
Such a waste.
So with the inciting incident, there's the death of Hugh Jackman's wife, and
Mhm.
the film is based off of so it changes a little bit through his journey, but the initial and the inciting incident, his initial goal is finding out whether or not Christian Bale's character tied the knot wrong, or if it was just a simple accident. That is what he's really after. That information. And yet there are 2 pieces of information where they should absolutely know at that point. There shouldn't be any question that they absolutely do know what that knot is before Hugh Jackman even asked the question to Christian Bale. And that is because, one, just simply, the knot was intact after she died. They have to destroy that knot. The knot is the evidence. It's there. It's intact. They have to destroy that evidence to for it not to exist anymore. And so, yes, they what was that? They didn't quickly undo it during that scene, right? She's dead. She's lying there on the stage, and he's grieving. So then sometime later, they have somebody undo the knot or cut it open or whatever, right? And so maybe they're not thinking about it, right? But someone definitely should be, especially somebody like Cutter, who is, or Michael Caine's character, because he was already predisposed to worry about the knot. They had a scene directly dedicated to him worrying about the knot that Christian Bale's character was using. And then on second, the second issue is that Michael Caine's character, in 2 scenes, one where it's going successfully, he's watching from one place on the stage, and Christian Bale's character and the wife are at a different part on the stage. He is doing the scene, drops the knot, and then he does it again real quick, and it's all good. But Christian Bale or Michael Caine's character sees him drop the knot, and puts his hand to his head. He's like, "Oh my gosh, what are you doing?" The second time, when he does the wrong knot, when he starts doing the right knot and then stops and then does the other knot, they are standing in the same position. They are facing the same direction.
I think
the
it would.
same option. He looks over his shoulder to look at Michael Caine, in the same way that he did before. Everything is the same. Michael Caine's character has previously been predisposed to be worrying about Christian Bale's character doing the right knot. So, from everything from simple filmmaking techniques, it's almost trying to tell you that Michael Caine is aware.
Okay.
In another film, that would be the evidence. What I'm saying here is the evidence that Michael Caine's character does know. But
you're definitely going to have to do a video on this. I mean, Patrick, are you keeping up with any of this? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not following along very well.
Oh.
Yeah, it's better with visual aid, Andrew. I mean, you definitely should go over it.
Yeah,
one day.
I'm trying to remember the movie, but I really don't.
But
I have a half-finished video on it. It's so irritating that
I understand it. Probably you probably respect Mahler a lot more than certain people here, and to have him praise this when you see such an obvious flaw, I can understand your problem with that. Sometimes that's the problem with critics. If they just say this is so great, personally, I did a video on Captain America: Civil War. I don't think it's that great, but different people are allowed to have their perspective. Some people are going to ignore certain things and not see them as flaws generally.
Right. Well, and that's one thing to say that, if having a flawed perspective on a film is expected, and whether having a flawed perspective on a film is acceptable, or is good, it'd be, you let
I think
things
it
go.
should be within reason.
Well, you let things go. You don't harp on it. You don't say, "Oh, this person has a flawed perspective on this film, and we can't be friends anymore," or something. You don't do that, But you
it's
recognize
good to have arguments over this sort of stuff sometimes. Like with friends, you shouldn't fight. You shouldn't oh, he doesn't like this movie. He doesn't think it's the best. Stay away from me.
Exactly.
Patrick, what is all your thoughts? You're sort of the more normal person, not as critical as the rest of us. What have you been thinking as much of this stream as you've been? I mean, your perspective is just as equally as important as any of us who are. Go on, Patrick. Sorry.
Yeah, well, the problem is I haven't seen Barbie. I haven't seen Oppenheimer. I haven't seen any of these fucking movies that you guys are talking about.
So you are the uninformed audience.
I know. I don't.
So Patrick might not know what we were talking about earlier.
It criticism of Barbie now. Yeah. Oh yeah, I probably missed out on that.
Yeah, so we were just talking about in general.
Yeah, Patrick's roboting somewhat.
Ew.
Sorry, Patrick.
How unfortunate.
I may have to bail out, guys. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm glad you came here.
Thanks for coming on and listening for a little bit. No,
I tried.
Streets.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate that, Patrick. I mean, if you
could
stay in the comments and ask
tried.
probing questions in the comments, it would be helpful. I'll bring them up. I wanted you in here as sort of the normie perspective.
Yeah,
but internet issues, shit like that. Okay, man.
I'm gonna try one more thing, and I'm gonna try one more thing, and then I'll be back in like a little while, maybe.
Alrighty.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
bye,
but
guys.
we're getting bye for now, at least. Okay, we seem to be getting in the weeds. Patrick was a representative. He's having trouble following along. I think. Let me bring up this.
Did what I
let's-
say make any sense?
Yes,
It-
I
Prestige?
understood it. I
It makes
understood
sense, I
the
just-
issues you had.
Yeah, I haven't seen the movie in enough detail to like process it. I would need to sit
Yeah.
down and like go through it, which I do not have time to do right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, here, if I can find it, I actually did make a clip of just the two scenes back to back, real quick, like as a split
Okay.
screen, so you can see them together.
That's also a very
Um,
complex movie, so it would it's a lot
Yeah,
of
with
tangled
the
webs.
context might be left off. Let's
Well-
actually move on to everything even the audience can watch. I mean,
Mhm.
because I got the best scenes.
I still haven't given my spiel, but okay.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jabs.
No, it's fine. I'm used to being forgotten anyway.
Sorry, man. What are your
Pity
thoughts on
me.
criticism?
No, well, I think there are a few fundamentals every critic should have, or at least aspire to. So I don't think there's necessarily one right or wrong way to analyze any type of media. I do have a preference for long form, very detailed breakdowns of the mechanics involved in certain films, with reviews done by the likes of Mahler, Pyrocynical, H Bomber Guy, JXC, etc., etc. However, there is a time and place for other types of media analysis. Every once in a while, I like a quick, so every once in a while, I wouldn't mind like a quick spoiler-free review of a film that acts more like a recommendation from people like Jeremy Johns, something along those lines.
Yeah, I
That's
do like
it's kind of
Jeremy
quick,
Johns.
easy, a bit palatable, and the person talking about it is passionate about what they're saying.
I understand. Okay.
However, what I can't stand in a critic is a constant sort of blatant hypocrisy. Many people will kind of appeal to the fact that art is ultimately subjective, and so expecting a consistent, objectively applied standard from really any critic is absurd. But this is pretty absurd in my opinion, because consistency in a lot of ways creates credibility. If I could watch 10 similar films and not know what a certain critic will think of any one of them, I feel like to an extent that critic has failed their function.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying with that?
Yeah. I mean, there is an argument for that. There are arguments against that, like Memento, which I brought up, Nolan. It was told backwards. It was still consistent. If you rearranged it, the story makes sense.
No. What I'm saying is I think that critics should have some consistent standard that they like to adhere to, because in a lot of ways they're public figures, and they're going to have followings that maybe want to glean some sort of opinion or information or work off of kind of their recommendation to go see a movie.
To give a distinct example, like Mahler's big thing is whether or not things make sense. And if he all of a sudden drops a video where he acknowledges that something doesn't make sense and then says it doesn't matter, that would be like a big problem, is what Jab is saying.
Yeah.
It's this whole thing.
Okay, I will agree with that. If someone sets out a principle for their criticism, like Mahler has, and sort of goes back on it, I understand sort of some people giving him backlash and shit for that.
I think that every critic should have some decently thought out principles that they have on whatever thing that they're analyzing, so that the people who follow them, who appreciate and value their opinions, can come to them as like a trusted source of what they would or wouldn't like,
Yeah.
And so secondly, this is a pretty easy one. Just be honest about your opinions. Don't let like pressures of popularity swing you in one direction or the other. It's really annoying when I feel like a critic is only saying nice things about a movie because it's popular to do so, or bad things about a movie because it's popular to do so. That's like the most annoying feeling in the world.
But a lot of critics have to tiptoe around. In my personal opinion, I think I understand the need to tiptoe around not bashing on popular things. I mean, there is a sort of contrarian nature to that. Even if you explain all your points, some people are be like, they won't get the criticism and sort of just be like, they're just a hater or contrarian. I can understand that aspect.
At that point, just don't review the thing if you don't feel like you can express yourself in an honest way without
That's exactly
backlash.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The way that you maintain that is you just don't talk about certain things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like, I mean, it's like, you know, if you're a left-wing content creator and you all of a sudden drop a video that's making a very strong right-wing argument, it doesn't matter how well you argue that. It doesn't matter what you say. Your audience is going to hate it. And the same thing is true. The same thing's even more true
unless
in
you
media.
can't roll with the punches, just, you know,
Yeah,
stay,
like
if you can't handle the heat,
there
stay
are
out of the kitchen.
there are popular films that I not only hate but think are terrible, and you know could make a 3-hour video about everything that's wrong with this stupid movie everyone likes, but I'm not going to do that. It's just a waste. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. So like, you know, if you don't want to deal with the crap, then you know, just don't talk about it. It's the easy solution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And that
I
actually
agree.
sort of-
That's the most honest way of dealing with it, but not try to deflect. I would say you shouldn't deflect. You should just not talk about it.
Yeah. You know, or don't, if you think you're too much of a shill to your audience, you know, just
Yeah.
you can still behave in ways that are honest, that still align with whatever your audience
Well, some people
wants.
create
you just,
a trap.
you just have
for
to kind of
themselves.
not say your opinion sometimes.
Yeah. Some people create a trap for themselves in their content. They say something
people can
early
get very
on, they get a
audience
little
captured.
followers. Yeah, audience capture. And there's a lot of examples of backlash of content creators. I don't want to bring up any examples because I don't want to focus on anyone. This is more, I'm trying to be more about just deep criticism. So from the
And that kind
conversation,
of bleeds into my final point,
okay, sorry.
which, you know, the only other prerequisite I ascribe to being a critic is to have passion for whatever it is you're talking about. Too many times I've seen critiques start to feel like a job to people. You know, a large amount of times it's because people want to have like every opinion on every new piece of media being released, but you don't always have to stay up to date on everything that's coming out. It's okay to pick and choose which film you want to express yourself with. Otherwise, you may end up with burnout, which can affect the other two prerequisites of consistency and honesty.
Yeah, I will agree with that. Some people just feel like they have to jump on every piece of media, comment on it at least once. And sometimes that can lead into that. What do you guys think about that idea? Burnout and chasing every trend.
I'm pretty strongly against, as a media person, going after every new thing for a variety of reasons. But that's not going to be a popular take. But I do not think, and I guess we'll get to run an experiment with my new channel. I don't think you have to talk about new things to succeed, and there's a substantial downside to talking about new stuff.
Yeah, good.
Well, I mean, The Force Awakens came out like almost a decade ago, and Mahler's still making a series on it.
But that's part
and
of the
those
culture
average
war
like
still.
1 million views.
Yeah, that has culture war value. So
I can understand some people trying to put him into the political camp when he wants to stay out of it. But yeah, it's still one of those hot. Well, writing wise, I'm not going to comment too much on it. I would have to do a critique to seriously, but I've laid out my thoughts on those trilogy.
Yeah, but like, what am I?
Culture war stuff.
What
Like I said,
of my-
think about it. Sorry, go.
Yeah, one of my biggest issues with having to give your opinion on every new thing is that almost everything that comes out is bad. And if you first of all, if you feel like you need to give your opinion on everything, then you're going to spend most of your time watching things that are bad, which that's a pretty big cost to me personally. But beyond that, then you become a person who's cultivated an audience of people who want you to shit on things. And there's a lot of downsides to that people don't necessarily realize. So I was talking earlier about how film YouTube is not as big as it probably should be. Like Minecraft, for example. Minecraft as a game is more successful on YouTube than the entirety of people talking about film, which is just embarrassing. I mean, it's legitimately embarrassing that is the case. I think part of the reason for that is because so many people feel obligated to talk about the newest thing. And if you have any standards, the newest thing probably sucks. There's a massive cost that you pay for talking about how things suck. It's very difficult to build a long-term audience of normies because the reason that things suck is because normies generally like them. You know, a random ass person is going to go to the movies and they're going to enjoy most of what they see. And if they see a movie and hate it, they might tune into your one video talking about how much you hate that particular thing. But then if next week they see a movie they like and they go to your channel and you're shitting on it, well, you just lost that person. I mean, it's like a very serious cost there. So all you really end up doing are attracting the people who are actively interested in watching and hating everything, which is, relatively speaking, I think, a small percentage of the overall audience of people who could conceivably want to talk about film. And there's been a couple of examples of film channels that are almost exclusively positive that have been quite successful, which gives me some hope that there probably is a good deal of untapped potential. And I think the widespread negativity in the film space in general is probably one of the reasons that we think things haven't grown to the extent that they might be able to. So that would be my best argument for why you don't necessarily want to constantly chase trends and talk about the newest thing.
There's also a flip side to that. I've noticed personally, some people, when they talk mostly positive about things, it's more in the video game sphere of commentary, criticism, and this stuff. You say just a slightly or add a joke to be critical. Let's say 80% of your video is completely positive. That 20% that is the negative in the viewer's mind, people will hyper focus and criticize you for that 20%. If you're not, especially if it's more of a subjective take, it's something people can disagree with. I agree with Parrallax here that there is a lot of people in the criticism space who focuses just on the negative. I've dealt with some myself. Andrew, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I was gonna say that.
Sorry, I was gone for a second.
Definitely hear. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about whether or not you should chase everything, or what the downside is. Yeah.
Okay.
And what that will lead to with the negativity.
Somebody, I don't know who that was, but anyway, so I think that again, I agree actually with Parrallax a lot with that. If you're chasing everything that's new, then almost everything that does come out is bad. So you're gonna that's gonna become a burden on you.
And that's going to sort of reflect on your audience also.
Exactly. Yeah. And just like he said, most people like most things, unfortunately. What I've come to realize, a lot of people, how they view movies, and because I've talked to a lot of normies about this, is that, or, just the general audience, I should say, is that they view movies more like a roller coaster. And so taking that into perspective, that's one of the things that I really want to try and accomplish with my channel, actually, is to explore, what's going on there, and to give credit to allow people that kind of perspective to validate that. While also pointing out, where things are working and where things aren't. Because if you're just harping on what's wrong, then you're going to be isolating the people who enjoyed it, or, you're going to be alienating them. So I think that if you're addressing what is enjoyable, what is working, what is likable about the film, it goes a long way to bridging that gap between the people who like it and the people who didn't like it or have a problem with it.
Man, that sort of creates the doomer mindset, if you pardon the pun here. But yeah, I absolutely agree with that. You need to acknowledge the good and bad in most things. Sometimes people focus way too on the bad and don't reflect on the good in a lot of elements. And there's many places we can take it. I have 2 videos by the gauge of the conversation that I think will help frame our sort of discussion and give us a visual aid, which is always helpful in streams like this. One is the top 10 best scenes of all time. The other is Evan Monroe's video on art is not subjective. Unless there's a particular scene you want to sort of talk about that's in the playlist that I set up. People's thoughts?
Yeah, we can watch whatever.
Yeah, it's all good by me.
Okay. I think
you guys hear me very well? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not
you're
sure about
sounding
my
good.
volume.
Maybe a little low, but it's
Little
good
low?
enough.
Okay.
Okay, Andrew, no thoughts on videos on the playlist that you think would be good to respond to? Okay, you're muted, Andrew, if you're trying to talk.
I don't remember
Okay.
what's on the playlist.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I've seen those and they're great videos. I think going through them would be very, yeah, it would be a good springboard to talk about.
Let's start with the top 10 best scenes of all time. Is there anything you want to pick out, or just play it through and give your thoughts on it?
I think it's going through it.
So are we going to do a watch together link so that we can each pause, or are we just going to basically watch it without pausing?
I'll pause it
could
every
just tell
few
Vincent
seconds
to pause it.
anyways.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Streamlabs. You can just say pause it. I'll pause it every few seconds anyways. When I
The
think
opening
there's
scene to
something
Arcane better
significant.
be in this, because that's amazing.
Oh God, this is more guys, Arcane is not the pinnacle of media out there. Sorry.
It's pretty up there though. It's
for modern day media, it's pretty hyped and it's definitely a good example, but it's not the end all be all of things. Okay. No offense to Arcane.
It's very good though. So
okay, yeah, let's do this. I'll pause it every few seconds. Probably should have set up a watch together, but I'm still new at this streaming thing. So forgive me, Parrallax, for sucking at this.
Deer Hunter.
Oh,
It's a simple master, a couple close-ups, and a few different over-the-shoulders for each important relationship. But what most of those over-the-shoulders are highlighting is De Niro's incredible dynamic with his captor. I'm not sure if there's ever been...
Yeah, I will definitely agree with that. I've never actually seen this movie before, but this video does a good job of expressing how these are good scenes. I don't agree with his next take. Any thoughts on that? Agreement or disagreement?
So
I have no idea what's going on in the story at this point. Typically, I need a little bit more context to.
Okay, well,
yeah. So I saw the Deer Hunter 20 years ago. My memory is, man, this movie is long and boring, but this scene is good. That's what I recall about it. So I'm assuming it's a pretty good scene.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of movies. I've done a lot of classes. I even had a sort of a eco-trauma class, which was really weird, like the symbology of certain films, like. What was it? Deliverance was like an eco-trauma. I mean, I can see The Bay if anyone's seen that movie. The Bay was some Chesapeake Bay messaging. Okay, let me go to something like, let me just play out this.
Oh,
Andrew, did you have something to say? Sorry.
No. I saw one of the films coming up, so it was like, yeah. But we can just go through this.
Been a better example of genuine hate and rage on screen than his performance here as he marches up and down the spectrum of expression from fear and hatred to manic support. The stakes are life and death, but the potential payoff is 3 chambers of salvation, and De Niro's character perfectly channels his madness into destabilizing the situation just enough to take control and bring the two of them to freedom.
Okay.
Commercial anyway, so I'll mute it and let it play.
I actually disagree with that. It's like he's putting on facade. It's not like he is like actually going through those motions. He's struggling to
contain it.
Yeah, contain it.
I'll agree with that, you know. I don't actually like the style. What do you think about just throwing in this top 10 list? He sort of has these scenes, then he goes through a whole bunch of these other scenes and not really even covering it, just like reference. I don't know about that style.
What do we all think about how you should break down a scene? Just so when I think of how you accurately or properly sort of analyze or break down some sort of scene happening is you maybe understand where the characters are at. You understand their perspective. You can draw some broader theme out of it that connects to the rest of the movie. Like you kind of understand how like each element at play. And you can see like on a mechanical level what's happening as well in terms of the story being told.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is helpful to have the context around, but scenes isolated on their own can be admired for sort of the acting, the camera work, the music choices. There's many elements just by pulling a scene out.
Right. I really like. Sorry, I was just gonna say I really like how Studio Binder breaks down a scene, because they'll use not just like they'll use overlays to like show and with different highlighting effects and whatnot to really point out exactly what they're talking about, and so the visuals you don't just have something on screen that kind of matches what they're saying, but you have precisely showing what they're talking about.
Okay, yeah, to sort
If
of
that makes
highlight
sense.
certain.
The Studio Binder stuff that I've seen, like they're usually not breaking down everything in a scene. There's usually a specific thing they're looking at, like shot composition. And they do a very good job at that. But like breaking down a scene in general, I would agree with Jab. Like the context is equally as important as the scene itself most of the time. Like
and how it correlates to the broader story.
I was working on a script for an upcoming video, and I'm breaking down a scene in A Star Is Born. And like most of the reason the scene is good isn't even the scene itself. It's like the previous 30 minutes. And like where the characters are at and how it's able to accomplish.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you have a lot of build up and then one payoff, right? Like that
the
payoff itself may not be much, but like there's a lot going into it that makes it a lot more meaningful.
Like if you just put the scene on YouTube, it's going to do well. It's a good scene by itself without the context. But within the context of the film, it's like 10 times better because of what's leading up to the scene and what's going on with the characters, and specifically how well the film's able to accomplish like empathizing with them and being immersed in the situation and stuff like that. One of the interesting things about that scene that I noticed after watching it was that in hindsight, like if I had sat there and thought about it, the fact the scene was going to happen was so obvious. It's like it's the only thing that possibly would have happened in that situation. It's blatantly apparent that's what's moment. It's when she performs Shallow. Like it's so fucking obvious it's going to happen when you sit down and think about it. But when I was just watching the film, I didn't realize that at all. It had done a really good job of establishing suspension of disbelief and giving you doubt about basically every element of the scene. Like, does she actually like him? Does he actually like her? Is she actually going to have a career? Like every question you could think of, there's some level of doubt that you have, so you can suspend disbelief. But looking at it in retrospect, it's like from a structural perspective, obviously that's what's going to happen, right?
But yeah. Sometimes it's it's the question, not the answer that is satisfying.
Yeah. And something like, gosh, I want to say like almost opposite, but like in the same vein, is like there's this one romantic comedy. It's a comic, but I was reading it, and there's this item that is lost, and between like it's kind of like this will they won't they story, and the female lead, she is talking about the item with an expert in the item and going over all the differences between a off the rack version of it, right, and her version that he had made for her, and so like the explanation of all of everything that is different that had been shown previously, that had been worked into it, like it's the realization that like he loves her. And so like you could show that scene or you could read that scene and you would get it, but like it's powerful because of everything that happened beforehand, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I like that in 10 Things I Hate About You. I'm not going to go into the details because I don't know if everyone's watched it, but it does something very similar. But I'm also more of a fan of Shakespearean, and I think that was a really good teen adaptation of Taming of the Shrew. 10 Things I Hate About You. If you haven't seen it out there, watch it. It's definitely, I think it holds up. I would have to do a critical rating, do a full breakdown. Maybe I'll do that in the future. What do you guys think about these older movies? Should we even skip this one? I mean, this is just slapstick.
I'm not gonna.
Wait, is it? Oh, it's Modern Times. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one but me has seen that.
I might have seen it, but I've seen a lot of
I've seen a
older
little
stuff
bit of
like
Charlie Chaplin.
Metropolis for my film history class, and like the Cabinet of something. It was like a early zombie-ish sort of
Cabinet of Dr.
inspiration.
Caligari or something like that.
Yeah, I had a film class. That was like years ago. My first class. I'm like, when I went to college, first class I went, let me start off with something light, history. I almost failed that class because a lot of the movies were so boring. But yeah,
Yep.
this is Rear Window is definitely something worth considering because it's just talking about the opening scene. I think that's a better place given what people are saying. So, how many people here has watched Rear Window? I'm curious.
It's been a
Heard of
while.
it. I don't think I've ever watched it.
Okay, well, this is the opening scene, so it doesn't really have context around it. I think Hitchcock is one of the best directors, at least of his time. He might.
What do we think about?
Whoa, hot take machine over here.
Whoa.
What? Really? Hitchcock
I
is
was-
one of the best directors? How's that
Yeah,
a hot take?
He's the overall most acclaimed film director of all time.
I know,
Just joking
right?
around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I like his style, suspense. Who's your hot take? Okay, Parrallax.
I've got lots of hot takes. We don't need to get into that though.
Okay, we'll be here all day.
I've got many hot takes. They have to do mostly with your mom, though. Well,
Oh.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm so
No
sorry.
humor.
I love you,
Yeah.
Vincent.
All
right.
Thank you for having me on. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I wasn't even sure. I thought you were talking to Parrallax. Yeah, my mom.
Oh.
Both of your mothers.
Okay, let's go.
All
let's
our
go.
moms. Okay, yeah.
All right.
Oh shit.
Quickly establish the personalities, dynamics, and conflicts of all L.B. Jeffries' neighbors in a few brief, beautiful shots, and you've got one of the best examples of efficiency in visual storytelling ever shot. But follow it up with a quick tour of his apartment, delivering every bit of relevant exposition in under a minute, all without any clunky lines like, "Hey, Jeffries, remember when you broke your leg? Why?"
Yeah, I will
another-
agree with that.
Yeah. So do we all agree that like establishing or like introductory scenes to movies should establish kind of the overall tone that you're going for, including the two characters?
For the
I think it's
most part.
I think
But,
that it's highly effective for communication, but again, back to what I was saying at the beginning, it depends on what you're going for. You should be building your movie with purpose, and not just simply grabbing stuff, throwing things in because they are typical.
Right.
Well, there's there's a lot of things you need to do with a scene all at the same time. You know, you need to establish characters, advance the plot, express the themes, establish tone. I mean, I could probably go on and list, a dozen different broad goals that a scene needs to have. In general, a good film or, a good screenplay is going to do most, if not all of those things at the same time. And one of the very obvious clues of bad filmmaking is when you have scenes that are only doing one or two of those. The most obvious are like, oh, well, we need this plot scene, in order for what we want to happen, we need to have this scene. And then you have a plot scene just dropped in there that's not interesting. It's not advancing the characters. It's not entertaining on its own right. It's just like, dropping in some exposition. It's sort of a standard terrible scene that everyone hates. And
I don't know if I want to only doing one of those specific things. I don't know if I want to relegate that to being terrible, because I don't advance maybe stopping the plot of a film to advance character. I don't know if I would call that bad necessarily. Sometimes I feel like very high speed, very quick paced, very action heavy films sometimes need slower moments to sort of just build character, not necessarily push the plot along.
I don't mean every single scene in every single movie has to advance plot. I'm saying that of the 12 or so different broad goals that a scene could conceivably have, typically great films will be advancing 9 of them at the same time. So tone is going to be integrated into everything, character development is going to be integrated into everything. Plot is one of the things that I care less about, actually.
Yeah.
But
I agree. I just don't know if I want to say it's terrible if it's only doing one or two of those things.
Well, okay, one of the two, or sorry, I think that what you're tracking isn't necessarily the full list of what Parrallax is saying. That if a scene is truly only doing one or two things, then it almost by definition can't be any good, because there's so many things that you really should be doing with a film at any given time, that if you're if you're struggling to get only one or two of those things done, then it's like
It
So,
depends
I-
on
I
where
guess- so let me-
you're. It
let-
depends
let me-
where you're at in the film. I agree. At the start, you want to establish a lot of things as quickly as possible. Get all that stuff out of the way. There's even a video comparing the old boy to Spike Lee's old boy. He talks about that himself. We probably won't cover that, but it's absolutely something that does things quickly, establishes stuff, and doesn't sort of wear out its welcome. But sometimes you want to hyper focus on certain aspects at certain moment. Like at the climax, you want the climax to sort of be the central focus. Then you can sort of come down from that and reflect with the scene of how people are feeling, the tone after that climax. But I agree, for the most part, every scene should have a purpose, even if that purpose is just character building. Some people get bored with character dialogue. Good character dialogue, good scenes that might seem boring, still can focus on one thing or a couple things effectively, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess the more I think about it, the more difficult it is to kind of do just one or two things in a scene. Like, because if you're having character development, that could play into theme, it could play into tone, it could maybe go into whatever overall point the film is trying to make. So I guess it can be kind like they kind of are entangled into one another in many ways.
I guess a different way to express this is that the major constraint of filmmaking is efficiency of time. Like wasting time is one of the very few things that can be said as, more or less objectively bad filmmaking. And how efficiently you're able to make use of time, the very limited time that you have, is one of the best ways of measuring, the quality of a film. So like,
you must hate Zack Snyder movies.
I don't watch them.
Consider yourself lucky.
Yeah, but I mean, you have lots of, basically when you're actually in the middle of the writing process, there are all these strands, right? It's like, well, in order to get to this scene, I have to establish these things, and the plot has these requirements, right? And I want there to be this tone going on at this particular time. And the process of writing is basically taking all of those things and trying to interweave them so that you're accomplishing all these things at the same time. Like, well, I have this character goal. I need them to have this realization, and I need the plot to do this particular thing, and I need the tone of the film at this point to feel this particular way. Like the essence of good writing is trying to figure out a way to do all of those things approximately at the same time in an efficient way with an efficient use of time. That's like usually what good filmmaking looks like. And
you
like
can also alternate between things in a certain pattern to accomplish pretty much the same thing. But I'll agree with the general sentiment.
And to go based off of to jump off of what Parrallax was saying and connect it back to kind of my idea about like the tools, and they do things whether the audience or whether the filmmaker wants to or not, right? Is that when you have a scene, right, there are several things that are going on, whether or not the director or scriptwriter is necessarily intending for them to do. Like, if you don't have if you don't have music, if you don't have any kind of like score going on behind the scene, and it's just ambient noise, it's just I can't think of the word, but like in-universe noise.
diegetic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if you just have diegetic noise going on, then that is having an effect, right?
Yeah.
That is saying that, whether you can't just say, oh, that nothing is happening, nothing is a type of something. So you're building all of these, the 12 things are, I don't exactly know the exact list, but I can kind of conceive of what they might be. All of these things more or less are happening at all times. And so what is kind of noticed is that if you're focusing on like one or two things, then what is being shown is that you're neglecting everything else in these certain scenes.
Yeah, I'm basically trying to advocate for holistic filmmaking, like taking No Country for Old Men as an example, largely removing the soundtrack has a very profound effect on the tone of the film. And then the tone that's created by the lack of soundtrack and through especially the editing of the film, that enhances the characterization, and that very strongly affects, everything works together to accomplish a particular goal. Whereas if a lot of these bad films I've been watching, they'll just have a scene that's not contributing to the whole at all. It's really bad in these rom-coms. There will be a scene that's trying to be funny, but it's not particularly funny, and the humor isn't coming out of the characters or the situation at all. In a Long Came Polly, there's this scene where Ben Stiller, for no reason, is playing basketball with a guy with a hairy chest, and the whole premise of the scene is like, man, isn't it gross? This guy is playing with a hairy chest with his shirt off, and then he jumps and his chest bounces against Ben Stiller's face. That goes on for 3 minutes. Like,
yeah, I was watching an Adam Sandler movie the other day. I think it was Happy Gilmore. I like that movie for the most part, but there's, like some of his jokes just drag on for way too long, to the point it's really awkward by the end of it.
Well, some people like that. Parrallax, you had a whole talking about cringe comedy in your top 10 YouTube videos of 2020. And you were talking about each Bomber Guy had that cringe video that you really liked, the sort of cringe stuff.
Well, there's a level of self-aware cringe that can be kind of funny, but like it wasn't deprecating. It was just, oh wow, Adam Sandler making a funny face and funny noise for like 2 minutes straight.
Some people like potty and bodily humor. That's humor is subjective. So
what I was getting at
is,
what I was getting at was that the scene wasn't incorporated into the rest of the film. You could cut the scene and nothing in the film changes. So it's like, if you wanted to have a particular beat there, if you felt that, we needed some levity, it would be far better to have, a comedic scene that was actually coming out of the characters, or that it was character or plot relevant in some regard, or just that was, more incorporated. It didn't feel like we were taking a break from the movie to just do something else, which is basically how it feels.
Like something like Community is a really good example of really well done character comedy, where you have like a huge band or huge cast of different characters, all with really different personalities that clash and contrast in really interesting ways that make for some really funny comedic bits.
Yeah, so like that's sort of a staple of I guess all forms of writing, but particularly comedy writing, is you have characters that contrast each other, and then you try and find comedy from the ways that they clash with each other.
Like or like in Infinity War, that's a really good example. when Iron Man first meets the Guardians, like that's one of my favorite scenes in that whole movie, and it's in a lot of ways just kind of played for comedy.
Yeah. So
I have moments in Marvel movies where they play stuff just for comedy. That
but that's definitely an issue in Marvel movies, but not all of them.
Right, and an idea that I'm like, it's forming in my brain, not now, but like it has been over the past few months. It's this idea of like this efficiency index, where like something that is so prevalent nowadays they're trying to make these like 2-3 hour movies, but they're not like expanding like what would be a 90-minute to be more fleshed out. It's more like they're attempting like a 5 or 10 hour movie and condensing it down to like 2 or 3.
Like when someone recut the Obi-Wan show down to like a movie length, and people were like, okay, this is much better. Sometimes some things, filler space, sometimes writers don't know what to do with filler space. There's a lot of examples of that throughout media. Sometimes it works well in sort of sitcoms, and you brought up Community. You can have room to breathe, to calm down between certain events in a longer running TV show. With Doctor Who's also a good example of where you can have a silly episode in between story arc of the recent Who. But
right. What I was just going to say though is that what I'm saying isn't necessarily that they're doing something good by condensing something down, but what they're attempting too much, and they're not achieving really almost of anything, because things are so like disconnected. They're not like there isn't that consistent tone. They're not building something consistently. It's more like a smattering of different things being smashed together with a loosely connected plot.
Okay,
Like
I
the-
completely understand. There was an Amazon show that I should have liked called Upload. They were just mashing too much together. Brief synopsis: some guy, he got in an industry accident. The doctor said he wouldn't live. They have the power to upload people to like an internet simulation to live immortally, but it's really weird. They just mash too many tones. So mashing of tone, I think, when you're trying to do too many things at once, I mean, this might be a little bit separate from your point, Andrew, but it's still, I think, relevant here. You have to know what to do and at what time.
Well, it's kind of a fundamental problem if you're not able to accomplish your goals. You know,
Yeah.
the movie doesn't need to do everything all at the same time. And this is, I've noticed this is I guess I'm going to keep coming back to romance because I just watched a bunch of romance movies. A very consistent problem with some of these films is they'll have ensemble casts, and that means that we don't really have the time to get to know anyone particularly well. We don't have the time to actually explore anything in any detail, and things end up just feeling kind of shallow and rushed. And like you know, a lot of people would think, oh well, if you have, you know, more characters, you have a more varied experience. But it's like, no, it actually just kind of ruins the experience because you don't
Right.
get to know people. Whereas, you know, you have a movie like Before Sunrise, it's literally two people having a conversation. One conversation is the whole movie, and it's just miles better than, you know, this attempt to be like, oh, here's my entire family, come meet my entire family. Like there's been like 3 movies that are like that. I didn't like any of them.
Well,
Well, yeah. Well,
meet
like
the
kind
prince.
of goes back to, I think, what I don't remember if it was Parrallax or Andrew that brought it up, but kind of time efficiency. So like a lot of movies won't take advantage of the time that they've been given or that they have, which is usually only around a 2.5 hour mark, and yet they throw all of these characters at you, like in the same film. Like Eternals is a really good example of this, where like they don't really understand how little time they actually have to develop each of these characters. You know, it's not like Lord of the Rings where you also have a huge set of characters, but they're expanded upon and thoroughly developed over the course of like 3 very long movies.
Yeah. Well, it's what is that? They are making longer movies and they're having larger scopes, but it seemed to be achieving less than they used to with shorter films.
Yeah, that's very true.
Well, do you think that's a
They're more
symptom
shallow.
of sort of streaming services with binge watching, or you think that's a byproduct of that, or
I'm not
It's just
exactly sure what it
inefficient bad
is.
filmmaking.
Well, I mean, I think like films have become so massive in scope and scale that like they're just kind of incomprehensible. That
power
could,
scaling
that could,
problems?
yeah,
I
Like
think
how
that
comic books
be
do
one
it
of
and
the
they have to
issues
research
having to
the
do-
universe. Like how
I
Marvel
think-
films can't scale down. They have to do raise stakes. You go from
Sure, yeah.
in-game to the multiverse. The universe is at risk. Now you have the multiverse at risk. That's a problem in power scaling, as I consider it. Raise the stakes.
It seems to me that what's happening is, and I don't know who's pushing it, but it seems to be this idea of like a formula is trying to be pushed, where and a checklist of things that need to be in the film, rather than trying to, like Parrallax was saying, about a holistic approach to filmmaking. They're not worried about the product itself. They're worried about like the checklist. They're worried about like whether or not
the
like they have
formula. Yeah,
two action scenes, per episode. They're worried about all these things that are going into like the date. They're more worried about the day-to-day operations, and they're more worried about like getting setting up the next thing that's gonna come out, rather than like
Yeah, I completely understand. Having too many cooks, so to speak, and trying to sort of line that up in a coherent manner does not seem to be working out, especially with how overworked the VXF industry is, because She-Hulk sort of suffered from that sort of time crunch with the Marvel films,
Certainly.
at least.
Yeah. While I'm thinking about it, so I finished, or I cut that little bit of the my Prestige video out, and if you wanted to watch that, we don't have to. We can totally move on and forget the Prestige at all, completely. But I did get that it's like 4-ish minutes, going over the inciting incident.
If we want to do that later, that could
yeah,
be
go ahead.
fine. But
Yeah.
there's a few things I want to touch upon. I want
Sure.
a broader scope. You brought up something about genre conventions. Definitely is something that there's several videos I have that could contribute to what Andrew was saying about that checklist. Brings up postmodernism. I mean, I think there's a certain factor of that in media, and you'll see that even American media. But did anyone want to? We sort of got sidetracked from the actual video, so I put it off. Did you want to finish up the rear window scene to see how he lays it out?
Oh yeah, let's do that, because that was a very interesting.
I mean, I think this is the most relevant part of this. We also have the No Country from Old Men if you want to watch that.
Yeah, after this, let's skip to the Old Country for No Men. Sorry, reverse that.
Yes, Lisa, I was there when it happened. And you've got the makings of a world-class clinic. But this is more than just a well-staged tour through a beautiful city block set. Hitchcock's use of camera angles and movements immediately establishes the voyeuristic, limited perspective of the film. Less than 4 minutes later, without a single word spoken, we are intimately familiar with the world our story is about to take us through. At number 7, we've got
camera work, like in correlating to like story. Can be really good in assisting like the tone that you want to go for in a film.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of a no duh. I mean they do have classes for this. I've had a basic introduction class to this. It was a digital film class, so it's a little bit more stripped back, a little bit more basic, but you learn about the angles, the usages. I even have some films, but they're not worth watching.
Yeah. Have any of you ever seen Possessor by David Cronenberg's son? I'm trying to
not quite familiar with that.
That has some of my favorite camera work ever done. It's fantastic. I'd highly recommend it.
The only problem I really have with Rear Window is that the layout of the buildings is such that it's pretty obvious that anybody could be looking into anybody's window.
Okay.
So
realism.
It feels like it doesn't feel like they kind of like acknowledge that in the film. It'd be one thing if it would be completely different, I should say, if the layout of the building was such that like other people couldn't really look into, or the people with the bigger windows that were watching couldn't look into each other's window, but he can look into theirs, and since maybe his window is smaller and he's not like have his face right up against it, they are not noticing that he's looking through it. So, but it seems like
that they should notice,
like the girl working out feels like she's almost on display, but it doesn't appear that she's doing it out on purpose.
It also could be a product of its time. Like people used to leave their front doors unlocked. I mean, it's really something that you're right. It definitely seems like something that wouldn't happen in reality, even if we try to rewind 50 years. But there was some common courtesies and some social stigma if you're discovered doing that most people wouldn't want to cross. And the character sort of has a broke leg, so he normally wouldn't do it the way they portray it. It's just because he has this broken leg, he's indulging in this voyeuristic pastime that there's a little bit of stigma to it, but he's trying to compensate for it in the movie.
Well, you're actually you're considerably underselling it. I mean, this is before. I mean, this is like one of the inspirations for Brian De Palma's filmography, right? It's before you had. In the time it was made, it was very subversive for a lot of reasons. Like to give you some perspective. Yeah, Freud was operating in the early like 1900s, And one of the reasons that Freud was a very controversial figure was because he promoted the idea of talking about your emotions at all. Like things were different back then. There's a very different world.
That and the incest was, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple reasons. There's a couple reasons.
Well, he
He's
wasn't
giving his-
promoting incest. He was going off that Greek Odysseus.
Oedipus.
Oedipus.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Oh,
So, no, and you're right. There is probably more to that than I'm giving credit. It just felt, it felt a little bit weird that like they all have open windows and can easily theoretically see each other, but none of them are seemingly acknowledging that.
yeah, I agree. There is a certain
Well,
theatrical
it could be a character
element,
thing.
you know.
I haven't seen the movie, so
Hmm.
I'm just kind of speculating, but it could be.
It also feels kind of like, it almost feels kind of like a situation where like, the windows being opened and them being so close to them, it would almost feel like it would build a sort of community where people would talk to each other through their windows rather than just it being open for themselves and nobody looking outside. Like
Okay.
It is
feels
kind
like,
of odd though that woman was getting changed with her window open, I will say.
well, not precisely that, but like her being so close to the window in an area where like everybody is right next to their, yeah, since everyone seems to be really close to their windows and she has such a big window, you'd think that she would have
The blinds down or something
the
like
blind,
that.
yeah, she would be a little more like she would.
I mean,
she
there
would
was an
feel a little bit
update
on
to
display,
this,
a
the
little bit.
Disturbia. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys saw it. Disturbia was sort of adaptation of that. There's also some other elements found in a lot of other things, the voyeuristic elements of Rear Window.
Is that the one with the girl that goes to like that ballet school that's a bunch of witches? Or am I thinking of something else?
No, Disturbia was
I think I'm thinking of Spirit.
with Shia LaBeouf. I have it somewhere on my DVD rack. I haven't watched it in years, so I can't say how good of a film. I don't remember it being great. He was basically, instead of a broken leg, he went to prison. He had an ankle bracelet. It was more of a
Okay.
That would be an interesting thing to relook at. But yeah, I understand what you're talking about, Andrew. It seems a little unrealistic, and I think
It's a minor flaw. It's not a major flaw.
yeah, I mean, there is a certain theatrical element to that. Like theatrics tend to overexpress so the audience can get, and nowadays that would be considered bad acting in today's modern. But
it seems to be leaning a little bit on like stage plays where like
yeah, theatrical.
Right, yeah, like so the like yeah, like all of these, like there's like an exaggerated nature and you're like almost supposed to acknowledge that it's exaggerated. Like the reality that you're seeing isn't almost, I don't know if I'm making sense, but like
no, it's something that was actually added to the industry. I think it's the idea spread from Russia. I forget all the details about the acting method. Like who was that horrible campy Shakespearean actor? You got to think acting has evolved over time. We go more for realism in modern day movies. Like even with the black and white movies, silent films, they had no text, so they had a certain standard for what makes good silent films. And you wouldn't look at a silent film and be like, oh, that's not realistic, so you dismiss it completely. No, it's sort of the audience perception and how the auteur of the film approached the matter. Talking about basically how film, acting, and all of that elements over time is a completely different subject matter. But I understand why Rear Window seems weird to you, Andrew.
It's something that like just sticks out in my mind. But you're right; it's probably related to more modern filmmaking techniques.
Yeah, standards. Okay, I want to get into No Country for Old Men. It's been a while since I've seen this. I remember some really good scenes, and I mean, it was a weird film, but in a good way. The scene definitely seems interesting.
Above them all.
What's the most you ever lost on a coin toss? sir? The most you ever lost on a coin toss? I don't know. I couldn't say. Call it.
Yeah, the subtext of this is pretty good.
Everyone
Acting wise.
knows this scene. Yeah.
It's so heavy. Like you can cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah, nothing's actually said that would make you feel it's threatening. It's the acting and the performance that really pulls it off. Very simple camera work also.
Powerful. Especially, like the lack of non-diegetic sound is, I think it adds to the tension. It very much is adding to the scene.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sometimes soundtracks just ruin some moments. Gotta learn when to do it and when not to.
One thing we like about a really good scene is how sometimes they can almost stand alone. They're like a drama in and of themselves, and you can just feel the essence of the film oozing from every cut. And that's what's happening here, as Anton Chigurh and a gas station proprietor spar over a wager only one of them really understands.
Look, I need to know what I stand to win. Everything. How's that?
I'm sort of finding some of the language of whoever's doing this video very interesting. Anyone else catching that oozing and the descriptive language? Because we're talking about criticism. And since he's sort of he's being positive about this, but the sort of language just strikes me as sort of taken away from the scene by using such language, in my personal perspective.
It feels very much like
Like he's writing an essay that he needs
not only that, but it's Watch Mojo vibes. Give me a lot of
this is like the better version of Watch Mojo. I think the first comment actually says that. There's a comment here. This is Mother's Basement. You guys are so much better than Watch Mojo, but they do it the same thing. I do agree their style is better. I think they'll do multiple lists. I don't know. I just was looking for good scenes, and this has a couple in it.
Yeah, what is it? They're trying to be visceral with their language, trying to connect kind of
to an uninformed audience. They're trying to sell this because a lot of people, as you guys were saying, might have not actually watched this movie.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to what is it? They're trying to inject their own emotions, seems to be.
Okay, to match the scene and to show the significance of it.
Yeah.
I mean, for a scene like this, I think just you should undersell a scene like this and let it speak for itself. Right. It's a personal opinion as someone who likes to create videos.
Yes, I 100% agree. Sometimes less is more, and I really feel like they're kind of their word choice, especially like you mentioned, is kind of like it's stepping on the. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I feel like it's stepping on the film. It's kind of like CC here. Look, this part is the best. Kind of vibes, if that makes sense. Where it's like instead of just letting the scene speak for itself, and then just I don't know, understating it. I feel like understating the scene a little bit would, like I said, less is more in a way.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Parrallax?
I mean, I don't think the description is particularly good, but I also understand. I mean, like the listicle format they're going for, he kind of has an impossible job. Like I've recently been thinking about how to explain why certain scenes are good, and I just can't conceive of doing it for a lot of scenes in this particular span of time. He's trying. You could make a fucking 2-hour video breaking down this scene, like pretty easily. I don't think that if I had to basically create the video they're making right now, that I would necessarily do a much better job. It's just an inherent restriction of the accessible listicle format. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you want to try to find the most powerful words, but for this particular scene, I think the word choice is sort of detracting from the power of the scene. That's all I want to say.
Yeah.
Okay, Jab.
Sorry, I
thoughts?
was tweeting something.
Oh.
Yeah, no, yeah, the language can feel a little bit alienating, especially if you like try. It feels a little bit academic, I guess, the way that it's being written.
Yeah.
I guess that's my take on it.
Let's finish up. And any additional comments?
Just tend to win everything, call it.
Again, the camera work is hardly flashy. You probably won't even notice the subtle push-in once Shiger flips the coin. But that's because the cat and mouse conflict of their conversation is completely absorbing, with Bardem cutting off Gene Jones's escape attempts at every pass. There's probably no better example of how effective this scene is than the moment when Shiger tosses his wrapper on the counter and we hang on it, staring, feeling threatened, like the clerk by a simple piece of trash. Of course, not all suspense needs to simmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the language there was like, it's absorbing.
Yeah, I feel like that was kind of pretentious. I don't see that at all. I think that the trash kind of expanding there, it does have an impact on the on the scene, on the viewer, right? But declaring that that's the intention of it is like we're hanging on it as if the as if the clerk is trash. I think that's overstating it.
Wait, did he imply that? Did he imply that because he put trash on the thing that the clerk is trash? Is that what he said?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, pull it back.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
But like,
yeah, I guess he did.
What do we think
imply
about
that.
over-analysis? Because
Yeah.
I watched a video on A Quiet Place because that movie sucks, and it was someone who had a very
I wouldn't
very
say
positive.
it sucks. I think
No,
it's
it's very
just
bad.
incredibly flawed. Incredibly.
I wrote
deeply
like
flawed
a
at a fundamental
20
level.
I wrote like a 20,000 word script on it. I never finished it, but
Well,
yeah,
I
it
just don't
has
like
a lot of
saying
problems.
suck because it has some good elements, Quiet
Yeah.
Place, but the flaws sort of.
The
just
Last
really
Jedi has some
breaks
good
you.
elements. Interstellar has some good elements, but
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
fair enough. Sorry.
no, I'm
Yeah.
yeah, but there's just like some really, you get into really weird interpretations, especially for a movie that doesn't make sense. You have to kind of twist and bend and turn like whatever a movie is trying to say or whatever it's about to try to kind of make it all fit and make sense. I guess kind of to fix your own cognitive dissonance.
Right.
That happened a lot with TLJ. A lot of people were interpreting that film in some really weird ways. Because in reality, a lot of it just you have to outright ignore or like lie about certain parts of the film to make it seem coherent.
Well, The Force Awakens put me off that. I actually didn't watch. I was really excited about The Force Awakens coming out of the theater. I'm like, okay, I don't think I want to continue anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
the same thing
I
was Force Awakens. So
hated that film. I absolutely hated The Force Awakens in the theater. I don't know if I would classify it as seething, but like I was so upset at
I was like 14 when that movie came out, so my brain wasn't super fully developed.
I was on a date at the time when I saw The Force Awakens. My date was like, what did you think of the movie? I was like, it's good. I didn't have a good feeling. Processing after all, I'm like, no, I did not like that. I don't have the hatred. I just felt it was sort of pandering to the audience too much.
Well, no, okay. So one way, I feel like it is what is it? It is one of the top 10 like flaws of like modern storytelling is the reset. Is that there's absolutely no good reason for a reset. Or let me rephrase that. Not that there's no good reason, because I definitely see the appeal of it, but it just signals to me that that you have no good ideas. If you're going to do a reset in the universe that has that much buildup, you could take it wherever you want. You didn't have to follow the expanded universe, but to simply destroy the New Republic to basically tell Star Wars the OT over again is completely just like it's wasting everything, and it's narratively lazy, and it just got me so upset in the theater.
Yeah, reboot, like Marvel rebooting their comics every so often.
It's not just like it's like a choice that I didn't quite like. You know, it signals to me that like you have no good ideas.
Okay. What are everyone's thoughts about sequels? How to do sequels? Let's start with you, Parrallax. I mean, obviously you don't care about Star Wars that much, but what is your thoughts on sequels? How to pull them off properly?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to talk about because the main goal of sequels is to make money, and they're really good at that. Like,
well, some things are set up to be like trilogies from the beginning. Like,
I think we're talking about on like a story level, or like a film.
I mean, on a story level, it's not. I don't think it's very complicated. If you initially intend to tell a story that's a bigger part, then it's not really any different than having different sequences of the same movie. It's just the same stuff is going on. It's just over a longer period of time. You know, you have an initial chunk of a movie that kind of needs to stand on its own, but it also needs to be setting up things that are going to go on later on. And if you're trying to make a sequel out of something that wasn't initially planned to be a longer running thing, then the task is you have to take the existing, you know, pieces of material, the outstanding questions, the, you know, likely character stuff that should be explored, and basically the audience's set of expectations. And you need to find a satisfying way to deliver a similar experience in a slightly different way. That's usually what a sequel is going to do, and they very rarely accomplish that.
Very rarely nowadays.
I mean, it's not just nowadays. It's been always like this. Was something I didn't realize extended into other realms, but very like with the romance tier list I'm making with 100% accuracy and no exceptions except for Before Sunset. The sequels are always much worse than the original movie of all of these films.
Yep.
Like, I actually have a lot of good things to say about the first Twilight movie. It's decent. The rest of the films fucking suck. The first Twilight film legitimately has some merit.
Wait,
it's not completely terrible.
Wait. Are you talking about like filmmaking? Like, if you're talking about like you're grading all of the elements to be more or less equal, and you're talking about how well they succeed, or are you talking, or how heavily do you weight to like the world building? Because world building is trash. So
the world building is pretty trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean the
characters are trash also, in my personal opinion.
I'm basically
that's the book also.
If we would divorce the world building or the characters from the world building and just look at them, or like we take the world building as a given and then look at the characters afterwards, I don't think the characters are that bad. The characters are bad because they stem from the world building.
The characters are very simple. I mean, like I'm not arguing that it's fucking Citizen Kane or some shit. I'm just saying, like, the overall perspective is that the Twilight films are like the worst thing that's ever happened in the world. And like, of the movies I had to watch, the first Twilight film was in the upper half of them in terms of how tolerable and enjoyable it is. I mean, it has some legitimate merit. It's not that, not that I'm saying it's amazing. It's just, you know, it's decent. And then you go to the second film and it's like fucking so much worse. And it's same thing's true of all of them. Fucking first 50 Shades film, way better than the second. Like, first Mamma Mia, way better than the second.
Just real quick, do you want any pictures of the filming site? Because I live near where they filmed.
Wow.
For what?
Twilight.
Oh no, I'm not like a Twilight fanboy. I don't even.
Oh, okay. Because I have the Sitch and Adam
Spokane, Washington,
plushies.
or something?
No. It's in Oregon.
Oregon, okay.
Yeah. I took the Sitch and Adam plushies to like the diner and like the woods, and I took pictures of them in those situations.
Yeah.
It's
pretty funny.
I did
about
it for
Terminator
she's
2?
a big Twilight fan.
What about Terminator 2 or something like Scream 2, if you're familiar with either? Terminator 2.
Terminator 2 is an exception. Aliens is an exception. I think Aliens is actually probably better than the original film. If I recall correctly, Terminator 2 is better than the original film. I mean, like, there are exceptions. So. It's just there's not very many, you know. These are occasional things that happen, and for every example of a sequel that's better than the initial film. There's a dozen or several
And-
dozen examples of sequels that are just unremittent dog shit compared to the original.
But sometimes that can be fun. Some of the slasher sequels, the worse they get, the more fun they get. But that sort of the same effect with The Room and like Troll 2. There's some things you want to be campy. You want to sort of play with. I've even seen
Maybe.
some.
I mean, I don't watch horror, and a weird thing about me is that I have no literal zero appreciation for so bad it's good. I don't have that experience at all. I do not enjoy bad movies, so
I like cringe content sometimes.
I can't. It's not my thing.
So I don't like bad films necessarily, but like I have a weak spot, and I don't know why, for like bad voice acting or bad
Overdubs?
voices. No, bad voices in general. Like like Fran Dresser.
Oh,
Like I don't know why I like her voice.
Gilbert Godfrey.
Yeah, I like his voice. I like
funny.
it, like genuinely.
okay. That's an interesting little quirk. There are some quirks. But yeah,
For the audience at home, Fran Drescher is the president of SAG right now, leading against the strike.
Oh,
so
no way.
we stand Fran Drescher. Yeah, she is. She's in charge of the strike right now. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, that's great.
interesting. Very interesting. Any of these other movies you even want to go into? I'm not familiar with.
What are the others? Once Upon a Time in the West, The Mirror. Oh, wait, The Mirror, or do they mean Mirror?
Fire the Mirror.
Is Fire the Mirror a movie? No, that's
I
Mirror.
don't know.
Fire the Mirror. The scene's the mirror.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
Fire.
got it.
Wait, no, I'm pretty sure. Wait,
I
I'm
haven't
pretty
seen
sure the
this.
title of that film is Mirror. It's Andrei Tarkovsky. Hold on a second.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah,
Is it
they
worth
fucked
seeing?
it up. Yeah, this is Mirror.
Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
the Russian title is The Mirror. Okay, so on the one sheet it
Oh.
says The Mirror, but in English it's called Mirror. Okay, whatever. I'm being a pedant.
Okay, did you want to go over any of
worth
these?
seeing or not?
I don't know that I can put a scene from Mirror in context. It's a weird
Oh,
movie.
okay. Yeah. You know what's really good? That's just like dialogue scenes are that I really liked was it The Booth at the End? Did you ever see that?
In what film?
No, The Booth at the End is a series about like a devilish character that like talks. Well, he provides opportunities for people, and he just tells them what to do, even if it doesn't make any sense. And it's like, what is it? You'll get what you want. Gosh,
Deal with the devil sort of thing.
yeah, it's kind of like this deal with the devil, right? And so like you'll get what you want, even if it turns out like it's not what you really want, kind of thing.
Okay.
And but he also says that so you definitely will get what you want if you follow his instructions, but you could also get what you want a different way. He doesn't guarantee this is the only way, right? And there's no
Sounds
guarantee that
complex.
so you have just a lot different people come in to, he's like at a diner, the booth at the end. And so then he is talking to all of these people, and we get to see like how their lives interact with each other. It was this series on Hulu. I don't know if it probably is just something they picked up, but it's very good. Or at least I very much enjoyed it. And it's just dialogue. It's just characters coming in and going out, talking about their lives and the deals that they're making and such.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can just do
I've
a
not seen
good
that.
movie like 12 Angry Men is just mostly just guys talking, which accomplish a job really well. There are places, but they usually come from the school of theater. I don't think a lot of current filmmakers can pull that off. Just people talking, at least within Hollywood, or people who want to be Hollywood movie makers. There's some indie makers who do some really good stuff. Like there's a Time Machine movie I forget the name of right now. It was really The Box.
Yeah, it stars
Primer?
Maybe.
it stars Xander Berkeley. If you know who that is.
I do not.
I'm horrible with names, so I'd be like that guy who was in the thing there over there.
Well, okay, so he has named credits for in Terminator 2, Air Force One, Shanghai Noon, Barbed Wire. Those are like for he was in MacGyver, The Bull. Let me think here. He's in a lot of stuff. He's like, I would say, high end B tier, low end A tier actor.
Okay. Maybe you can
He was
look
in
up that
Longmire,
stuff, and
12
we can come
Monkeys.
back to it later
I know it's
if you want to
yeah.
look up it. Did you want to do Saving Private Ryan? Is probably something a lot of people would be familiar with, but that's the last thing I see on the list that might be worth covering.
What are the last two?
Barry
Barry Lyndon.
Game.
Oh, that scene's lit.
Okay, if you want to go,
I don't know. I don't know that other people are going to care. Oh, actually, that's kind of funny you say that. The processing scene there at the end, I would probably put that top 5 best scenes all time. That scene's amazing.
Barry Lyndon is actually on my watch list. It's something I have to get to, so I'm okay with spoilers, I guess. But
okay,
just letting
do
everyone
you want to do Saving Private Ryan? Everyone knows about that scene.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, do that. See how this Watch Mojo guy, better than him, handles it, and what we think about what he says.
Surprised that there's still nothing better action-wise than our number 3, Saving Private Ryan's landing on Omaha Beach. This scene is simultaneously massive and incredibly intimate. First, pay attention to its tempo and rhythm. It's almost a visual symphony in how it's edited, composed, and sound designed. And second, notice the...
Yeah, I don't like his sound design here, but I think this is actually decent besides the level of music.
Well, I guess I'd want a little bit more detail than it's just X, it's just Y, and then moving on. I understand that like the format of the video doesn't allow for like a whole lot of detailed explanation, but I would spend like one video like talking about the scene for like 10 to 20 minutes, you know. You
guys want to get more into the details and sort of the surrounding context, and you're not going to get that videos.
Because when he says this is like a symphony,
yeah,
like I have like a vague idea in my head of maybe what he could be referring to, but like
that actually was a bad word choice
really
because it made me pay attention to the music he was using in the scene and how loud it was. So
the mixing. This is a little bit.
Going back to what Parrallax was saying about like entertainment value versus informative, and the problem with a list style video is that any enhancements we would make to this video would probably make it less accessible to normies, less enjoyable to normies, which is definitely, I see the problem, but if you have, that's one of the problems that I am kind of like butting up against with my my videos is that like I want to make better content.
Too high concept are you talking about?
What?
Too high concept, something you need to know about to sort of explain?
Well, yeah, like if I was to say about the scene, I would talk about more like what it's achieving, right? And kind of like give it like a scene or like a few shots over what it's kind of achieving, and less sounding like a high school book report, because that's kind of like what I feel like when I'm listening to this guy talk.
I would probably
but
talk
at the same time, by not walking through the audience like that, it probably would make it less appealing. It would like be less engaging for a typical YouTube viewer. What are your thoughts on that, Parrallax?
I mean, I think that there's inherent restrictions on this format that are just basically not going to give you what you want.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm making a video that's kind of similar right now. I'm making like a tier list of 100 movies. It's going to be like 5 hours long, but even at 5 hours long, it's like 3 minutes per movie at most. And one thing I noticed going through and editing it is that I do a lot of the same stuff where I'm just like, the sound design's really good, this performance is really amazing, and not getting into any particular detail, but it's just there's no way to avoid that. Like,
Yeah.
But sometimes word
that's something,
choices. You think the word choices that he's been using all along, like symphony, it makes something more accessible to a general audience, or just maybe off-putting to a general audience?
Well, I mean,
His word
I
choices.
guess it's that type of language that can be like so vague, but it's also like flowery enough to where like you can kind of insert your own idea of whatever he's talking about into your head.
Mm-hmm.
well, this I would say that this content is not meant to be thought deeply about. The fact that you're sitting here watching it and pausing and analyzing what he's saying is way beyond what is intended. I mean, this is
Yeah,
basically
probably.
intended. This is intended to basically be disposable content, something that someone puts on the second monitor while they play a video game, or they have on in the background while they're cooking or something.
Certainly.
And like,
well,
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
probably
it's,
going too deep into it, but yeah, I mean,
has anyone? Sorry, Vincent. Go.
no, I was just saying, yeah, probably looking too deep into it. Yeah, disposable content farm sort of material, but I'm not criticizing him for it. I'm trying to understand what he's trying to accomplish by doing this. We're going along. I'm not criticizing him for it, but to understand the techniques of popular people. Obviously, this guy is popular.
well, here. So let me give you a pretty relevant example without calling anyone out necessarily. So a very serious problem that if you guys are trying to make videos about media, you're all inevitably going to encounter is that what quote unquote serious people are interested in is oftentimes the opposite of what normies are interested in. So for an example, it's almost impossible to draw any kind of serious rules about filmmaking. There will always be exceptions, right? In fact, in response to almost every question, the appropriate response is going to be, it depends, and then a long explanation of pros and cons of the thing, and situations where it applies and situations where it doesn't apply. That's going to be that's the appropriate response to almost every question. But that is not attractive to normies. What normies like are simple answers. So you get a lot of movies, or you get a lot of videos about movies that have a simple idea and don't really interrogate whether, like, the degree to which that simple idea applies. And that appeals to normies, because again, normies aren't people that are sitting around, spending years studying screenwriting or filmmaking or whatever. They're just like, oh, I wonder what the 10 best scenes are. And they put it on in the background and kind of listen to it. And they're like, oh yeah, I like that Saving Private Ryan scene. And then they move on with their day. That's just the reality of this content.
I guess it's about striking a balance of being palatable, but not being so simplistic that you can't glean any information from anything that you say whatsoever.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying this is a restriction of the listicle format, is that what this is constructed to do will always be like this. This is a Marshall McLuhan thing. You don't like this video because of the medium of what this video is trying to be. Inherently, it will always be like this. You could incrementally improve it, but it's never really going to be the kind of content that you want. And that isn't to say that you can't make these videos that are appealing to normies, because obviously you can. Mahler and H-Bomber Guy, tons of other people will go into super depth of something. But again, there's a reason that H-Bomber Guy isn't doing listicles, right? He's not coming out with fucking top 10 horror games or whatever. And the reason for that is because his interests aren't going to be best expressed in that format, and probably his audience isn't particularly interested in that format. They're way more interested in long form stuff. So I
was just going to say, I want to agree with you, but I also want to disagree with you, because I feel like there is definitely a way to improve kind of like his word choice, and kind of like the goals of pointing out each one. But going back to what you said, doing that probably would make it less appealing to normies.
Yes.
So like there's a way to make a list format that would appeal to me, but it probably wouldn't be appealing to normies at the same time.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I did parodies of top tens, but that was focused on sort of humor, because I never took top tens very seriously. I'm like, let me make joke top tens, and that was sort of my angle in those videos.
Right. So a really good example of, I guess, like more of a list video is, has anyone here ever watched The Needle Drop, Anthony Fantano?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with
Yeah,
him. I watched him quite a few.
In his end of year list, he'll have like 50 albums or like 100 albums that he's reviewing, like his top ones of the year. And so what I like about the way that he kind of does it is he'll shoot through like the first 15, 20 albums like in like kind of one short sentence reviews. And then the closer that he gets to the top of his list, the longer and more kind of detailed his explanations for his picks of top of the year will get. That's kind of one way that you could do it.
Yeah, Todd in the Shadows
yeah.
does a very similar thing. He sometimes covers some of the videos, but he does a very similar thing if you ever watch Todd in the Shadows.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I don't like that guy though. He's cringe.
That's exactly what I'm doing in the tier list video. For like, if a movie is just bad, I try and get over it in like a minute. Like it's another one of these boring, stupid movies. Here's one thing about it. Okay, let's move on. Like, just don't linger on it. And then like if I really like a movie, I'll probably spend 5-10 minutes talking about it
and put it S class. Like I can talk about this for at least 10 minutes, and that's probably not even enough. S class.
So
S class wouldn't be at the top.
You
just really hate Stitch, don't you? Or at least publicly facing.
So
publicly facing. I fucking talk shit about him in DMs.
There you go.
I'm sure.
So that's kind of something I want to try and do also, is that I want to come out for any movie that I review, because my plan is to review the MCU, and to give a shorter, more condensed review. I don't know if it'll be a re-edit of my longer one or if it'll just be its own thing, but I want to try and get something that's short and digestible, and then something that's longer and more in depth for each film. That because I recognize that there are two different audiences. But do you think that's a waste of time, or do you think that'd be appealing?
Well, there's
especially having it both on the same channel.
Well, okay, so this is getting onto a topic where I would have to go on a whole rant, but a lot of people have one of two ideas about art, and one idea is basically that you should do audience capture. You should just figure out what your audience wants and give it to them. And then another group of people basically thinks that you should ignore your audience and just do what you want to do, and to the best of your ability, just insulate yourself from outside influence. I very strongly disagree with both of those, because like to me the whole point of being an artist or being someone who's putting things out into the world is to try and have an effect on people. Like you want people to engage with what you're talking about. You want people to have a good experience. That's like kind of the whole point. So just like outright ignoring the effect you're having on the audience, to me, seems totally insane. But at the same time, there's so many reasons that you don't just want to create something that is what you think people want. That's generally speaking, there's a lot of consequences to that. So like, I think of it as Venn diagrams. And imagine one circle is basically your interests and one circle is their interests. And you want to try and operate in the intersection of those circles, which doesn't necessarily mean that you need to compromise on anything. If there's something you want to talk about and you have, something, a thing that's really, really important to you, you should probably talk about it. But at the same time, you should consider what is the best way to present it that's actually going to have the effect I want on people. If this thing is important to you, try and distill the essence down of like what is it about that thing that matters so much to you, and how do I communicate that to an audience in a way that's going to be enjoyable. It's not the easiest thing to do. Like if you're interested in doing serious analysis and a listicle format, that can be done. I'm sure it has been done, but it's not going to look anything like this, and you're not going to be targeting the audience of this video. Probably I'm guessing that the listicle format would serve as basically a framing device and a jumping off point for you to talk about other things. But yeah, I would have to do a whole analysis to really give you a deep answer on what exactly I'd recommend that you do. But there are reasons that this kind of video are popular, and you can probably preserve some of those reasons without compromising anything that you really want to do. But at the same time, it's going to look very different than this video in particular.
Yeah. Well, so my main goal, just in general, is to create a sufficiently coherent review format that I can use to analyze and demonstrate like the strengths of like Iron Man 1, and then show like the hills and valleys of quality throughout the MCU.
Yeah, it probably would take a little bit of visual editing to get that to work for a broader audience, and that's still going to probably isolate some people from your content if you have just come up with a solid formula, because as Parrallax said, you sort of need to both have your own standards and be receptive to what your audience is taking input, basically giving criticism and taking criticism. Something some people who engage in criticism doesn't do very well, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's about balance. You got to balance on that fence and not fall over like the good centrist boys we are.
So like just as I spent months doing this, but just as a broad overview, what I did when I was designing my channel, and it's still not perfect, but I have a much better idea now, was that I watched a lot of people who were operating in the film YouTube space and looking at non-film YouTube channels. And I was basically trying to figure out, what is it that the people who are making film videos, what is it about their videos that I like? And, what things can I take away from that? And then additionally, what can you bring to film YouTube that doesn't currently exist there? Which, by the way, is a lot of things. Right now, there's sort of some very narrow ranges of content that get made about film. And there's a lot of possibilities for bringing in things that are successful in other areas of YouTube to film YouTube. So try and kind of figure out whose videos are you taking after, and what about them do you find enjoyable, and what do you want to try and recreate? And then also, what innovations are you bringing? What are the new ways you're finding to make things entertaining and enjoyable? And I think that finding a synthesis like that is a pretty effective strategy for starting up a YouTube channel, because then you have a good idea of what audience you're targeting, but you also have a good idea of what you have to bring to the table that other people currently don't. Because in general, I think that it's very ineffective to just try and copy something that is popular. I'm not going to use it as
at that point, but you do have to evolve from that point. There's a lot of popular copiers who just move on and develop their own style.
Sure, but that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if just trying to emulate what is currently working is a less effective strategy than people think it is what I'm saying. Like trying to be the new Mauler, there's a lot of people trying to be the new Mauler, and I haven't seen any of them particularly succeeding at it, right?
Well, I definitely don't want to be the new Mauler. I think that he has, I think he's great, but like, I think that there's so much of what he does that I have a problem with. That
like
I want to not only just like you said, find innovate on kind of like what he's doing, and I don't want to like fill that niche. I don't want to just be a copy.
Maybe find other people that to emulate, to add to the smaller-esque method you're taking to improve upon what Mauler started.
Well, I think that walking, like especially his videos on a particular movie, walking through the entire film, and then going back and going over all of the like basically doing a video essay at the end of a plot synopsis, I think is great, but it's also not what I want to do.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Yeah, so I definitely hear what Parrallax is saying about like
I don't want to
finding
deduce what he does
improving
just
on
to
what you're
plot
seeing
analysis though, or synopsis. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. Like typically he'll do a run through of the plot. He'll talk about issues as they come up. Then he'll summarize said issues, kind of bring the whole thing together at the end, and then maybe use like an example of one thing done wrong in this movie, and then it done right in another movie.
Sure, and that's great, and it is. I think that, gosh, if Mauler had a professional like script editor, like somebody, I don't know. There's so much of that I see.
I'm sure he has his friends go over it several times.
Well, sure, but I feel like there's a lot of inefficiency and like somewhat like errors that like I don't see in professionally produced content that I do see in his.
Well, there's a certain appeal to be approachable and just one of the boys. A lot of people make their content with that in mind, that they're not celebrities. Even when they become celebrities, them keeping up that friendly you're just my friend, the parasocial aspect, should I say, the approachability of that has a certain appeal, especially on YouTube.
But yeah, so I hear what you're saying, and that's more or less what I want to do. So I think we're on the same page, even if I wasn't able to communicate that.
Yeah. Okay. You want to do the Omaha Beach thing now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we'll continue now.
I mean, our focus isn't this. This is the framework, and it gives us some ideas of him going over. Let's not.
Well, actually, you know what? Well, if we want to, I think we've kind of licked this, as it were. If you want to like just jump over to like Evan, where it's actually talking about, or it's way more applicable because we've already kind of noticed the problems, the advantages,
our personal problems with it, and what probably appeals to a general audience. Yeah, we dissected that. And this is about criticism. This isn't really criticism, as Parrallax said. This is just disposable content. Evan, I think he did one of the best videos on the subject matter going through them. I don't know if you guys think someone does it better, but personal preference and all.
It's true.
But also, why this ad is playing, there's a certain aspect of filmmaking that a lot of people don't consider that I think could be contributing sort of the cycle of a stagnation. You fall into a stagnation, and then that stagnation, there's a film process. I'm not doing this. You fall into a stagnation with a certain niche market, and sometimes you deconstruct that. This is why deconstruction in superhero films has become really popular, because it's become stagnant. Then you have to rebuild it. I could probably go more into that. I'll probably have to do a video on that idea. What do you guys think about that just general cycle of when a genre becomes, I don't know how you feel about genre theory or going into that, but do you think there's any validity to that idea that genre gets stagnant, so it has to be deconstructed, then reconstructed? Did I lose everyone?
No, sorry. I was just letting other people go. But they're both muted, so I have no idea why. But
I was in the bathroom, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I heard what you're saying, but I don't have.
I would definitely have to do a video explain that more properly. I'm just wondering if there's any merit to it, because if no one's, it might be one of those too high. I was talking about genre theory of how a certain genre gets sort of stagnant, and Parrallax said he'll be right back 5 minutes, I guess. It gets stagnant, so this is why deconstructions of these genres get made every so often, and they get reinvented for a new audience. And I think that's a good process overall. Probably a criticism of a lot of Marvel is their deconstructions, like with The Last Jedi was trying to be a deconstruction. I think it was poorly placed in the middle of a trilogy. But I think there's a certain point. I'm trying to figure out if it would be worth pursuing a video covering the sort of genre theory of stagnation, deconstruction, and reconstruction, how people believe that should be done within certain genres.
Yeah, there's like a weird sort of cycle that can go through a lot of different popular genres. So like there'll maybe they'll be like stagnant for a little while. They won't be doing super well overall as like a genre. So like obviously a good example of this is the superhero genre. You know, it was kind of weird on its own for a little while as a genre. didn't have
Trying
a
to build
whole
up.
bunch of really like huge movies. Like the big ones of the 2000s were like obviously Raimi Spider-Man, Dark Knight, the late 2000s, or Batman Begins. Blade was a big one too. But it was never like a huge industry, you know, at the time for a while.
Yeah, it
But-
started picking up
Yeah,
popularity.
it started picking up popularity, and then as it had a little bit of a jolt in said popularity, it actively tried to keep itself stagnant because, you know, it's in a really good spot. It's in a really good spot, and if you start to find these formulas on how, you know, popular movies are made.
Yeah, that's the stagnation when
Yeah.
the formula you know what's going to happen almost every movie
Only
becomes
that
stagnant.
I wouldn't say that stagnation comes necessarily from copying that formula that you've created, you know, that kind of popular essence that you're ultimately striving for. I think it's kind of the flanderization, yeah, of that genre, that like you're kind of taking just the very surface level elements of what makes that genre so compelling or what made it popular to begin with, and you're trying to reapply it in the exact same way that it
And
becomes.
sometimes deconstruction.
It ends up to like this almost death of whatever thing that you're doing, or of whatever genre you have.
And I think the deconstruction is a good process. Like the zombie movies had this sort of a saturation in the market for a while. Then you saw a lot of deconstructions like Shaun of the Dead, a lot of zombie movies in the zombie genre. There was a lot of zombie movies for a while. The remake of Dawn of the Dead, quite a few movies made it close to popular, and it sort of became stagnant. And then like The Walking Dead reformulated what the zombie genre was.
As far as deconstructions go, I think that so often with deconstructions that they're just interested in tearing things down, not like to destroy them necessarily, although that can happen too.
It
But
happens, I think, a lot now.
pulling them apart and talking about what's not working and such, but they forget to like reconstruct them. They forget to like
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
get back to the original, like why, like, or even make something new. Sometimes that can happen too. It just seems like,
I mean, deconstruction alone just points out the flaws and sort of make fun of it or generate new ideas to actually
Oh my goodness.
recreate it. I use the example if you ever watch
Oh,
Fullmetal Alchemist.
you're a robot.
Oh,
You're like,
my ears. Oh, that killed my ear balls.
you sound like a robot.
I'm roboting.
Like
Yeah, you're very
with a super
staticky.
amount of static.
Well,
Ugh. You sound like you're speaking.
So I'll
in
talk.
Forbit.
Yeah. So, as far as like as genre stagnation, I think that happens a lot with where you have like, okay, with Deadpool, I think it was I forget his name. I should know it, but the director of or creator of Deadpool talked about how they knew that people were going to learn the wrong lessons, and that absolutely seems to be what happens. Is that a person will make something big and successful, and then everyone will learn the wrong lessons from it, and then try and recreate that, and it'll become
still
they'll do it to
roboting?
death. No, you're better.
No, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. People learning the wrong lessons from successful deconstruction of a popular genre.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, that goes back to what I was talking about in terms of flanderization. where people only take the very surface level elements to whatever thing it is that they're trying to copy from, and they're like, obviously The Force Awakens is kind of the prime example of something like this, where it has on the surface a lot of like visual references to A New Hope, but it doesn't have under any of the underlying story that makes it substantial, that made it iconic to begin with.
And not only that, but it also misunderstands the characters in the film. JJ, I don't have any idea his connection with Star Wars, but like,
yeah, the fact
like
he
he
wanted
doesn't
Ray to sort of
understand
be
Luke.
a audience insert. I think he made it pretty clear in material.
Well, yeah.
And that sort of led to the Mary Sue thing with Ray,
Sure.
because she was almost designed to be that way.
I have a whole theory on that. I think I've mentioned it before on stream, but as far as like the OT characters, like he doesn't understand Leia, he doesn't understand Han, he doesn't understand Luke. JJ specifically, that is.
Sometimes people want to create their own OCs or their own reimaginings of something. Like the Old Boy, Spike Lee said, "Oh, Old Boy isn't a remake of the Korean classic; it's a reimagining," and that's sometimes a crutch that people try to get away with to avoid criticism.
Well, sometimes that's true, and sometimes it's cope.
Yeah, I'll agree with that sentiment.
But specifically with TLJ, or no, The Force Awakens. Thank you. Sorry. The Force Awakens is a continuation of the same story. It's not some other story that with the same name, kind of like with Old Boy, the remake. These are supposed to be the same characters, and they're just not treated like. Not only does it is the world building bad, but it's not narratively good either, because it's not narratively interesting to turn your old characters into washed out losers. And it's not.
Really anything can work on a story level or narrative level. I don't like saying X be or X can't be.
You just have to have a good reason for that.
Right.
The
it just needs to make sense, you know.
We're butting up against that. What Parrallax was saying, where basically every answer is, well, it depends.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of reason people rejected Luke is because they didn't think what turned him into a loser made sense for his character.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are definitely some people who just never wanted to see Luke that way, and fair enough. Yeah,
I think
I would still have a character. You could still have that character be that way. There is a version of that storyline that makes sense, and it would be praised by most people, but it's not. But doing the heavy bulk, all the important beats off screen is not good storytelling. I think that the only reason why TLJ and Force Awakens are praised as much as they are is because of the roller coaster aspects of the film. Like especially like with JJ, he has in many ways mastered the kind of working memory aspect of storytelling, where he is aware of like how much, like the pacing of the film, so that the audience can keep up. He doesn't lose people, generally speaking. I think that.
Okay, let's not go too much in depth.
Sorry.
This video actually is going to probably touch upon all these elements, and we can speak on it when we get to it.
Sure.
Okay, so let's start with it. I'll pause it. Try to yell if you want me to pause it, but I'll be trying to pause periodic. every so
Is
often.
Parrallax back?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Hold on, before we get
Objective
started.
badness based on quantifiable, unbiased facts and science and mathematics. And hold on, I need to check something real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh, yeah, no. All of my crazy pills are still here. I haven't taken any of them. So
Yeah, I don't think this is a good. Sorry for pausing it 17 seconds in. I'm not trying to eat that, but do want to pause it. This seems very dismissive right from the start. This is, I think, Taxon's video, I'm guessing. Sounds that way?
I don't know whose video this is.
I don't think it's Taxon, but it's somebody like him.
Okay. This is not a way you want to. I mean, this is the start of Evan's video. I think this is.
He has a little compilation of different clips from.
Yeah, I know. I
Other
sort of
videos.
pause. As I said, I'm doing pause, Andy. I'll unpause it and let us get through until Evan gets to his spiel. But I will be pausing to comment probably on some of the stuff from his compilation.
Wait.
We also do want to conform to fair use policies.
Yeah, that's why I'm pausing and commenting.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing that.
First, Parrallax, why did you change your app? Why does your new avatar look like Patrick Willems?
This doesn't look like Patrick Willems.
Is it? Yes, it does.
Okay, initially, initially,
a jab at you.
It's a combination of Les Grossman from Tropic Thunder and the Tom Cruise meme face where he's laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's the genesis of the image, but I kept it because everyone gets so fucking mad about it, and I think it's funny. Like I've gotten this specific comment: "Why do you have a bald avatar? You have hair." Like probably several dozen times, and I'm making videos no one has seen, so I just can't wait until I get a popular video and there's literally 10,000 comments. Why do you have a bald? I just find it very funny. That's why.
Yeah,
it's a minor troll, I guess. Nice.
Yeah.
What is it? I think the origin is very nice.
Yeah,
but,
Tom Cruise.
If you also look at what's that? Patrick Willems. I mean, he has the same hair color, facial pattern, baldness, sunglasses. So if he was to laugh, it might look something like your avatar.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
I'm just saying I can see where he's going with that.
Okay, let's move on. Forget about that.
why does it feel like I'm taking crazy pills? Because it really feels like I'm taking crazy pills.
Oh, can you pause really quick?
Art is...
So there's a reason that he feels like he's taking crazy pills. That's because this conversation is absolute cancer.
I agree.
The problem with this conversation is that no one ever understands each other. There are so many different ways that the terms objective and subjective get used. And I've seen, I actually spent over a month writing a video on this, also called Art is Not Subjective, that I never released because
I remember talking about it on Twitter.
Yeah, it's just too obnoxious. They're trying to get through all the problems people have in this conversation is really frustrating. And like my end takeaway from the whole thing was just that like no one that talks about this really has any understanding of each other. So the reason he feels like he's taking crazy pills is probably because he's using the words in a certain way, and then he's seeing other people say things that make no fucking sense based on the way that he uses the terms, because the underlying problem is that they are not using terms in remotely the same fashion. So like that in my opinion is the underlying cause of basically all of the misunderstandings with this conversation and why it's so frustrating. And I don't think people actually have a deep disagreement that much.
I don't know about that. There's some people who would want to argue
kind of engagement in objective versus subjective and subjectivity in art discussion, and a lot of it comes down to semantics. It's like Stitch's law. Everything is just definitions.
I think that there's 80% of the conversation is that. I think that there are some people who do have core disagreements, but I think that like most people, it's somewhere between 80 to 90% of the problems that they're having are with the language being used. Because if you were able to create a common ground definitions on things, then where everyone is agreeing with the words being used, they could have a conversation and agree with almost everything, if not everything.
Well, there's different underlying underpinnings. Like, does anyone really think literature theory with all its branches and lenses. I have a video going over that. Probably not going to cover it, just all the literature theories of queer theory and having to take all these lenses and having to look at the same subject matter to come to more of an objective matter. I just think there's a lot of things out there that sort of pollute the water in this discussion also. I agree the definitions is a big problem, but there's also a matter of how people are approaching criticism and just disagreeing fundamentally, like with objective criticism as a concept.
Sure, I'll give you that, but I think that those are the minority. I think that they are the majority in college, but they're the minority of people everywhere else.
Okay, first of all, I feel personally attacked. I don't appreciate that.
I'm so sorry. I had
But the Williams thing still holding on to that?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
he grew a.
Didn't you say that it was supposed to offend other people? You're not supposed to get offended by it, right?
Oh, I don't care. I mean, I'm probably going to do a full rebrand at some point anyway. So, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, what is it? He had a COVID beard, which was pretty crazy. This is before that, I think. Anyways.
Did y'all see him on Mr. Beast? In a Mr. Beast video?
Oh, no.
Wait, Patrick Williams is in a Mr. Beast video? Really?
He was a part of one of his challenges.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, nice.
Collaborating. Oh, that's a good way to grow your business. Okay. I'm sure that we'll discuss more given this video.
Is subjective.
All film is subjective. All art is subjective.
Art is subjective.
Art is not a science. There is no means to universally or factually prove worth.
Okay, pausing on his face. I disagree with art is subjective. The interpretation of art is subjective because art, every art piece is a physical product. It does not change no matter, unless you reinterpret it, remix it. It's going to be static item. So art on its own, the object of art is objective. It's a solid, unchanging thing. Do you guys agree with that?
Well, when people say that, they mean the value of art, not the existence of art.
Yes.
Like if there's a painting, obviously a painting physically exists. But
the quality of an art piece is going to be subjective, though.
Yes,
a lot of what's being talked about
is more about the value of the objective qualities of the art. I'm just trying to clarify. The art is actually objective. It won't change. But the value, people, individuals, and society as a broader whole, that's the subjective element of that.
Yeah.
Right.
One of, or probably the biggest disagreement that happens with people on the subjective objective sides is that they are one of them is talking about craft and the execution of craft, and another person is talking about like subjective value and how like how you feel about a thing and how what that means to that person and to other people. And they're really apples and oranges. They're not talking about the same thing at all.
Well, yeah, so like there's so many different things people might mean. So like one of the more common things that people mean is like, well, you can't make an objective list of the best films of all time in order that everybody would agree on. Therefore, art is subjective. But like the problem with that is that you're creating a concept of objectivity that's just a straw man. It's like definitionally impossible. So saying art is subjective in that context isn't saying anything, because like nobody would think that. And then on another side, people might say, well, art is subjective because everyone is entitled to their own opinion. But everyone agrees with that, including Mahler. Like nobody thinks that, you're not entitled to having your own preferences and your own take on a movie. Everybody agrees with that. That doesn't mean it's subjective necessarily. And there's like, you have to go through like 5 different versions of that. But like the thing is, I very strongly disagree with the idea that like art is subjective is a strong statement, but I agree with everything Quentin just said. Like, there's no, it's the disagreement is in the use of terms.
Beard bros.
Yeah.
And there seems to be like this conflation of objective means axiomatic, right? Like you have it, no one can disagree with it. It's absolutely irrefutable on every level.
Well, the like better version of what people usually mean when they say like what I want is objective criticism is it's something like criticism should take into account the factual nature of what actually happens in the piece, and criticism should be presented in a way where the premises of your arguments are things everybody can agree on. Like that's usually what people mean when they say that they're making objective criticism, which is again
the arguments stuff.
Well, when I think of objective criticism, I'm thinking, okay, it kind of goes back to that standard of consistency I was talking about. When I think you have to be objective in your criticism or your analysis, I'm going in my head, okay, well, you have a certain standard that you yourself have set for what you think is good or bad, and you're kind of appealing to it unbiased. That's what I think when I hear objective, like criticism or analysis or whatever.
See, that's the problem, though, is that's very different from what I think of, and it's again, that's just not what objective means. I mean, like, I have my own set of values. The fact that my criticism is appealing to my set of values is definitely not objective, because I guarantee you have a different set of values. Mahler has a very different set of values, right? Like, this is one of the problems people have when they compare their thoughts on things, is that, you know, people prioritize things to different degrees. You know, Mahler cares.
That's true. I guess what I'm saying is yes, you have everyone has different values. The standards that you're appealing to are ultimately subjective, but you can appeal to said standards in an objective way, in an unbiased way, like removed from feeling.
Well, that's logical consistency. It's not objectivity. That's what I'm saying. It's all going to be a semantic argument. That I'm telling you, I've done a lot of reading. It's not objective.
Yeah.
Well, genres tend to have certain standards and elements that make that particular genre. If you can conform to a lot of them, but you can also deviate to a certain degree, and you would still live up to the standards of that particular genre, so people would know you were in it. That's how I look at it, but I probably have a very particular view of seeing objective standards for certain genres or industries or mediums. Even there's many different things that you can say there is standards, and it would be objective standards that most professionals in the industry would agree with, and you can take risk with it, and it might improve that genre or medium in a certain way, and there's something the experts or those professionals would disagree with. It's not truly objective. Go on.
Well, genre is just a descriptive shorthand. It's like if I say a film is a crime film, then you get an idea of, you know, what the plot might look like and what the tone might be. But like, genre isn't prescriptive. Nobody gets upset when, you know, somebody makes a crime film, but, you know, thwarts the traditional, crime tropes. That's not like a problem.
Well, here's the problem with what you just said, though, is that because so drama and comedy are achieving two different things. They are absolutely not like equivalent, right? They have two different impacts on the audience. So if you're trying to get somebody to laugh, you wouldn't make a drama or a tragedy, right? Like,
and there's also hybrid genres.
Right? If you're trying to, I mean, you could use elements, right? It depends on exactly, you know, what you're trying to achieve, right? But like, if you've made, like, if somebody is able to analyze what you've made and you've made a tragedy, then you failed at making a comedy.
Correct. You could say objectively you failed at making this
right.
This
so
way.
If you're going in to make a comedy, if you're trying to make somebody laugh, right, then there are prescriptions that you should adhere to. But if you're just making a story, right? If you're just like, you've got an idea for something and you're making it, and you're not worried about what it is necessarily, it's just, you know, you've got this thing that you're trying to get out into the world. and then you'll worry later about how other people are classifying it. Sure, that has no prescriptions. But if you're reaching for a goal, and there are things you should and shouldn't do.
Well, if you're trying to make a comedy, the only thing that really matters is that people laugh. I mean, like, you could go back to basically any large change in the movements of the construction of comedy, and you can find a time where something was incredibly funny and breaking basically all of the established standards that had been in place that would be, associated with comedy. And as long as people are laughing, no one's going to care, right? Like, it's not the standards and tropes of a genre are not. They're not prescriptions. Breaking them isn't a problem. It's just that those are things that tend to be associated with accomplishing a certain experience. And the thing is, like, genre tropes over time get worn into a place where, in order to accomplish that experience, you are almost required to break the genre trope. It's actually something I'm talking about with romance. That, like, romance has gotten so dug into its own ass that, like, the movies don't work anymore. And, like, you're required to innovate, not out of trying to be an edgy special boy, but just out of necessity. Because the things that used to define a successful romance picture just aren't going to work anymore because the tropes have been so well laden.
Yes, what I was talking about earlier with the stagnation, you need a sort of deconstruction period and a reconstruction period. And sometimes those come naturally within the genre. Something just works that defies people, and they tend to be breakout hits, people who can find a way in comedy to make people laugh in a new, interesting way, even almost self-mockery, and it develops on itself. The genre, I really need to refine this
and so
I understand arguments.
Basically going off of what wait, hold on, I got something real clear in my head. Basically going off of what Parrallax is saying, I 100% agree with everything you said. What I wasn't trying to say that there are rules, like maxims, right? But just that, like, you what is it? There are things you can do. Okay, so we don't have all of the answers, right? So there are things to pioneer. There are and sometimes it does work off of a meta, right? Because, like, things that wouldn't be funny in a certain context are funny in another context, right? So what I'm talking about is kind of a moving target, definitely. But there are, like, you can be so far off the mark that when you analyze it after it's been made, you can see that it's not, what you've done is make a bad comedy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but okay, so this is going to be appealing to my own biases, but my biases are good and informed and based, so that's fine. Sure. Okay, people in general need to be less concerned with the parts of story and more concerned with the end experience of the story. So, like, my perspective, like when I said I wrote a book on screenwriting, the central thesis of that book is that the parts of story are not fundamentally important in the way that people think that they are, and the unit of analysis should be the experience of the audience, the emotional and intellectual experience of what a film actually accomplishes. That's really what matters. And to give you a couple of examples of, like, why you would want to think that way, a lot of people will try and figure out, what does a good plot look like, for example? How could you look at a plot and say that it's a good plot? In my opinion, the only way you can do that is to look at a film with a satisfying experience and say, okay, the plot of that was clearly effective. Because the thing is, you could find a very similar plot in a film everybody agrees is a world-winning masterpiece, acclaimed piece of, based excellence. And then you could have the exact same plot in a remake and it's garbage. Like, it's not that the plot itself is intrinsically good. It's that the culmination of different parts of story come together to create a satisfying experience. So again, with the comedy, it's like, if the goal of a comedy is to make people laugh, then absolutely people need to be made to laugh. That's, the end experience is really what's relevant. But how you get there, there's a lot of different ways to get there. There's more traditional ways to get there. There's subversive ways to get there. But I'm telling you, you are absolutely going down a nowhere road if you try and figure out what is the, theoretically, mathematically correct way to build a comedy. That can't function, because by necessity, if there is a correct way to do it, a lot of people will do it and it will become worn over time and become less effective, and people will be forced to innovate and change it. So like there's never going to be like a formulaic mathematical correct approach to these things. There are trends you can observe. Successful comedies have a tendency to do this set of things, but there's various reasons for that. Like, for example, for a while, the set of things that made a successful comedy were just the particular elements of Judd Apatow films, because he was the one who was creating the most successful comedies. Some of the things that he was doing seemed to be quite effective, and there's good lessons to learn there. Some of the things that he was doing, I would say, are probably in the long run ineffective and partially responsible for the decline in the quality of his films, right? But just because something is an element of Judd Apatow's style, it didn't mean that was intrinsically the correct way to make comedy. And very much, if you have someone who's created a dominant style of comedy, someone else is going to come along and do something very different. And the fact that it's very different is going to be part of why it's, it becomes so effective, because it's breaking the standards and traditions people have become accustomed to.
Sure.
So like
well, I would just want to jump in and say that I feel like I failed to communicate, because I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, and I don't feel like it's incompatible with what I said before.
Okay. Agree to disagree. Let's
Well,
start
no. That's the point. Is we are not disagreeing. I feel like I failed to communicate, because I 100% agree with everything you just said.
I think he was disagreeing with me, Parallax. Okay, I'm the wrong one. Okay, I'm used to it. Okay, I throw out wild theories and see what sticks sometimes, and I'm still developing ideas about the standards and genre. Comedy is a beast all in its own that is really hard to define within the genre theory. I think that's a really difficult one, because a lot of Marvel movies, a lot of elements use comedy to sort of comedy is definitely one of those difficult things, and the aim should be to laugh, get people to laugh. And sometimes you tell the same jokes over and over again and they'll get stale, so you need to find new ways to tell new jokes or create new ones.
If I was to try just like one line kind of attempt to reorient what I was saying, it's that if we were to look at a movie that consistently makes people laugh and a movie that consistently doesn't make people laugh, I think you'd be able to look at the construction. If you were to analyze the film or films very with a fine-tooth comb, right? You would be able to find the structures and the reasons why one is succeeding and the other isn't. And it's not a mystery. It's not magic. It's not.
Imagine a
if
simple
that makes
tweet.
sense.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I agree with that, but I think it's way less generalizable than people like to think.
Sure.
So like if I look at The Big Lebowski, for example, I can give you very discrete reasons why that film is effective, why so many people like it, and why it's so funny relative to other films. But I don't think that necessarily means that I can take those lessons and just apply them to my own comedies, because again, it all exists within a very particular context.
Right.
The choices that were made in The Big Lebowski are going to be very different than choices that are made in other films. I just saw Barbie. I consider that to be quite funny. It was a very different kind of funny. Like just, doing the same things that The Big Lebowski does in the Barbie movie are not going to be effective. Barbie's way closer to like Monty Python.
You compared it to the Lego movie.
Yeah,
I think that's a comparison.
Yeah, well, that's in the sense that like it's something that should by all rights be a pile of garbage, because it's just fucking some empty corporate thing, and for some reason it's good.
I feel that way about an anime called Gungrave. It was based off of a video game, and by all rights, it shouldn't have been good. But the person who did Trigun was put in charge of it, and that turned out excellent. Even though it was based off of a video game with almost no plot at all, it turned out really well, because they established a lot of things that the video game didn't do. There are ways to effectively do something that exists outside of the original medium.
Yeah, basically anything can conceivably be good, but figuring out why it's good most of the time is really complicated. Like there are some films where there's like a very clear reason. Like I just talked about Blue is the Warmest Color. That movie is very good, in particular because of the acting. Like that's basically like 75% of the reason that movie is good, but that's pretty rare. Most of the time you have a much more complicated synthesis of many different elements of filmmaking and storytelling all working together towards a goal, and in a way that wouldn't necessarily apply to other films. That's what makes it so complicated. And that again, that's why it's so troublesome that so many film videos are like, here's how you write a good villain. It's like there is no way to write a good villain.
No.
The
But you
title
can
itself is
highlight examples of good villains and what make them good
Sure.
villains.
Yeah, I mean, you could go through Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight and explain what makes him so good relative to other people, and that could be a really good analysis. But it's unlikely that those reasons would generalize to all good villains.
Yeah, I think that you would to really learn the lessons of that kind of writing or story or world building and narrative structure and such.
Character development.
Yeah. You really need to be very general. I think that people are too specific when they're learning their quote unquote learning lessons. They're learning the wrong lessons. They're learning they're being too specific. They need to be way more general, way more contextual, way more general, way more holistic, as Parrallax was saying earlier.
Give them certain characteristics and let them grow within the environment and go with that natural. Let the environment of the story change the character, the baseline character you're creating. You don't need to have all the details fleshed out to start. It's never a bad idea, but sometimes that does limit the character you're trying to create when you create them as a static thing, not affected by the actual story.
A lot of what makes a character good is the world that they're in.
I would actually go way beyond that and say that there's a common writing exercise people do where they'll sit down and make a character profile and they'll try and answer, every conceivable question about this character. What's their backstory? What's their personality breakdown? What are their relationships like? And one of the main things I learned writing was that that's a really fucking bad idea, because you end up getting married to ideas that are not contextually important to the story. And when you end up getting attached to ideas, you restrict, your ability to make other things work. And basically, it's incredibly difficult to create a holistic work where, it's working. It's the overall story is functioning as well as you want. And in order to get there, you need to be very flexible. You need to be willing to change things about characters, change things about scenes, drop scenes entirely, drop plot threads, and in general, just not get attached to particular ideas until you're absolutely certain that those ideas work within the broader context of everything else that's going on.
And I think,
well, you should have characteristics.
I was mystified. I was mystified a little bit by you're saying how that's a bad idea, because that felt like a really good idea to me until I realized what you were saying about being married to ideas. Because me personally, when I'm doing something like that, I'm never married to an idea. I view the characters in the world as kind of like pieces of a whole. So if like something is broken, I'll just I'll fix it. I'm never married to any of those kinds of ideas. I want everything to like with EFAP saying is that consistency is key. And so if the world is incompatible with, or like a story development is incompatible with a character's backstory, well then I would value the story over the character. I would change the character.
So there's something that I very consistently noticed reading other people's screenplays was that when you look at like the worst scenes and the things that are just really not working, they're very often things that they're married to and they just won't allow to lead the story, because if other things were ineffective, they would remove them. And they don't end up dragging the story down. But oftentimes the things that they're married to are, that they're not willing to compromise on, they're not willing to cut, end up dragging the whole thing down and fucking it all up. And that's also something I noticed writing my own work. So a lot of the times my favorite scenes were the scenes my readers hated the most, and it's because I was like married to them for stupid reasons. I liked it. I liked them for reasons that were not effective with the audience. And it's shocking how consistent that is, not just for screenwriting but for art in general. Just in general, keeping things flexible is a very big benefit to artists in pretty much any industry.
I will agree with that. Also, some people married to sort of working in a certain themes, even if it doesn't work with the characters that they built, also works for that. If they want to work in certain concepts, like there was that really weird comedy about the asteroid coming towards the Earth and everyone freaking out. I did not like that
Melancholia?
movie. Huh?
Oh no, not Melancholia.
Don't look up. Don't look
don't
up.
Okay.
I thought overall it was well done, but it was a failure as a film, in my opinion. A lot of people concurred with it. It's just a mishmash. The ideas of it was incompatible with what the film was trying to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it.
Well, you
I
probably
heard really bad things about it. I don't watch movies I expect to be bad for the most part.
Okay, probably a good thing if you don't want to say negative things. Let's continue. I just put up the room because he talks about the subjective room element that gets brought up.
They prove worth. And arguably that is why art has any value in the first place.
Isn't it subjective? No.
A comment that I hear more and more in modern video essays is the statement, art is subjective. This statement is usually used as a counter to the idea that film criticism is based on objective references and that a film can be quantified objectively for quality. People who support the idea that art is subjective claim that people who support objective criticism harm art by limiting the discussion.
Okay, good place to pause on that.
Oh, it's blue is the warmest color. Base.
Again, fair use. He hasn't really got to this point, but how effective is his words and music choices?
I like it. I think it's a well-constructed video.
Well, yeah, that's why I picked it. I didn't want to pick this video apart. There are some problems I have with it, but they're sort of like nitpicks that I personally come across. Music choice is a little artsy-fartsy, but I think that's what he wanted to get across in that. Any other comments?
Just as a quick aside, how much you pause is not relevant to fair use. Your use of the material is in a different domain and not targeting the same audience. So
yeah,
I'm
just playing it safe by trying to pause every so often. I'm still learning this stuff. I'm sure all of us have stuff to learn. Yeah, I know.
Well, but if you pause
just a common
often,
misconception.
Yeah,
I know.
Well, but if you pause often, you can make an argument that you have transformed the video and that nobody can
but if you have nothing to transform it with in those pauses, it still wouldn't meet the criteria of fair use.
So that's actually the misunderstanding, is that like transformation implies that pausing does not create transformation. So transformation has to do with two different things. One is the de minimis clause, which basically means that you use as little of the work as possible. In that sense, no videos like this are ever fair use. The thing is, it's not going to go to court, so it doesn't matter. But the other more relevant thing has to do with audience duplication. So the problem with most React videos is that if someone posts blank reacts to X, the entire point of putting that on YouTube is to target the same group of people that would like the initial video. So it's audience duplication. You're creating a duplicate to where your reaction to their video harms their initial video because you're just doing exactly the same thing. The people who are going to look at your video are the same people who want to watch the original video. That's what fair use is targeting. That's also why there's exemptions for educational use, because if you're looking at something and using it as an educational thing, you're not targeting the same audience at all. I can sit here with watching a segment of Pocahontas and then talking about it, and that will never target the group of people who want to watch Pocahontas. There's no market damage to.
Sure,
yeah, exactly.
But what about this video? Because this is about art criticism. We're talking about criticism and art. It's essentially the same audience. You aren't watching it to target the people who would have clicked on the initial video on the platform that it's on. So like one of the ways that you can very often establish fair use is to like watching something in a YouTube video. It doesn't have nearly as much market damage as releasing the same thing in the format of like a theater, for example. It's one of the, and this is a legal defense. It's actually quite a bit different than how YouTube actually functions. Sure.
I mean, we don't need to get fully into the weeds. I'm just saying that like there's this meme people have. It's like, oh, well, I paused it, therefore it's transformative, therefore it's fair use. It's like, it's not accurate. How much you pause actually doesn't really matter either for the fair use argument or for content ID claims on YouTube. It's just irrelevant, but.
I understand why you bring it up. It's definitely a good point to bring up on the it's definitely something good to bring up on a video about, especially since we're getting into the criticism of YouTube, bringing up people having this misconception about fair use. Yes, you need to make an effort to be transformative, sort of like Orlay trying to convince iDubbbz to apologize for criticizing Jinx. That dude, oh, his criticism, what he did was completely ethically, I think personally, the sort of a subjective and objective idea of ethics obviously isn't objective morality or ethics, but that's another point. But yeah, that definitely wasn't fair use. I don't know why iDubbbz should have criticized him for that point. I just wanted to bring that up, a reference to what's in the news.
Yeah.
But just like how would you say like we are different, or how are we transforming, how are we not targeting the same audience with this video?
Okay, let's say that I make a video and the title of the video, I don't know, is Tarantino is underrated, right? And there are a group of people on YouTube who would conceivably want to watch my video. Now, let's say Asmongold reacts to that, right? And he releases reacting to Tarantino is underrated, and he releases it on YouTube. So he's explicitly targeting my audience on the same platform. The entire appeal of his video is the same as the appeal of my video, and the method of delivery is exactly the same. You're targeting them on the exact same platform. And basically the essence of what makes his video enjoyable has not very much to do with his input. It has way more to do with the quality of the original work. That's why it's not fair use. First of all, it's not de minimis because you're watching the entire thing. And then beyond that, it's not transformative because you're targeting the same audience on the same platform. Everything that would make you want to click on his video are the same things that would make you want to click on my video. So by clicking on his video, you're doing market damage to my video. Like that's basically that's largely what it's getting at. It doesn't have to do with like how much you pause is really just irrelevant to the legal argument.
I get
that. But this is a near universal misconception. So don't feel bad about it.
No, it's okay.
The only people I've heard clarify this are lawyers.
No, that's fine. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, going into the devil's in the detail. And I agree. The pausing doesn't matter. It's a matter of trying to make it something of your own, inject your own opinion, and not targeting the same audience, because there is massive problems with reactions. People doing that on YouTube.
But yeah, like this stream, nobody's going to come to this stream because they wanted to watch this video. That just doesn't exist.
No.
Now it would be different if you released this segment and then said reacting to art is not subjective. That would be pretty over the line. But we're not doing that. You're just doing a stream. So
yeah.
Now, here's the thing about de minimis. Couldn't you make a legal argument that like pausing is in relation to that?
No.
I'm not saying it'd be airtight. I'm saying you could make a legal argument that since you're the interruptions, you're starting and restarting the thing, and such that since
you could take a 10-minute you could take a 10-minute video, chop it up into 5-second segments, and then intersperse it throughout a 20-hour live stream, and it would not be fair use necessarily. That's just not important. De minimis has to do with the percentage of duplication of the original work. So the amount of pausing just doesn't matter.
If you talked about the same matter in that case and didn't deviate from the same line, but if you would have to deviate to a decent degree to not replicate it.
Yeah, you're what is it? You're targeting a different aspect of fair use. The what do you call it? Like the educational, different audience at that point is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be specific because there's so many. There's the legal argument, the ethical argument, and then what matters for content ID claims on YouTube. Because the thing is, from a legal perspective, basically no videos like this would ever win in court, but they don't go to court, so that doesn't really matter. That's what everybody always appeals to. If you watch the whole video, it's not fair use, like straight up. But it's never going to go to court.
Are you familiar with Sargon's fair use? Because it did go to court and he did win.
Yes, but
I'm
he
not,
cut
I'm not
it
familiar
up.
with that
That was
case.
He
an,
cut up
might
that
wanna-
video and
you might wanna look at
changed
that.
the
Person, right?
context for it, if I remember it correctly.
Because he cut it up. So what he
Yeah.
did is he just used the original video. He cut it up to make it look like she was saying something else.
Yeah.
If you
But it was targeting. It was on the same platform. It was targeting the same audience. It was using. It was
No,
using,
it wasn't
used as
targeting the
parody?
same audience.
Wait,
Yeah,
was it
it's
used
more
as
like
parody? It sounds like
almost.
it's okay. That's
Practically
no, that's completely different. Parody is not targeting the same audience. In fact, it's targeting an opposite audience. If you have a political actor who is
True.
like Sargon's audience is probably the exact opposite of the people he's talking about, and presenting things in a parody context is one of the highest levels of protection for transformation. Like one of the best things you can possibly do is have strong and noticeable, unambiguous elements of parody or satire. That's like one of the best ways to win a fair use argument.
Yeah, that was the whole Ole OK person, right? Is that her name?
No,
What was her name then?
I forget. It was a long time ago. Also,
yeah,
H3H3 had a
she, like,
case
publicly
against
admitted.
someone, and that also won.
He didn't use the entire video in that case. I'm somewhat familiar with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Again, it was parody, and he didn't use the whole thing.
Yeah, I doubt we'll even get through all this, and we might skip around also a bit. But let's at least get to his one point. But it definitely is worth clarifying the fair use thing. I didn't mean to use this. I wasn't saying I was pausing for fair use, but just for a chance to discuss the issue, maybe criticize this video. Another thing that why a lot of people on YouTube criticize videos opposed to just watching videos and agreeing with them is because that's one of the fair use aspects. You can use a material if you're going to criticize it. It's probably not as strong as parody or criticism.
It's pretty strong.
Well, so things exist kind of like, especially with things in the law, exist on a spectrum. So you can have a strong claim to fair use and have a weak claim to fair use. Yeah. But like, okay, so you have if
I mean, it's gone to court like 5 times.
I was thinking about something in particular, but a video creator watching a video he disagrees with, pausing rarely to like maybe add things to the clip or add things to the video that his own perspective. But how in and it's what is it? He's going through several videos, so not just that one, but like that a large chunk of his stream is just him agreeing with one video. How strong a fair use is that?
If you're just watching a video, agreeing with it, and you're using the entire thing, you would get decimated from every perspective, ethically, legally, and through the content ID system.
Well, technically, ethically, you could say with some of this identity stuff. As a black woman, I watched this white man's video, and I agree with everything. It would be very, very weak. I just wanted to bring in that sort of.
Yeah, I mean, like
was it Bob? Once Bob Organized Chaos once watched Jack Saint video, and I was going to cover it, but then I was like, he's just watching it and sort of agreeing with the video. I felt unethical even just watching it, much less covering it.
Yeah. So from a practical perspective for creators, let me quickly explain what actually matters about how this works, because legally isn't particularly important because the likelihood of going to court is very low. So what happens is YouTube has a system called the Content ID system, where basically you have in your creator studio, you have a thing that's like, here are videos that have a lot of overlap with your video, and it basically gives you a link to go through and review them. And if you feel that the content is, it is non-legal or whatever, if you feel there's a problem with it, you can submit claims. And with the process, basically, there's a 3-step process. You submit a claim against their video, and when that happens, usually you start a dispute, and the ad revenue for the video is put into what's it called, a trust or something. There's like a purgatory area for the ad revenue while the legality of the video is disputed. But basically, the way that this works is the person who is filing the claim has 2 opportunities to file claims against you, and you're able to dispute them. If you as the creator dispute it twice, then they have, I think, 30 days to take you to court. And if they don't, the dispute is dropped. Now, the problem is this entire process is very long and potentially devastating. Like if you actually get taken to court, like even if you are correct, you will probably get cleaned. if you're a smaller creator. Getting taken to court is an absolutely terrifying prospect. But when you get taken to court, that's when the legal aspect matters, and that's when the actual concept of fair use matters. Before that, fair use does not matter. Fair use is not remotely important in determining content ID claims. It has nothing to do with how YouTube's system of automatically tagging videos works. It just doesn't. Everybody says fair use. It's like this meme, but fair use is only a legal defense in court. That's the only thing that it is. It has nothing to do with everything else, and chances are very, very good that you will never end up in a courtroom talking about fair use. So really, fair use doesn't matter. And it's a thing from the United States, which doesn't apply to everyone. But anyway, what really matters is that if you get claimed, then you have the threat of being taken to court. Right. And like the reason that you really need to worry about not getting claimed is because you don't like going to court is such a terrifying prospect. So basically the only time you really want to fight these things, and there's a lot more to it I could get into, but the only time you really want to fight these battles is when you're 100% sure that what you did like is irrefutably going to get ruled in your favor in court. Otherwise, it's just not worth it to escalate it through the system, because especially if you're dealing with something like Universal or Warner Brothers or something, and they actually do decide to take you to court, that could be your fucking life. Like the stakes couldn't be higher. So, but what really matters from the content creator's perspective usually is getting tagged within the system. So that's quite a bit different. It's not fair use anyway. It's a whole thing.
I got, was that, I actually got tagged for my Across the Spider-Verse stream.
I warned you, dude.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
okay. So, and what I did was I had a trailer on mute playing in the background as we were talking about the film, and I got tagged for it. But I actually made the fair use claim, and explained what was going on, what we did, and what was it? Who owns the film? It's Sony. Yeah, Sony actually released their claim on it.
Nice.
So a lot of times, if you dispute the first claim, people will give up on it because there's a. I mean, this is actually goes far beyond the content ID system. There's a certain legal power in just threatening somebody with litigation, and people will shit their pants and just do whatever you ask them to do for the most part. So like that's what had just happened with Dolphin and Steam and Nintendo. Nintendo didn't actually litigate anything. They didn't even send a cease and desist. They just basically told Valve, by the way, we own lawyers. Watch yourself. And they just like basically shit themselves and dropped the whole thing. To summarize it very quickly. But a lot of the time, if you dispute the first claim, things will get resolved fine. Now the problem, like people will drop the claims because it's not worth it for them to pursue you. The problem with that is that sometimes if you dispute a claim, then like all hell will break loose. So that's what happened with Point Crow, where Point Crow disputed a claim from Nintendo, and Nintendo said, all right, how about fuck you, and claimed like 15 of his videos or something. And,
Would that be
I don't
ethical? No.
Well, and the thing is, like, you can't fight Nintendo. You just can't.
No,
like you can't fight Nintendo.
You'll
They're one of the
never
more
be able to.
litigious. Yeah, and like there's just no use doing that. So that's the kind of risk that you run when you dispute these claims. By disputing it, basically you're giving them the middle finger, and it's this whole really weird power game. But for the most part, I'm just going to do everything I can to avoid content ID claims and just avoid the whole process, because it's terror inducing the thought of having to actually go through the process.
Yeah, like if Parrallax took this stream and clipped out just him saying all this section here and put it up as a video, theoretically, I could claim that video. Would it be ethically? No. I'm just saying the ethics of it and the legally, I might be able to make the argument, but I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just using that as an example. It would be all his own words, but I could claim that it was my stream that inspired it. It's just really weird shit that I don't want to mess with generally, because lawyers.
But between content creators, things are normally resolved in the court of public opinion. And the thing is, there's a very strong code between content creators to not claim people.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, for a lot of reasons, it's a whole social thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but like so from a legal argument, if I was recording my own stream, you would be fucked. You wouldn't have a case. But if I took your stream clip and uploaded it, I think I would just be straightforwardly in the wrong, even if it's me talking.
Yeah, I would think ethically you would be in the right, but
YouTube,
a court of opinion.
Yeah.
Did y'all ever see that one like fair use beef that Dev had with the one socialist streamer. I don't
No, I
remember
haven't.
her name, but
No.
he went onto her stream and debated her about like socialism for an hour, and then after that he clipped out his part of the stream. He clipped out his like 1 hour of the stream that he was on and posted it to his channel. And then I think that
Stardust?
Huh?
Was that Stardust?
No, it wasn't Stardust.
Oh, God.
Stardust isn't a socialist. At least I don't think she is.
She's a lib.
Nice. Based. Yeah, and then and then she got really angry at him, and she was like claiming that he was stealing her content, even though like, you know, she invited him on to come and you know, he was basically a part of that content as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he would lose that, honestly.
Yeah.
It was a very small socialist streamer, so
Yeah, they don't understand ethics, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them.
Just record your screen and probably ask.
Yeah. Okay. I put it back some because we went off on a large tangent.
Is a counter to the idea that film criticism is based on objective references and that a film can be quantified objectively for quality. People who support the idea that art is subjective claim that people who support objective criticism harm art by limiting the discussion. I would support the opposite. The concept that art is entirely subjective and uses no objective standards is a concept which is immensely harmful to both artists and art critics. Whether it is writing, directing, sculpting, painting, or creating a video essay, every form of art uses standards and can be
Can you pause it?
objective.
Yeah, I was going to pause it there. I
So
want him to finish the thought.
Yeah, so I forget the exact words that he used, but I'm pretty sure both of those perspectives were basically straw men that like very few people actually believe.
Mhm.
Like the people who will argue that art is subjective all believe that art has standards and that like there are differences between certain things are better and certain things are worse and shit like that. It's very difficult to find somebody who will take the version of the argument that he just gave and actually like support it.
Well, no, but like a lot of what I've heard is that when they back up those perspectives that like something is better than another, they will just fall back on this is my opinion, but I don't think that this is absolutely correct. They will have this view that like even ideas of standards are or any idea of a standard is simply a personal perspective, a personal taste issue, and it's not relating to anything real.
Well, that's why I say this is an issue of communication and not of like deeply held standards, because one thing that really bothers people about the art is subjective crowd is that they will make arguments like that and then they will talk about things being good or bad. But the fact that they talk about things being good or bad is reflective of the fact that they don't hold this view. Like they absolutely think that certain things are better constructed than other things. Certain films are more effective than other films. And, you know, very often they'll use the language of like, this film is better than that film. Right.
Well,
I mean, like
is if you back it up, if you strip it back as much as possible, it ultimately diffuses into, okay, well, I like it or I don't like it. That's essentially what the basis for all of it is. And this was especially apparent in EFAP's debate with Twin Perfect, where they tried to kind of pin him down on saying something is maybe good or bad, and it always reverted back to, I like it more, or I don't like it.
Well, that's more of an optics game, not wanting to get into sort of succumb to the crowd or agree. It's generally just stubbornness and not wanting to use the terms that your opposition's using. Redefine.
No, I think it's the basis that pretty much everyone uses to call something good or bad. Is that always translates to I like it more or I don't like it.
I actually pretty strongly disagree with that.
Oh,
I mean, like everybody knows that they like certain things that aren't as good proportional to how much they like them. And especially literally everyone knows that there are films that are very, very well crafted and good that just don't resonate with them for whatever reason. Like, so it's not just as simple as like a one-to-one, I like it, I don't like it, therefore that's the quality. I don't think that really reflects what, you know, pretty much anyone, including the hard subjective crowd like Quentin or whoever, would be saying.
There's a certain amount of people who are saying if you don't like it, don't review it.
Maybe on a level of intuition, someone could acknowledge, yeah, there's clearly a difference between like the craft behind The Room and like The Godfather or like the
Yeah,
Dark.
he makes that argument at the end.
Yeah, yeah. But I think the issue is if you push someone like that far enough back, they have to revert to, okay, well, I mean, the standard is just I like it more. That's kind of what I'm saying.
If they don't want to be base, they can be base and be like, you're wrong and I'm right. That's the base take, I think.
Well, I've pushed a lot of these people on exactly that. In fact, that was my exact argument almost. I would say compare The Godfather to Plan 9 from Outer Space. Like, are you seriously going to sit here with a straight face and tell me there's no difference in quality? And I've never found a single person who will bite that bullet. Not one. Not even like Discord schizos. Like nobody will take that position.
Well,
but if they want to be consistent, right? Then
what is the
Sorry, what? Andrew?
What about sorry? What about Oh gosh, I can't remember his name, but he made that Soma is not a horror game or something or
Joseph Anderson. Yeah.
He was saying that he said that when he says a movie is good or a game is good or bad, that he just means it subjectively, and the only reason why he's using the language that strong language that way is because it is more appealing to the audience, that he doesn't necessarily believe that these that games can be good or bad necessarily.
Yeah, I think it was more about.
I'm pretty sure that's not what he's. I'm reasonably certain that's not what he said. So
okay,
the video.
So I'm misremembering.
I might not be. I watched it less than 6 months ago. So the video is called "Subjectivity is Implied" or something like that.
Okay.
And he was responding to basically a deluge of comments in the comment section, which would either say, "Why are you talking about how good things are? Don't you know that like art is subjective?" And then on the other hand, "Why are you talking about your opinion? Don't you know that art is objective?" And if I recall correctly, he was saying that it's a mix of both, but it's a waste of time to talk about it. Like, it's a waste of time to say that something is your opinion because obviously it's your opinion. Like, why would that need to be clarified?
I think it was a little bit more than that. It was he was making like a descriptive argument. He was making descriptive claims about the fact that he thought it wasn't horror. He was saying Soma isn't a horror game, and that was kind of more so the descriptive part that a lot of people were taking issue with, from what I remember. It's been a while since I've
I think that video was a mistake overall. I agree with Parrallax here. Is a lot of people are nitpicking his words, and that probably caused him to create a video just on that particular thing and sort of talk down to his audience.
Well, he was taking a middle position. So like one thing that people were basically asking him to do was like, you needed to clarify when something is your opinion. And then he demonstrated that's stupid by basically having to clarify every single thing in the video for like 5 minutes. And he was like, in my opinion, that would be a waste of time because in my view, that would make, the language of the video be extremely clunky and annoying. Right. And also, in my opinion, like everyone should know that it's my opinion. It shouldn't need to be clarified. And for like a very long stretch of the video, he was doing what people asked him to do, which was to put a clarification in there. And it makes it sound awful.
That's a little bit of a straw man.
So you think maybe it was a bit of a parody?
With that video, I didn't watch the follow-up that subjectivity is implied, but in the first video he was making like descriptive claims. Like he was making like genre claims, which are going to be a little bit more descriptive than like ones that are quality based, like saying Soma isn't horror. Well, now you're using
because it didn't scare him, if I remember correctly.
And then he showed like some super niche, like esoteric definition of horror that no one uses to kind of appeal to the fact that to kind of like dismiss criticism in that regard. That is what he did.
Well, I mean, I'm not disputing that's what he did. I'm just pretty sure I would defend him if you define your terms, and he says this is what I mean when I say horror, and this thing is not accomplishing the goals of horror to me. I don't really see a problem with that.
I
mean, like basically all you can say is that he used the word wrong.
I think the issue was he didn't clarify in his video. That's from what I remember. That's what people's issue was with it.
Okay, we would have to watch that video, and I would rather not do that.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, I mean, we would have to watch it again. Maybe it would be worth watching in the future thing, but it's definitely a mixed issue. If it's his opinion, that's fine. there's other problems with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's similar to like someone calling like every white person in America white supremacist. It's like, what do you mean we're white supremacists? We don't think white people are superior. Well, I'm not talking about white supremacy in the sense that, you know, like you think all white people are better than every other race group. I just mean that like you uphold the whatever power structures in society that happen to be white, right?
Yeah, redefining what white supremacist means.
Yeah, it's like using using like a very like uncommon definition for a very kind of loaded term.
Well,
you're sort of taking sorry.
I think that you do, going based off of what Jab's saying. I definitely I agree with all of that. Communication is a little fluid. It is a little subjective, but and you know, and dictionaries are, you know, not prescriptive necessarily, but we you can fail to communicate, and you do have, I think, some responsibility in that. It's also kind of why
but the other party would have the responsibility of listening. You need both parties sort of to consent for that to actually work out. I agree with Parrallax. I don't think this is a intentional straw man, but an optical. Evan here is sort of optically generalizing the counter argument, where I agree that these people wouldn't say there is no objective standards. They just think that the objective crowd has insane standards for their objective criticism.
Well, the thing is, like, so I would agree with Joseph Anderson in the sense there's no point in clarifying that something's your opinion in a certain sense, which is that like everything you say is going to be colored by your own perspective and values. And very often other people are not going to share those values and are therefore going to disagree with everything that you say. And there's not really any getting around that. But at the same time, it's not fair to say that's just your opinion, because just because somebody has a different set of values than you doesn't mean that there isn't something more to what they're saying than that, right? You know, I have a particular set of values about romance, for example, that's pretty atypical. I have pretty strong disagreements with a lot of people, like a lot of people's thoughts on the genre. But that being said, I don't just say things arbitrarily for no fucking reason. You know, I go really far out of my way to provide evidence for what I'm saying and to give reasons that it's important within a particular context. And in fact, the context I'm speaking in is trying to make romance films more appealing to people who don't typically watch romance films. Now, if I'm talking to someone who doesn't care about that, you know, if I'm talking to someone who's more of the standard romance watching crowd who is fine just watching a movie where two attractive people fall in love at first sight and everything ends up fine, they're probably not going to like anything I have to say because we just have a fundamentally different perspective on what is good for the genre. But I think I'm completely justified in my perspective because I'm not saying that it's good in every respect. I'm saying that this is a better method of accomplishing a particular goal. And it's just that that person wouldn't share my goal. And clarifying that it's an opinion is just a total waste of time. It just makes dialogue seem clunky and awful.
Well, so you need to clarify. Well, I mean, you're right when you say it's not worth clarifying. This is my opinion in terms of like a value statement, but it is worth clarifying when you're making a descriptive claim, because if you make a descriptive claim that is factually wrong, you can't revert back to, oh, it's just my opinion, bro, right? Otherwise, you sound like
sure, but it's
sound
pretty
like Pac-Man trying to.
Sure, but it's pretty rare that people.
On the Rittenhouse case.
It's pretty rare that people arguing about me to make incorrect descriptive claims. I mean, like, it happens, and that's going to make you look really fucking dumb. But most of the time, disagreement is not about descriptive claims.
Like Parrallax, you said you don't watch horror movies, you don't like them. Would you all of a sudden watch a horror movie and be like, it didn't scare me, so I don't think it's a horror movie? Would you do something like that?
I think it's I think that my opinion on horror movies is basically useless, which is this is going to be like throwing a bomb into the conversation because for some reason everyone disagrees with me when I give this take.
No,
like,
I'm perfectly fine.
I am predisposed. Here's the thing: I'm predisposed to dislike horror. And like, if I talk to someone and they're like, "Oh, I hate romance movies," the last thing I care about is their opinion of a fucking romance movie. They're not going to like it. They don't like them. It's fine. Like I don't have anything of value to offer to horror because what it's trying to accomplish is either not something that works on me or not something I find desirable. One of the two. So like, I just don't have a functional opinion about horror. It's just not. I don't have much to add to the conversation, right? I mean, I just think
that have much, but you may not have a large volume of things to contribute, but like the small things that you do have to contribute, maybe like they could be important, even in the context of someone who doesn't like horror. Is possible, but
you could break
not
down
to
a
say that
scene
you
and say if the acting was good, the camera work was good, but you don't like the genre, so you wouldn't actually enjoy it on a personal level. But you can.
Well, that's the thing is like it's actually really difficult for me to give an impartial analysis because so many elements of the genre are just straight up nails on a chalkboard to me, and it's like
Okay.
it's very difficult to set aside the fact that something is irritating and try
So
and
you-
like give an impartial analysis. I mean, I could try and do it, but I'm telling you, it's not going to be very helpful to people who care about horror, and it's certainly not going to be interesting relative to me talking about like romance, which is something I've
Sure.
been obsessed with for decades.
Okay, yeah, you go for more for the entertainment aspect, and you acknowledge your bias with the horror movies.
So here's an example of what I mean when I was talking about like even though the volume wouldn't be a lot, it could be important. Is that I like to I haven't really gotten a lot of negative comments in my on my videos yet, but like I'm anticipating it because I've seen in
Because
other
you
things.
criticize people,
Right?
If you're talking about media, you're going to get a lot of
Yeah,
negative
sure.
comments.
I want to look at what they're saying and try to like see where it's coming from, because maybe where that negative criticism, those negative comments, even if they're just like like shut up and die or something, try to find out where that's coming from, and like maybe there's something I can do to improve so that like I
no,
can.
Andrew, no, it won't happen. You can talk to the people, you can insult them. You'll
Well, I'm
get
not
the
gonna.
same. I have that from my own perspective. I'm sure Parallax knows that also. But what about Aliens? You did bring
may
up
not-
you thought Aliens was better than Alien, but you treat that
Alien,
more
I don't
fiction.
I think that Alien is a film with elements of horror. I don't really consider it a horror film. Like the
Okay.
horror elements of the film are the part of the film I like the least. And like
Uh-huh.
I could give you examples. Like again, if you want to like go, dumpster diving for examples of, go through the history of horror and find something that I like. There are things I can appreciate in The Shining. There's a horror film called Audition that I
Oh,
liked up
God.
to a point. And it's not like if you take the whole of cinema that's classified as horror, I can't find anything to appreciate. It's just like if a new horror film comes
Generally
out that has
speaking.
100% on Rotten Tomatoes that every single horror fan agrees is fucking amazing, there is maybe a 15% chance I'll enjoy it. I mean, that's like again, if
genre.
yeah, so like if you ask me if I liked a horror film, my response to that is just not very valuable because it's almost certainly going to be no, regardless of how good the thing is. And like it might be interesting in the rare exceptions, being like, oh, what was it about you hate this thing and like you actually liked it? What's going on there? That might be interesting, but me saying I didn't like it means basically nothing. I mean, it could be a masterpiece or it could be garbage. It just doesn't really tell you anything.
What about like Blink? Have you seen Blink? It's an episode of Doctor Who.
I haven't seen any Doctor Who.
Okay, so so you could watch this. It is a standalone episode, and it is almost entirely without the Doctor, and it is a horror-based episode.
Great episode.
It's like 40 minutes or something. It is, in my perspective, like the best of that season, but it is also completely unlike anything in Doctor Who. I would like to hear your thoughts on that sometime.
Okay, maybe I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's called Blink. I think it's in the third
David
season
Tennant's
of the
era.
reboot.
Yeah, he's with Martha at that
Yeah,
point.
Martha. So it'd be third season. Yeah.
Well, keep that in mind. Parrallax,
Blink.
you might get some interesting people outside. They'll probably bug you about other Doctor Who. So maybe take that with a grain of salt.
There are going to be a lot of people recommending a lot of things.
Yeah.
Well,
if I get any distraction.
even if you hated it, I would be interested to hear why.
Yeah.
Oh, Parallax, what are some romance movies that you'd recommend out of the ones you've seen?
Oh boy, let me get the spreadsheet.
He's gonna have a whole video. Watch the video.
The whole list.
Okay, so here's a TV show. Have you seen Oh My Ghost?
No. I have not. I've seen very little, if any, television in the last 10 years. So
okay, so this is there's like a Taiwanese, I think, version, and there's like a Korean version. I've seen just like the Taiwanese version. Or
Speaking
yeah.
of,
And it's about a girl who dies and a girl who can see ghosts, and there's like this romance that goes on between the ghost who possesses the second girl, the girl who's alive, and is trying to have a romance with the chef. That the girl who can see ghosts, she's a she works in a
K-drama.
kitchen, essentially. I really like it.
Okay.
Is this an
It's like-
K-drama is an acquired skill I've learned personally.
and Andrew's tried to get me into some isekai. I've never really.
Yeah.
We watched. What was that one we watched, Andrew?
Well,
Yes.
Parasite. You liked Parasite.
Yes, that's cool.
No, what was the one we watched where the
Oh, yeah,
woman
no,
was
there was-
transferred to like another dimension into the body of a 4-year-old girl?
No, yeah, no. This
Your Name?
Ascendance. No, Ascendance of a Ascendance of a
sucks, by the way.
bookworm.
Your Name was actually fairly good.
No,
Nah.
Ascendance
What?
of a bookworm
That
is
movie
about
falls apart the more you think about it.
Ascendance of a Bookworm is about a librarian. Like the day before she becomes a librarian in Japan, she ends up dying, and so then she gets reincarnated into like it's this kind of world of swords and sorcery, but she's just a peasant, and so
Explain
she
an
like is
isekai to
trying
someone not into
to
anime,
yeah.
buddy.
She's trying to like make books and whatnot and stuff, but it chronicles her journey. It goes all over the place as far as like it's a book series primarily. They made an anime of like it's 3 seasons, but it covers basically the beginning opening arc.
I watched a few episodes. It's interesting, but I doubt it's up Parallax. He likes
No.
Akira. I doubt Parallax. Do you even like anime really besides Akira? I think you've said no.
Ghost in the Shell's pretty good.
Well, I haven't seen a lot of it. I mean, I've seen I could in less than a minute tell you all of the anime that I've watched. I mean, it's mostly like Akira, Ghibli movies, like Naruto, Death Note, like the most normie shit imaginable.
I'll find a good
was a big
romance one for you.
Bakugan,
I can think of a few off the top of my head, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they're great. But there are a few that are really good.
Like
romance anime.
Whisper of the Heart is probably going to make top 10 on my tier list, which is anime.
Nice.
Whisper. Which one is that? Because I'm pretty sure I know which one, but
I think it's a Ghibli movie directed by Takahata.
Oh yes, no, yeah. Yes. I recently saw that in theaters, like as a reboot or not reboot, as a celebration. Ghibli films have a re-release schedule every year. So like select showings, certain theaters.
I should have gone to see that.
Disney of the East.
I saw that one in theaters recently. And
speaking of anime,
that one's really good. That one's really good.
Parallax, whatever happened to your Arcane video? I was looking forward to that.
This the whole series of things happened. I might still make it on the new channel. I have like an entire script written.
Yeah, I remember you talking about it on Twitter.
I mean, the TLDR is that like I quit YouTube for a long time before it got finished, and like there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't know. I might get back around to it. We'll see. What I think what I'll probably do, since I have a full script written, is I'll release it closer to the release of Arcane Season 2. Get that SEO, baby. Get those free clicks.
Yeah.
Smart move.
Like
Smart move.
Yeah, I remember you were on the first 2 EFAPs breaking it down. It was something that happened there that made you know.
That was really unfair. I mean, I understand the pushback, but I feel like they were a little harsh.
We don't need to
let's move on. Okay.
They were right.
Yeah.
The first thing that must be established is that objective does not necessarily mean factual. It simply means that your reference used for assessing a film was based solely on what is in the text of the film. Whether it's a merit or a flaw, you make an observation based on a reference and form a logical conclusion based on that reference. Take the fight on Titan from Infinity War, for instance. Most people who see this fight scene will enjoy it thoroughly. It brilliantly uses CGI in a convincing way and manages to balance a large number of protagonists fighting one incredibly powerful antagonist.
Can you pause it really quick?
Yeah.
So I actually have this is so in theory, that's a perfectly fine thing to say. Like try to make arguments based on what's in the text, right? Like for example, you guys said you liked the Django video. Apparently, Mueller and Fringy like completely disagreed with the Django video, and just like like the central disagreement was that we had different interpretations of like what things in the text meant. So even two people that are trying to have a conversation exclusively along the lines of whether or not something makes sense does not necessarily mean you can have like an objective conversation about it, because people will have different interpretations of things even if everybody can agree about the same things that are in the film. Like personally, I think that my Django argument was possibly the strongest argument I've ever made about a movie not making sense. I thought it was completely bulletproof, right? But tons of people are just like, no, I just don't agree with you. I have a different interpretation of like, these story elements that are related to it. So like, I mean, it's
baseline assumptions that people carry into these sort of things.
Okay. Sorry, you can go, Vincent.
Yeah, there's certain baseline assumptions. Like in that one Mueller video, I had a Mueller video where he was saying, why does Thin not care about killing fellow stormtroopers? And I'm like, Mueller's using a baseline assumption that just because he was a stormtrooper, he would care about his fellow stormtroopers. And I believe that to be a flawed assessment in that moment. The baseline assumptions.
I don't want to get too much into disagreement on the details there, but crap, what was I going to say?
Oh, okay. So while you're thinking, I just wanted to go off Parrallax is saying and say that is, I think, is where interesting conversations lie, is where you can kind of agree with what's happening, but you have a disagreement on what they mean.
Yeah.
This is the extent to which I'll agree with the subjective people. Is like there isn't any final silver bullet that ends the conversation and you get to definitively win. Like I agree with that, but at the same time, lots of arguments that people make are just categorically against the substance of the text.
Yeah.
And like I have a perspective that gives you a different way to ameliorate these conversations, but people don't agree with me, so that's okay. But it's very, very difficult to like find some definitive end to these things, and like that's probably the one way that I will agree with the artist subjective people, even though I probably disagree with everything else they have to say.
Yeah, because there's objective. Sorry, I cut you off last time. You go, Jab.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so I guess what I was going to say before was in regards to like interpretation, there can be a decent few fuzzy lines around like, okay, well, I mean, X means Y, no, Y means X. I think there are a lot of, even though those kind of misty kind of gray areas exist, I don't think that we should necessarily throw out the baby with the bathwater and say that like there aren't really clear examples of things that are definitive in movies happening. Like there are
no one said that. It's just like so using Django as an example, one of the central things that was at issue, if people haven't seen Django Unchained, I'll describe this very briefly. Basically, King Schultz is this guy. He's like a bounty hunter. He's quite old and been doing this for like a decade. And he has a very, very large character revelation and change in response to one particular thing that happens. And like my basic point is that thing that happened would not reasonably change his character in that way. And other people disagreed with that. And there's a very similar thing that goes on in The Dark Knight, where Harvey Dent is this very particular person, and then one thing happens and he becomes like the opposite person. And like some people buy that transformation and some people don't. But it's very different to litigate whether or not that is like, technically correct or not.
Yeah, it's a matter of your perception of who Harvey is and how entrenched in his beliefs he is. One instance caused him to just completely flip. And I can understand why people would find that unbelievable in that instance. Same thing with your example in Django Unchained. Some people are more willing to put that belief aside and be like, and just go with the film that it's believable for some unexplained reason in this character's backstory or some other rationale.
Right. But I guess the thing is there are, just like with any definition ever, there are going to be fuzzy lines. but there has to be limits to like what's inside of a piece of art. It can't extend into everything ever. Like you can't say that Star Wars is objectively about how great fascism is, or like maybe it's about a penguin in a seat. That's the actual theme of Star Wars. Like you can't.
Like,
you can't say that.
I think what I would say is that there are definitive ways to demonstrate that someone's argument is bad, but there aren't necessarily like any definitive ways to demonstrate that an argument is good, or at least there's no definitive ways to like force other people to agree with you if they're predisposed to disagree with you. Like there's just not really any way to sort that out.
Yeah,
human
you can
beings
say
be
I can
stubborn.
understand your perspective in some things if someone has a background, explain their logic behind why they believe it, and sometimes some of those arguments can be completely absurd. I believe Harvey Dent had a drowning episode, so when his face was splashed or some bullshit like that, you'd be like, okay, that's reading way too much and you're just inventing something completely weird, but okay, I can understand that, but that's really weird backstory to give to that character to let this happen.
Yeah, people are stubborn bastards. That's the
They
main
are.
takeaway.
And some people just follow the crowd and just nod along with what other people with more authority says. People
and
can change.
Personally, as an adaptive strategy, what I'm going to try and do is basically just not really care about winning the conversation. Like I'm going to try and optimize for interesting conversations. Like if someone has a perspective that's cool, have fun talking about it. There's no reason to try and win the conversation, in my opinion.
Yeah, enjoy the journey and not the destination. Who cares who wins?
Sometimes conversations can just be about learning from a different perspective.
Yeah. And sometimes they can be about fun.
And like in general, I think that most people with any sense would look at political discourse on the internet and have some issues with the way that things go on. Media conversations are even worse because political conversations are, generally speaking, involve some degree of factual information that can be litigated. And if someone makes an argument about a factual piece of information, you can dispute that. There's at least some means of dispute, even though value differences are, still a very big deal that lead to serious disagreements. Media conversations are actually even worse, where like the nature of what's being argued about is very often misunderstood between people, and there's a lot of conversations get really unpleasant for not any particularly good reason. So, yeah, I personally would rather you
mix the two together and it's double the trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Like I wouldn't really want to have a deep conversation with somebody who's unwilling to have their ideas challenged, but at the same time, I'm not going to try and like back someone to a corner and go for a kill shot. Like, just I don't know. That's not how I'm trying to spend my day, I guess.
Understandable, but wanted to get people's thoughts of the setup. I believe he has the criticism now of this.
There are several objective merits you can point to, such as character progression through action, choreography, direction, and more. These objective references can be used to make a conclusion on the film's overall quality, and these references can also have an influence on your subjective take on the film. But an objective flaw in this fight scene is that Thanos does not use the Reality Stone to incapacitate all the Avengers so that he can easily take the Time Stone. There are arguments as to why Thanos wasn't able to overpower the Avengers.
Okay, sounds like we have some groans there.
There's already some issue in the language, like calling it an objective flaw.
Yeah.
What are you referring to? What are you appealing to call it an objective flaw?
What, the Time Stone? Not using
that's the thing is it's very like, again, the statement is very value laden, so calling it objective is silly because again it's sort of packing in this idea that if Thanos could conceivably do something that would win the fight, then of course he should do it, and if he doesn't do it, that means the scene is objectively wrong. Well, that's, I mean, it doesn't take a lot of introspection to find holes in that, right? Like it what I would say is that what he's saying tends to make things less dramatic, but that, that's quite a bit of a different statement than this is objectively flawed. Like,
yeah,
that
you can
seems
say
like an
it
overstatement.
objectively doesn't make sense, but that's not necessarily a flaw, right?
I actually have spent a lot of time on this specific issue, and what I would this is one of the reasons why a lot of the problem areas in film or things I conceive to be problem areas in film, I like to frame it as more of like these are areas that are either unaddressed or are like open threads, right?
Or maybe the
Things that
psychology behind the character is the reason for certain decisions they make. I find certain people, like listening to SK a lot, he's talking about the optimum thing for certain people to do. This is the best thing to do. Why does these people not do this? Blah, blah, blah. Maximizing for the optimum decision of the character when you sometimes, in some cases, don't have much information about some of these characters. Saying stormtroopers should be taking this shot right here when a lot of there's a good reason that soldiers are trained so hard. They're broken down generally to sort of fight in wars because human psychology, if not trained, most humans, normal humans, will not want to actually fire lethally at people. This is why training is involved in this. Sorry if I went on too long to step on your point.
Just to connect what I'm saying to Thanos, we have a demonstration that so he wants the time zone. The film supports this. He eventually gets it. It's all good. He wants the time stone. He will use any and all means to get it. He's unscrupulous. In the previous scene, he was demonstrated his ability and knowledge of the reality stone to disable skilled fighters, people who would be in his way. But we aren't given any reason why he wouldn't be using it in his fight against the people on Titan. It's just something he uses it momentarily to turn some debris into bats or something like that. But like he doesn't use it offensively, even when he has the space and physical space and time to organize his thoughts and create a plan. This is like an open thread, a loose thread, this gap in the in understanding of the film, in our understanding of the character and the plot and motivations and such. I would say that this isn't good filmmaking, but I would hesitate to say that this is an objective flaw.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, as Jab said, the language about the objective thing, there are certain standards to sort of put into practice here, but his language is a little slippery in this video. I will agree with that.
What do you think, Parallax?
Parallax?
Well, one of the things I find
he has a much different knowledge base and perspective for me. So I'm just curious because it's the direction I want to go. These are videos I really want to make, and I want to understand from as many people as possible what people think of my ideas.
Okay, something I find really interesting because I don't have a specific. I don't even remember Infinity War, so it's hard for me to talk about the fucking Reality Stone. But something I find interesting is the question of like, if a film does have objective flaws, how important is that? So like a really good example is Reservoir Dogs, which has two like unarguable gaping plot holes. Like in the climax of the film, all the characters shoot each other, but one of the characters doesn't get shot. He just falls down dead for no reason. And in fact, Tarantino, when he was shopping the film around, he wore a shirt that said like, "Who shot Nice Guy Eddie?" Just acknowledging the gaping plot hole in the climax of the film. And then there's another one that I noticed that I never heard anyone else bring up when I was watching the film for my Tarantino video, which is that in the beginning, Mr. Pink just fucking forgets the diamonds and they teleport into his car. It's like it's unambiguous the way the shots are put together. The bag is outside of a car. He closes the car, starts driving, and then looks over and the bag's there. The bag just straight up the diamonds teleport into his car. Those are two like inarguable, plot breaking things. But I suspect if I brought that up to people who like Reservoir Dogs, they would say, "Yeah, you're right," but that doesn't really affect how much I like the film. So like that's always the interesting thing to me about these particular conversations is like, I think my perspective, I don't know exactly because I haven't seen it. I only saw Infinity War once, but I'm pretty sure my perspective would be like, yeah, it probably doesn't make sense, but how big of a deal actually is it? That's what I would be more interested in.
Right.
And I never really get good answers to that out of people.
Okay.
Well,
so
that kind of goes back
as far
to
as actually something
yeah.
really important about what you were talking about with the diamonds and Reservoir Dogs. I think that like wait, so if like EFAP's perspective is very much in the vein of the audience and trying to understand like how they would like problems exist because if like the audience who didn't make the movie and isn't trying to see the perspective from the director or anything, they are just like observing this reality like flatly and trying to engage with it as it comes. So for them it would be a very big problem, but for me I would say that like that's a very minor error because I'm trying to think about like that like that's like a tiny choreographing error that like it
Editing
doesn't
error
impact.
is more like it.
It's or it's not.
Compare that to the knife scene and I believe Last Jedi that they talk about the disappearing knife.
Even that I have.
I mean, with the diamonds, could have he theoretically he was under pressure? Could have he put it in the car when you just weren't watching?
No, it's the way the continuity of the shots works. There's no time for anything else to happen.
Oh, so he's in a rush. It's been a while since I've saw it.
Well, it teleports, sure, but like I mean, if you had reshot the scene where he like has the diamonds or whatever, I mean,
he throws it
it's
in.
It's not impossible for you to like if you were to reshoot the scene, it's impossible for you to edit the scene in a way that makes sense. But you could reshoot the scene and include that in, and it wouldn't break the film. I don't think
it's a very, very easy thing to fix.
Yeah, exactly.
But like what I was kind of getting at was like, I am the only person I have ever known to even see that, and I've read a lot about Tarantino. I've never heard someone else mention it. So like that's the kind of thing I would think it just isn't really all that important. Whereas other plot holes in films, like they destroy the experience of the film. They're like completely obvious, and they the TLJ hyperspace thing. Yeah, like
that ruins it.
Yeah, there's certain things that are like they will fucking ruin your experience of the film. So like again, I'm always very experience focused. If something is like a tiny continuity detail or whatever, I would generally tend towards, it's a problem, but it's not that big of a deal. Right. Even the end of Reservoir Dogs thing, where it's just like, the end straight up doesn't make any sense, but like so few people notice. It's hard for me to dock the film that many points for it. Like I might dock it a letter grade at most, but it doesn't like ruin the whole movie. But other plot holes, they destroy the experience of the film because they're obvious and they undermine everything else that happens.
Well, yeah, it's because it's sort of breaking the stakes. You need to have cause and effect. You need to have rules that follow from one to the other in order to, like I said, develop stakes. If you don't, then they take a hit as a result.
So how I base that like on my value system, I want to gauge my criticism more towards like a creator focus, less on the audience focus. So like I want to like even if nobody actually ends up listening to me, I would like to believe that my criticism could help a filmmaker make a better film. So so I try to focus on like whose fault it is for something existing. So like if somebody like if there's like a choreographing scene, then it's not like the script it's not the script fault, right? The plot's fault. If like if somebody misses a what do you call it, where they're supposed to stand, and so then like the shot doesn't quite work out and they don't notice it in editing. Like these are problems, right? But it's not affecting the story. Script problems are like,
it's something that should be corrected.
Yeah. script problems are way bigger a problem than they are than a choreography type problem. Now, whose fault
well,
it is?
just to be clear, choreography problems are script problems, and script problems are choreography problems.
Yes.
Not necessarily. If someone
because,
misinterprets
an
a
error
cue on
in-
the script,
an error in choreography is a part of the story, whether it was in the script or not.
I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to not not who actually like did the work, right? Because sometimes choreography, blocking and stuff is in the script. That's not my point. My point is like whether what level of execution is the problem occurring on.
okay. So basically,
Does that
the
make
script
sense? I'm
process.
still working on the language on how to describe what I'm talking about.
So the script process
Yeah, I
should
don't
be
think it's right.
finalized and should be as thoroughly done as possible. So when you go into the production and having all the actors do all this stuff, there's going to be more people involved in it. Well, you can have several people go over a script. That tends to refine it even further. Other perspectives can catch what you missed possibly. But when you're on set, people working in coordination, it's more someone miss a line in the script, actor doesn't show up, you get someone else. Errors sort of add up in a film production.
Yeah. Like you can have like such a bulletproof, absolutely tight script that is fantastically written on every metric imaginable, but like maybe you have some cruddy actors who can't really bring it to life, right? Like that's going to damage your story because maybe they're acting in ways that don't make sense with the character in whatever specific context that they're currently existing in.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So here's a clear example of a problem that I disagree with like Mahler on. Someone who has an audience perspective versus somebody who's trying to think of more like how was the problem created, and that's like with the Rise of the Skywalker, the last one I can't remember, but
Right, it's Skywalker,
where they have the line they don't know which way is up, in reference to the bigger ships that the Empire has. And so, to me, that is an idiom. First and foremost, it's like their navigation isn't working. Not that they literally don't know which way is up.
Their navigation.
And it seems everything in the film like points to the there being some kind of problem with navigation. Something is obstructing their ability to physically leave and navigate, even though. And so the problem is that whatever that isn't communicated to the audience in any substantial way, other than like what is it? There's that tower, that navigation tower that they have to destroy that'll keep them there. But like the whole planet is kind of open to space. There's nothing physically obstructing the nothing we can see or nothing that is otherwise communicated to the audience is obstructing them leaving. And there's that one blob of red where people are coming and going through, but the rest of the space is open. They could just leave through any point. From what we have been communicated about Star Wars hyperspace rules, there's no reason to believe that they have to go through that to leave. So to me, what the problem is that it's that communication error that both visual, well, it can be done mostly through visuals, but like you're going to need some level of dialogue to explain what you're seeing. But
that's really stupid. You're explaining a lot to say it's a really stupid error in that film.
Well,
doesn't
sure,
make
yeah.
any logical sense.
But it's not that. But then people who just look at the film say that
steps.
Right. The people who look at that, like Mahler looks at that and says, "Oh, the people on the what is it? The people on those ships literally don't know the direction up. They literally don't know how to operate their ships. And he comes to all these weird conclusions that I don't feel are substantiated in the film. It's the the thing is that they make sense if you're saying that the film is absolutely correct, and this is the only conclusion that makes logical sense. But that's not how films are made, right? There's some kind of oversight or error that isn't that leads to this becoming the situation. But the idea behind it isn't that they physically don't understand how their ships work. That's not what's trying to be communicated. So what is trying to be communicated and what is failing at that is the problem. And that should be what is focused on rather than the simple observation of what you see and hear.
So I'm sorry. By all means in the film, it seems like they can't go up. Like they're not capable of going up. They don't know how to go up. Like you need a nav system to move in the opposite direction of the ground. Like, huh?
Yeah.
It seems like they don't know which way is up.
I 100% understand why you come to that conclusion. I just they did not intentionally write these people as idiots who don't understand how their ships work. There's something else going on, but since we don't see what that something else is, we can only come to the simple conclusion that they don't know how to operate their ships.
What do you mean?
But there's so many other things
You have
in the
to fill in
film
the
that
plot
point
for the author, I guess, to get to the conclusion.
There's so many other points in the film. Like the line about they don't know which way is up, and he's describing them having not just that one line, but like everything leading up to it, and with that as the conclusion, he's talking about them having some kind of navigational problem. There's the navigational tower, right? There's the fact that they physically aren't leaving the planet. There's all of these things that are kind of like dancing around this navigational problem, this obstacle, this physical obstacle in the world, but we never see what it is. So we have to come to other conclusions.
Okay.
So why can't they go up in the film?
That's my point. It's like that. What is that? These are two different perspectives. There's the audience perspective who is just looking at the film and just.
So you're saying the creator's perspective is they have to fill in the gap why they can't go up in a believable way.
Right. And they didn't do that. That's the error as far as I can see. The error that the film has. Yeah, the film has an error in it relating to that issue. And I feel like that is way more helpful to a creator than just simply saying, "Oh, these guys are idiots who don't know how to operate their ships."
The utility of the argument,
right?
Okay, so your issue isn't the descriptive claim. You agree with that? It's more so just like the way in which he expresses it being an issue.
More or less. I want to, because the authors and the people making the film and whatnot and stuff. All of those people, they don't think that these people are idiots. So simply saying that isn't going to help them make a better film. They're going they're just going to say you didn't get what we were doing. You didn't understand the film. They're going to have all these excuses, right? But if you
that's
point
an
out,
assumption.
So
this goes back to my kind of opening, my opening sort of sentiment is. I don't necessarily think there's like a super wrong or right way to go about different types of media analysis. It's just going to depend on I guess like the time, the place, or whatever specific context it is that you're analyzing something in. So the specific context that Mahler is saying that, these ships can't go up in his video is an unbridled rage. Those are a lot looser, a lot more casual types of videos. They're not quite as they don't explain like a lot of the mechanics as much behind them as like a critique would. Like
I understand
his TLJ to critique, he talks about like what JJ wanted to do in a certain scene, why it did or didn't succeed in that thing, and what JJ could have done to make it like better.
TFA, you mean?
Yeah, and sorry, in his TFA series.
Yeah.
So it's just going to kind of depend on the whatever
But
video.
I've also
like
talked-
Mahler
I've
admits
also-
that those videos aren't as thorough or as specific as his critique videos.
I've already talked to Mahler about this, and he has defended his perspective that there's functionally not a difference because it's what we see. And I think that that's very useful for an audience perspective. I don't want to invalidate that criticism entirely. I'm just saying that if you're only giving that perspective, if if that's the only criticism that you're here that a
It doesn't
creator
help.
hears,
It's not very helpful.
it's not very helpful.
Yeah,
if they
you're
can
talking about
understand-
talking to creators.
Yeah, just saying that something doesn't make sense isn't necessarily helpful. But it can be like pointing to an issue in the film. You know, like I guess you can talk about okay, well, you know, this is what you were trying to do, but you need a better way to connect point A to point B in your script. You can't just kind of say screw it. I just want them anyway and get there through some nonsensical means.
Yeah. I get it.
But I feel like Mahler does that already a decent bit. It's just going to kind of be dependent upon whatever video he's
way more
making.
focused on like the audience perspective, and I'm where
Sometimes
I want
he
to gear.
wants to go with the dunk.
When did you speak to Mahler, Andrew? I never knew that you did.
Oh, it was through a series of super chats. It wasn't like
yeah. Sometimes some creators just go for the dunk, the easy thing, and they don't really feel like they need to talk to the creators like people. I think that is a big thing, especially on EFAP. They treat some of these creators like they're not human beings, like they're incapable of things. In some cases, I can understand with Ryan Johnson's sort of deflection. Oh, it was my first script. It was just good to that. That's something worth criticizing if he said that. But I understand what you're saying, Andrew. Just from the audience perspective, it's good to have heroes and villains, even in YouTube films. So you make some of these creators, people, into almost bad guys who can't be reasoned with. And I think a lot of people on YouTube do that. There's a very big symptoms of treating these people like they're villains when we don't know why they're doing this. They're humans. They're flawed. It works better to say that about actual real human beings than characters, I think.
Did what I say make sense, Parallax?
I don't know. I don't even know what movie you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I figured you would have lost.
Is this like Star Wars or something?
Well,
yeah, Star Wars. He was getting into the nitty details about his audience. He thinks Mahler should take in consideration talk to creators to a certain extent instead of sort of go for the optical win. They don't know what up is.
Well, I mean,
and that's their reason.
He does do that. It's just dependent on whatever like specific type of video that he's like his Unbridled series. He hasn't done it with isn't like thorough or like like completely unbiased as like a critique would be.
I think Mahler just got tired of doing Star Wars long form critiques. He's like, it's done, but who knows? That's just my opinion. That's what I would do.
Like Parrallax, you would agree that Mahler does do that, right?
Do what?
He can say that something is bad and then explain why it's bad and maybe get feedback as to like what someone could have changed in the script to not have that issue.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and then there are other times where he just says something is nonsensical and then he kind of moves on.
That wasn't my point, though.
I'm sorry. What was your point then?
No, like he's taking the audience perspective, from why a problem exists, and he's not worried about like how the problem was constructed, or like a more holistic type of like there's a problem that happens in a scene, right? And he's not worried about necessarily how that problem came to be. He's more just looking at like how the problem as it exists in the film. So if a person, if a like with the diamonds in Reservoir Dogs, if he's like he would talk about like that the diamonds disappearing and reappearing in the car, and how like and he would create like a scenario like, or like he would talk about how they are teleported and such. Whereas I might say, I might talk about like how they might have missed it in when they were
Editing.
like they had two different two different versions of the scene and they edited it together.
Okay.
And so it creates
Okay, we
a
came back around.
discontinuity.
But
Something like
Well, but it doesn't affect the audience either way. I understand what you're talking about, Andrew. Sorry.
I mean, I don't think Mueller is particularly concerned with the audience necessarily. He's concerned with the script. Like,
yeah,
like if there's a continuity error that he considers to be a serious continuity error, and nobody but him cares, I think he's perfectly happy to say, "Yeah, you're all wrong. It's a problem."
Well, that's sorry, that's not what I meant either. I meant like he's coming at it from the audience perspective, like
Well, he's not creator perspective, yeah, but
right.
Well,
He's
sometimes,
not,
but again, in his critique series, he goes into plenty of detail about like what he thought JJ was aiming for in a specific scene, where the mess up was, and what he could have done better to, like ultimately achieve that goal. Like I can maybe pull up some clips later on. That
like
we can
there's
But
so like
Andrew,
there's
you're bothered that Mahler is inconsistent sometimes.
No, it's not even that.
Not inconsistent. I'm
It's
talking
just
about like
it's different types of videos that he makes. Like they're going to be
that
like his Unbridled series is a lot, like I said, a lot more lax in terms of like
what you're saying,
breaks down
but
certain
he does.
media.
But he does.
Guys, let's not get hung up on this
Yeah,
point.
let's
I
not.
understand what you guys are trying to argue about. Let's move on. Sorry.
Move on. Let's move on. Yeah.
All right.
No. Without, I'd have to make a video on it, and I may
think
do
it
so.
out more. Yeah, you would need to.
Yeah,
find
maybe
a
I'm
way.
just misunderstanding you.
When he had all of the stones. The key reference which could be used to explain this is that Thanos had just murdered his daughter Gamora, and in a slight way has become softened by this. Thus, he wishes to go out of his way to avoid killing anyone until he can use the completed Infinity Gauntlet. Based on his fighting style in previous scenes versus his fighting style as soon as he arrives on Titan, this does seem to be the case. On both Titan and Wakanda, Thanos has the Power Stone, which has the ability to decimate every member of the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy. But Thanos always uses the stone to incapacitate rather than kill the Avengers. The only members of the Avengers that Thanos actively attempts to kill are...
Question: is it established he could have used the Power Stone to kill people of supernatural ability?
It's not.
Maybe
I
not.
mean,
Like,
it
maybe not.
maybe implied
the
that
Power Stone is like we see its effects or we see its use in in Guardians. Like Ronan, that dude's like a demigod or something. Like, and he got freaking decimated.
Well, it's also a matter of amount of concentration and willpower. Like when didn't Thanos do some stuff? It killed Tony at the end, right? When he used it. So there's a certain amount of strain using the gauntlet, the Power Stone. The gauntlet helps people. It's been established using these stones are dangerous. So I don't think it's unexpected to limit the power. I mean, if you can use it at its full power, it's just sort of a argument to be made that you want to limit the use of it if you have a bigger goal in mind later on for it.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying here.
Part of the problem with the MCU, as far as these kinds of things are considered, combat is considered, is that generally speaking, no one dies from, especially if they're healthy. You know, they're in a relatively good state. No one dies from an attack. You have regular soldiers / people who die from these from stray bullets or direct attacks, certainly.
Plot armor you're talking about.
Yeah, well, sort of. If you are a named person, right, then you can tank hits that normal people can't, and you generally speaking, aren't going to die from combat. It's rare circumstances. It's like if to equate it to video games, it's like the main gameplay versus like a cutscene, right? Where like cutscenes people can die in, but like generally speaking, you're not going people and characters don't die in the regular mode of the game.
Okay, yeah. It's basically I might be reductive in saying plot armor, but that's essentially boiling it down. Jab, Parallax, any thought on usage of name characters or big names sort of receiving mitigated results or stakes to them?
Well, I mean,
yeah, I don't like it.
I mean, as soon as they announced they were going to do the Thanos arc, I was like, well, you're running into a fundamental dramatic problem where you have a character who is so powerful, the only way they could possibly be contained is either that they just fuck up or they just choose to not use their power. And like that is pretty much what happens to Thanos. When he gets, like, when they defeat him, it's always that he fucks up. And then the reason that he's eventually defeated is that he just pieces out.
Gives up, yeah.
Yeah, and gives up on his own. And it's just like a fundamental, obvious, traumatic problem because, I mean, you have someone who is basically a god. And it's like, how do you stop a god? Well, you can't, right? It's like the premise to Cowboys versus Aliens. How do Cowboys beat aliens? They can't. So something stupid has to happen. There's just no other way around it.
Well, I guess I'm more on the side of kind of anything could happen in a story. You just have to like build. You have to put the certain. You have to take the time to make sure that the cause and effect follows. Okay. And some things are going to be harder to achieve than others, admittedly, though.
But do you believe do they establish well enough using the power? All these affinity stones has an effect on the user. I think they established that. So it wouldn't be, if Thanos has a big plan in mind, sort of some of the other stuff he does sort of contradicts it. But do you think that's established well enough that the audience will find it believable? He doesn't use it at his full power or limits its use as a acceptable reason? Or I'm trying to see if this perspective of mine makes sense to you guys.
I
mean, if you don't have an opinion on it, that's fine.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Sorry, I'm trying to plug in my phone, so it's about to die.
Parrallax is sort of out of it on this one. It's been a while.
Yeah, we're getting to like Cape shit now.
Yeah.
I'm not the emperor of Cape shit.
Yeah.
He likes his rom-coms over his Cape shit, so.
True.
Well, they
Oh, by the way, Harry Guy sketches in chat, you're absolutely based. He does look like Patrick Willems.
Is a question mark. Why does Parrallax look like Patrick Willems? That's one for Parrallax. His point. Sorry, man.
Look, what's wrong? What did Patrick H. Willems ever do to you? Okay.
He made bad arguments about Star Wars.
Okay. EFAP has created a rogues gallery for themselves when most of their rogues don't even care about them too much. Sort of funny.
Oh, let's get going.
Yeah.
Vision, who had a stone he needed, and Tony Stark, since Tony fought Thanos one-on-one and refused to get out of his way between him and Doctor Strange. But if Thanos wanted the most efficient way to incapacitate the Avengers without killing them, he could have used the Reality Stone just like he used it on Noah.
The argument.
The Reality Stone is shown in the film to have
with.
the ability to transform people into blocks of stone and strips of spaghetti. This is an incredibly powerful and useful resource which Thanos inexplicably overlooks. Instead, he uses it to convert the rubble Tony crashes onto him into demonic birds.
Yeah, use it for defensive purposes. I mean, if he's trying to limit its usage, it makes perfect sense. And if in the beginning with the Reality Stone, you want to test out something to see how it works. I mean, yeah, it's not shown. It's not explicitly explained, but this explanation for why he doesn't use it could be bullshit, but I'm trying to justify the reason, a defense against this sort of line of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's efficient doesn't mean he'll do it, because there could be some unseen cost.
Well, the thing is, so I mean, I guess I just have something to say about this. there's always a conceivable reason that somebody might do any particular thing. Like you could always say, well, they just made a mistake. You could always find a potential motivation for basically anything, right?
But is it supported by the text of the?
Yeah, the problem comes when like there's multiple things they can do, and certain things are very sensible and very justified, and that's not what they do. Yeah. Or like when choices that are made undermine the dramatic tension of a thing. Like if someone is chasing Indiana Jones and firing a machine gun at him, it might as well not even be there. It's like nothing's going to happen. Like he's not going to get shot. I mean, there's times when he's had fucking 10 people unloading AK-47s at him, and he's just like chill, right? It's like there's a dramatic problem with that, and that like, you know, the fact that the outcome is presupposed undermines the dramatic tension of the scene. And you could say, oh, well, they're all just fucking terrible with guns. Like if I had an AK-47, I probably couldn't shoot Indiana Jones because I don't shoot guns. I don't know fucking shit about it, but that doesn't make it good storytelling for me to be chasing after Indiana Jones and competently, you know, firing an AK-47 and the fucking kickback knocks it up in the air and I miss him and he just gets away. Like it's justifiable, but it doesn't make it good storytelling. So like,
man, that's why Game of Thrones is such a breath of fresh air. At least at the time when it came out.
Yeah,
not the later seasons.
Yeah. We all know what you mean. I mean, it was a tragedy when it got canceled after 4 seasons.
But. Yeah. After 4 seasons and 9 episodes.
So with So what about like John Wick? Would you say that John Wick universe suffers from the fact that everyone is incentivized to use it as well? Okay, well, not in the first film, but in subsequent films, they're incentivized to kill John Wick almost irregardless of collateral damage, and they demonstrate at the beginning of John Wick 2 that like grenade launch, there's like a grenade launcher in it, right? So it puts into the mind of the viewer that these things exist. And then nobody else tries to use any kind of explosive or fire type weapon to kill him. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, no.
But yeah, even though it would be highly effective at kind of killing him.
The second his identity was discovered. Oh, you're back.
Did the stream glitch out or did I glitch out?
You glitched out.
Yep.
I thought it was because your secret identity was found out in chat. So.
There's no way he's going to get around that. Okay.
Everyone's just now finding out. Everyone was just asking why do you sound like Doomer?
Everyone, hairy guys.
Why the hell would we have Doomer on here? Who likes that asshole? Huh?
Anyways, well, yeah,
I think he has his good qualities.
So I definitely agree. It as far as what you're saying there, that you can come up with any number of reasons technically, but does it enhance the film for that to be a situation, or does it detract from the film that being the situation? I think that's what needs to be focused on.
Sorry, what's enhancing
the utility of it?
Yeah, like the Coen brothers had a principle where like they try and present the strongest dramatic obstacles to their characters as possible, and like they have to respond to them honestly. You know, a lot of times their characters fail to get over those obstacles, but typically speaking, the stronger the obstacles you put in front of them, the more interesting things are going to be. And like you have a real undermining of dramatic tension when either your characters don't have adequate obstacles or they get over them in illegitimate ways.
Yeah.
So
the issue with high stakes is it's high risk.
Wait, did it happen again?
Huh? Yeah. We are fine. It's just you.
Parrallax, you there, buddy?
Parrallax? Echo? Okay.
Yeah. But so when you have really high stakes, there's high reward, but there's also really high risk because you can get those really awesome emotional payoffs that are super cool because you just like saved the world, right? But the higher the stakes are, the harder and harder it is. That obstacle is going to be to overcome for your characters. And so you have to craft a really damn good reason as to why they can overcome it.
Yeah.
Unless you just make all of your characters Captain Marvel and they face
just
and there's,
power
and
through.
no stakes at all whatsoever.
Uh,
Oh, he's down again.
Yeah, he's down again, but we'll see if we move on or if he's down and out. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the stakes, absolutely right about the dramatic tension. Putting your characters in that sort of situation is always dangerous. He's going to reset. But yeah, all this stuff about dramatic stakes, it is an error in the logic of films. But it's a matter about if you can overcome that sense of suspension of disbelief here. I think that's what it ultimately comes down to. Okay. Gonna just silence that while I get over this.
Oh. See, I pay for it, so.
Yeah.
Briefly changes.
I'm cheap. I should pay for the Streamlabs and other stuff, but I'm still getting practice with the streaming.
Well, I meant YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube Red, so you don't get the ads. I understand. Yeah. They stopped ad blocker. Not that I would have do that. I'm sure he won't Parrallax is going to try to reset and come back. We'll see how that happens.
Alrighty. Thematically, there was no reason that Thanos wouldn't use the Reality Stone on Titan and Wakanda. On a production standpoint, the reason he doesn't do this is because it would mean that Thanos would easily be able to overpower the Avengers at the end of the film. This would make the end both hopeless and uneventful.
I mean, yeah, this is the obvious thing, but I still think my justification about the strain of the Power Stone, which is found in the text, might be justified.
Well, I think that it would improve the film if they did build in that kind of limitation where
if they showed it more clearly in this film that he takes some pain from using it. Yeah, I will agree with that. Okay. But yeah, I'm trying to see how well. I don't really care about defending this film or criticizing this film. I like the point counterpoint, be able to argue it either way.
Mm-hmm.
In spite of this, Thanos not using the Reality Stone is an objective flaw which affects the fight sequences with his character late in the film. My assessment of this flaw was not based on my personal opinion. It was based solely on references in the film. This is the difference between a subjective assessment and an objective assessment. There is a difference between someone enjoying a film and someone saying that a film is good.
Thoughts on that?
There can be, but you have to really intellectualize the language. So if you want to say that something is good, you could mean it in a sense that, okay, yeah, it's good. Because I like it, I enjoy it. Or you could say it's good because it meets certain criteria of whatever certain standard that I have personally set.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be flawless. I mean, without flaws is different than good. You can mark off things for what you see as objective flaws. I had my counter argument for why you could come to the conclusion that it has a certain toll on the user, but Andrew brings up a great point. The film could have actually shown that a lot better than it did. And Parrallax is back.
Hello.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm we had Patrick sort of come in and out also. Let's hope that doesn't happen. We tried to get over some of the Cape shit while you were gone, but you came back to save the day like a tuxedo mask.
There we go.
Any more thoughts on this? I mean, we've sort of covered a lot of what he's saying and already retreading it. Any more to go into? Because he's establishing what is objective. And I think we covered it pretty well from the very get-go. As soon as he started bringing that up, our issues with this particular language and how much utility it actually has. So might just move on.
Just to sum it up, like, you can make descriptive claims about the work, but to say anything particularly as good or bad is basically always going to be a value-laden statement, and like, it's very difficult to say anything of substance that's actually like objective. It's more like affect
the subjective experience. I mean, there are some clear-cut examples but some people are going to ignore it for the sake of coolness, like we brought up.
Enjoying a film simply means that you had fun in the theater and overall were not bored or offended by a film. Mixing the idea of objective and subjective takes on films is why many modern video essays can become confusing. I've seen a lot of statements like this in recent video essays.
I want to tell you why I love it, because I do. I think this movie is goddamn incredible. It is easily the best Star Wars movie since The Empire Strikes Back, and today we're gonna talk about why.
What Patrick Williams has just done in this quote is combine the objective and subjective into one take. He opens saying that he...
See, I don't even agree with this assessment. I think he's implying that that's what Patrick Williams... There is an argument to be made that that's what Patrick Williams was implying with his language, but you can't say that definitively, in my opinion. What do you guys think on that?
I think...
Go ahead. I think it's a bad interpretation of what Patrick is saying, because what kind of Patrick is, or what we came back to is, or what we were talking about earlier, was that the subjectivity is implied, because he's not making any descriptive. He's not making any descriptive claims there. It's all, this is the best, or this is my favorite, right? Like all of that is pretty much subjective because of the value statements in it.
Yeah, like he explicitly said, "I think," which is pretty clearly demarcating an opinion.
And even when he gets into that, unless he got into the technical objective details, I don't think he's making a objective statement. So I think that is definitely off and a bad reading of how even Moreau is sort of taking it. But Moreau's human. We all are. We'll have bad assessments, and sometimes it's good to have...
I think the confusion lies in the fact that whenever he thinks of objective, he's thinking of the like appealing to a certain standard that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So and the issue with that is that it's a lot more of an esoteric definition of objective, or calling something like objectively good or bad. So I think he's getting it, or he's getting his wires crossed with Patrick saying it, because it's, when Patrick is saying it, he's going with the very common, very colloquial understanding of good or bad, whereas Evan maybe has more of an intellectual kind of understanding of the meaning that he's kind of putting onto other people.
So maybe Patrick Williams' experience as a filmmaker gives him some credibility, and you think he's speaking as a filmmaker. So why Evan sort of is getting this crossing of wires, as you said.
Well, no, I think it's just Patrick is using the more commonly known or colloquially known understanding of good and bad,
as an audience member, not as a professional.
Yeah, and Evan has this idea that Evan has a different understanding of good and bad in his head that's a little bit more esoteric.
Yeah.
And so I think what's happening is he's thinking it's a lot more common than it actually is.
If I was to add my own 2 cents in here, I would say that Patrick I think Jab's analysis is spot on, but also with about Evan, he wishes that, or he's analyzing it from a more precise use of language, and I feel like I wish people were more precise with their language. But it also isn't therefore appropriate to assume that people are being precise with their language.
Yes, assumption that they're being very precise with their script and what they're saying is probably a bad reading.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the issue is also it's like, it goes back to what I was talking about earlier in the stream when I said that when like a leftist or whatever progressive is talking about, white supremacy, people don't hear them say, like institutionalized racism, they hear them say, "Oh, I think this person thinks that they're superior to whatever other minority race."
Okay.
And so what the lefty is kind of doing is they're using a significantly more esoteric kind of academic definition that a lot of people aren't going to automatically think about, because like there's a more of a loaded connotation behind it.
Like black people can't be racist because of P plus power.
Yeah, P plus P equals R. Yeah. What do you think, Parrallax?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. Whenever I say your name, I think I'm about to take like a pill that'll help me digest food better or something.
Parallax. Beware of the side effects of parallax. It might make you paranoid, dizzy, and please, why listening to parallax? Do not drive or operate any heavy machinery.
Symptoms include balding, growing a beard, and wearing sunglasses indoors.
Based.
Too true.
Okay, so
sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, let's get going. Yeah.
This statement is entirely subjective. It only means that he enjoyed the film. But in the next sentence, he makes an entirely different statement arguing for quality.
It is easily the best Star Wars movie since The Empire Strikes Back.
The title of the best Star Wars movie is
Yeah, he's abstracting something. He thinks he's separating it to create a distinction between the two, and I really think that's a problem.
I'm fine if you want to separate them out to distinguish the two. It's just kind of the issue is projecting your very uncommon definition onto other people and assuming that they're also using that similar definition.
Okay, yeah. But we already went over that. I just want to reiterate that. How he did it is he separated it to sort of get to that idea that he's separating the subjective, then added the objective as sort of a hidden thing. I don't think he was.
Statement which relates to objective criticism, because the word best in this case pertains to quality. His statement expanded with more words is, I personally think The Last Jedi is incredible. It is the best quality Star Wars film since Empire Strikes Back. These statements were placed next to each other, and because they were said back to back, it makes it seem like they go hand in hand.
Yeah, that's what most viewers would take.
Yeah, because like that's the common understanding of like what something is best, right?
Yeah. I mean, best can be just in your personal view of the quality.
We don't know what metric is being tracked as far as best goes either way. Anyway.
Well, the thing is, if I hear someone say that something is the best, I'm assuming that they have, like their concept of best is based on their own set of personal values. I don't think that what they mean is like when they say best, they're saying that like their personal values are superior, and like everyone else should adopt their concept of what the best thing is. I just don't know that I've ever heard anyone really talk like that. Like if I could give you a list of what I think the 10 best romance films are, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to get like pissed off if you disagree with that, right?
Well, I mean, some people may say that like Usain Bolt is the best speed runner in the world, and people would know what you're talking about because objectively speaking, he is the best speed runner. But that's using it more in the objective way that I was talking about.
Well, the context is different. Like if we're talking about something where it can be discretely measured, then yeah, if someone says the best of something, then you're assuming that, their measurement of whatever is the highest. But
no, I don't think it's different because it's again a kind of subjective set of criteria, being like who can run faster than, or who can run the fastest out of everyone. Whereas you can have a similar kind of subjective criteria in terms of like, okay, does this film make sense? If it doesn't, then it's a flaw, right?
Well, but there's a value. I mean, there's a value there that you're, laden in that making sense is the most important thing, and most people disagree with that.
Well, no. I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm not saying that it's like I'm saying that you have this subjective standard that you can appeal to objectively to see who does like the worst or best in terms of like whatever on the scale.
Oh, an autistic seems a little autistic at times, but yeah, yeah, everyone's personal bias. Quality wise, who knows what Patrick Williams is going to get into to take this statement alone without the supporting evidence. Is maybe he's projecting based on other things Patrick Williams said, like you're watching movies wrong. I find that a common thing, that when people say other things in other films, I even think Patrick Williams was being a little coy and like a little trolly by saying people watch movies wrong, but that's hard to actually say. Was he serious with that or not? That's a much harder argument to make.
Well, like you can say you can't say that a snail is faster than Usain Bolt. That you can't say that they're like in terms of speed, a snail is objectively better.
Even if you use subjective opinion. Well, that's just my opinion. That's just your opinion's just wrong in that case.
Yeah, in the same vein, you can't say that The Last Jedi makes as much sense as just a film about a dude sitting in a room for 90 minutes.
Why does everyone bring up the room example? That's so stupid.
No,
sorry.
Not
I agree.
A movie about a room.
Well, there are good uses for the room example.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I still think it's a stupid. Sorry. I think it's a stupid example because it has no hallmarks of a story. Guy sitting in the room, there's nothing there.
It is a story, though.
Where's the climax? When he gets up and leaves the room, I guess?
Do you think that stories need climaxes to be stories? It's just a telling of a sequences of events. Like, do those need climaxes?
Well, it can be a hypothetical to test certain positions.
About it.
Yeah.
That's what hypotheticals are. They're extreme examples to test the veracity of a statement. It's kind of like the whole point.
Right.
I understand the utility of it. It's just in practicality, it's stupid. I like a.
I'm not saying
rape
that, like,
cage better to Vosh, but that's more based, in my opinion, the rape cage comparison. But that's just me. Let me move on for that.
But they do not relate to each other in any way. Consequentially, his video is rather confusing as you constantly need to assess whether his statements relate to his opinion or objective references in the film. This is why it's always best to clearly separate the objective from the subjective in regards to film criticism.
I don't know if he's going to bring it up, but Patrick Williams saying this is a movie about space wizards for children, I think that's just a cope. Because why would the audience be for something that came out in the 70s, was really popular? You would have a lot of older fans into it. Do you really think they made it for children? That seems completely ridiculous to me.
It's a general audience
even on
film.
face, you start thinking about Luke's like disintegrated parents, like their burnt, charred corpses.
Yeah.
Or you think of Anakin losing all of his limbs and being burned alive. You think you think of Slave Leia and
If you look at children's films from the time or even modern times, you can see like hallmarks of tone and like level of violence and all these kinds of things, and it really doesn't fit any of it. It's you could easily say that it's a general audience film for many reasons, but it has so many things that appeal almost exclusively to adults. So that to me, saying that it's a film or that it's intended for children is really a cope. And I think that it was something that Lucas said to get people off his back because he was tired of defending certain artistic choices, but it wasn't something serious that
people should actually use as a defense.
It's what I refer to a non-argument. It's the same thing as like calling someone racist or calling someone like whatever American traitor, or like you're not a patriot, or you're
like Disney cartoons. I can believe their intended audience is for children. Some of the Pixar movies, you can make some of those films that sort of have adult references that kid won't get.
Oh, you mean like Shrek?
Yeah,
like the first one, especially.
Absolutely, saying that's just for kids, I think, is a really reductive take for even something whose primary audience is for children. They also want to appease have something for the parents who has to take them to the film. So even that, in this case of something like Shrek, where they try to make the audience happy in a weird way, even that argument wouldn't even hold water for me personally.
Yeah, just like non-arguments, they're meant to be more so dismissals of arguments rather than direct engagements with your opposition. You know, it's like, okay, well, you're X, therefore your opinion doesn't matter.
I mean, no one spends that much money on a movie and just targets children. Almost no one does that unless they're really odd. There's just the budget for it, the casting choices. None of it makes sense for that argument to work. Because even as content creators, we got to realize who our target audience are going to be if we want to be successful on YouTube. Parrallax probably absolutely agrees. You have to know the audience you want to get for to get them.
It makes conversations both clearer and constructive. In spite of the concept of objectivity being rather obvious in regards to its existence, there are still some people who cling to the idea that art is subjective and that there is no way to quantify or prove that something is poorly made. But all you need to do is take a look at a well-made film and a poorly made film to come to a definitive conclusion on the existence of objective quality. The Dark Knight and Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice are two films which many viewers have differing opinions towards. Most critics and audiences alike agree that The Dark Knight is a good film and Dawn of Justice is a bad film. Those who subscribe to the idea that film criticism is subjective will say that this is based entirely on experience, and the only reason that this divide in opinion exists is that a lot of people like The Dark Knight and a lot of people dislike Dawn of Justice.
Art success.
Okay,
Sorry,
stopping on that point.
Andrew,
Right.
you got dip, right?
Yeah, I gotta get going. I have
Okay.
So-
Well, I guess we
yeah.
should end the stream here.
Yeah, we're like only 5 hours in. What are you talking about? We can keep going.
Yeah, such a
pretty
weak
short so far.
argument. Does anyone want to make any final marks? I was thinking maybe a half hour at most. But yeah, if everyone needs to get going, we've gone 5 hours. That's good.
Yeah, I should probably get back to work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry to keep you. Thanks for coming, Parrallax. Want to plug anything in particular or say anything before you head out?
No, it's cool. It's just a fun time. Good conversation, guys.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
thank you.
glad you enjoyed
It was,
yourself.
neat
Sorry,
talking
if
to
we,
you.
sorry
Yeah,
if we bored you with the cape shit too much sometimes.
It's fine. It's unavoidable. I'm used to it.
I got some recommendations for you
No.
on romance.
Run while you can, Parrallax.
Okay.
He's gonna recommend like some lolly shit.
No.
gosh.
But there is Kimi ni Todoke. It's a really like saccharine sweet kind of romance between a popular guy and a shy girl. And
Can you write these down in like chat? Because I don't even know how to spell that.
Yeah.
yeah. Here, wait. Let me just.
Okay. What
Copy.
about you, Jab? Want to plug anything? I know you don't have a channel, but I don't have anything to plug. All my videos are cringe. Probably my best stuff is in my stream because I just experiment on my channel. I mean, I try different things, so sorry.
Yeah, I have the whole video on power dynamics coming up. That'll hopefully be good. I'm still
Time frame?
time frame. I have no idea. It's like so much reading on a bunch of really crappy academic papers. It's really annoying to get through. It's quite the load. It'll probably be a decently long video. I'm working on it though. You know, I'm making incremental progress. I've got a couple of other scripts in the woodworks as well. It's just it's a lot, and yeah, I'm hoping to do a little bit of streaming. I was actually coincidentally I was going to do like a stream breaking down a discussion between Doomer and Irrelevant.
Oh no! Wait, what did we even talk about?
It's
Is it the JXC thing?
yeah, that was it.
Oh,
that was
a while ago.
an unfortunate. Yeah,
he wasn't making a lot of sense, but
yeah.
whatever.
There were some other
Kid is a bad
Videos
influence
on
on you, Jab.
There you go.
It's like some other React Gate crap that I wanted to kind of talk about, because Keffels did like a response to Jay that no one's talked about. Destiny's been getting into a little bit of drama over some of his reaction content that I'm unfortunately a little bit disappointed in him with.
Well, yeah, the fucking ContraPoints video was insane. He just re-uploaded her video.
Yeah, the same thing with his Kidology reaction.
Yeah, Destiny's reacts are fucking terrible. Like
some of them, like his reactions to certain debates are really fantastic, but then like sometimes he'll just let a video play,
and he'll just play his video game in the background.
Yeah,
he'll say a word or two.
I'm really tempted to bait a debate with him because I can definitely make that happen.
Yeah,
it's one of the few areas where he's just like so fucking wrong. His takes on React content are so bad, so categorically wrong.
I kind of want to talk to him about it. It'd be a means of
I doubt he'll do it.
A little bit more research on my part. I'm kind of busy with a few other things, so that's something a bit further down the line that I want to do.
Doomer, did you get the name?
Yeah, I have the IMDb up. Yeah.
Okay,
I might actually have that manga.
Okay, so and then there's the second one. This is called "Kiss Him, Not Me." It's about a girl who's really into gay romance, but like has a lot of guys who are into her.
Okay, Gallery. A comedy, I'm assuming, a romantic comedy.
Yeah, it's a romantic comedy.
Is it an anime as well?
Yeah, well, it's an anime and a manga. I think, yeah.
Does it have a K-drama also?
No, as far as I know.
K-dramas. Okay. Well, everyone plugged what they wanted.
Yeah,
guys, thanks for coming.
Parrallax, what's your name on Twitter? Is it?
I think it's Parrallax on YT. Let me check. Yeah, Parrallax on YT.
Parallax on. There we go. All right, I'm gonna follow you.
Cool.
I already followed your new channel as well, so.
Yeah. So hopefully there should be content soon. I got so fucked over by like the Adobe suite, and I was like, fuck it. I shelled out $2,000 to buy a new like top end computer. So hopefully content will finally start flowing. Stop having so many problems.
Yeah, Adobe has its up and downs. I've experienced it myself. Sometimes it's a software, sometimes it's a computer. Always hard to tell with that.
I
use Premiere Pro to do all my editing, so
I'm cheapo. I say cheap, but like I use Filmora. I bought Filmora 9. Like it was like their last version before they went to the what do you call it?
Oh, you're one of the lifetime license holders?
Yeah.
With that whole fucking drama.
Yeah. And they keep telling me every time I log in, they say, "Hey, update." I'm like, "No."
Yep.
Because I know that I'll basically update out of my lifetime. They're trying to get me to move on to the subscription model, and I keep telling them no.
It's very frustrating to me because there are things about Adobe software that I love, but I've just wasted so much of my time trying to troubleshoot things that just don't make any sense. I've had errors where I don't even know how to Google them because I don't know how to describe what is going on.
Yeah, some of it is storage for me. I have a really big video file. Well, I say big, but it's like 10 minutes on that I use to edit on my laptop, and my laptop just like can't hold that kind of space for whatever reason. So like the clips in my video start glitching out at like the 5 or 6 minute mark, and I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, my new computer is like 1 gigabyte M.2 fucking main drive, 2 terabyte, 2 terabyte drive just for holding files, and 2 terabyte drive just for the disk cache. We are going to be hard chilling. If this fucking program crashes, I'm going to be fucking livid, dude. I'm going to start Fed posting fucking Ted Kaczynski sending some fucking packages to Adobe. You motherfuckers. I just need the most basic things to work. Stop fucking with me. Let me do my job. God damn it.
Oh yeah, man, fucking with you. Go pull a Ted Kaczynski. Okay, don't go too far down that path.
Yeah, and Parrallax, you should come on to the Thinkers podcast.
What is the Thinkers
podcast?
Oh, yeah.
It's okay. So you know That Darn Kideth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can plug them, Andrew. You're
So
the...
yeah, on Thursday we do a weekly just a stream about like lots of different types of topics.
Mostly political.
Like
Yeah,
well,
mostly
like yeah,
political.
mostly
So
political. But I
Parrallax
mean,
won't
like,
it.
gosh,
Sorry.
a couple of weeks ago or a few weeks ago, we did a stream on like is kink inherently sexual, and then we moved, and then
Andrew
the
loved
next
that.
week,
Andrew loved that topic. He was the one
Yeah.
that kept going on and on about like kink and shit, and like going
and
into
then
all of his extensive detail knowledge of
yeah, and then
the difference between kink and pride and BDSM, and yeah.
and then the next week we went like basically direct opposite direction where we talked about Canada's MAID program of assisted suicide.
Okay.
So we're like all over the place.
If you want, if you join my Discord and you guys want to like do a thing, you can tag me and maybe I'll come. It's going to depend on the topic, but if you have a topic I feel like I can have some fun screaming about, then maybe.
Here, post the link to it in chat so I can grab it before I go.
Sure. 1 second. I have to go to my fucking channel.
Well.
Do you want to post your Discord chat?
That's what he's looking for, I think.
Oh, sorry.
How's going Discord going for you? You're still small. Liking managing it. When you get bigger, there's going to be problems.
Oh, right now it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, everything is going to be very small for probably reasonably like quite a while. It's going to turn into an issue later. Like you get to a point where you need people to take care of it for you, and then like it's a whole thing. But I'm a ways off from that.
Yeah. No, I've seen those kind of things blow up and fall apart and all sorts of stuff. So
yeah,
well, I'm probably not never going to do a Discord, but
it should be mostly fine. But we'll see. It really just like I think that my moderation policies are going to be beneficial in that regard because I am very much don't take shit if you're fucking the community up. I'm just going to ban you. I don't really even give a shit if you broke the rules. So troublemakers will be removed. Hopefully that makes things fine. But
yeah, I'm surprised I haven't been removed, but I guess I haven't created that much trouble yet. I barely even used Discord.
Yeah, no one has done anything all that offensive yet. So,
all right, so cool. There you go. Joined up. Hello, whatnot.
Hello.
Oh wow, there's like no channels. How do you what?
Go to the verification channel and click the emoji.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. Whoa. Have you not experienced that sometimes? Sometimes that's
oh, I
actually
have now. Now I have. Yeah. Now that I see that, I get. Yeah.
It's a precaution against bot raids.
Yeah.
Smart plan. Well, again, thank you all for coming. Anyone who came in chat, this was a good, interesting conversation. Don't know if this topic is going to come up again, or if you want to even deal with it again. And in broadcast now.
Yeah, it was a good chat. I enjoyed it.